I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president. Oh! But I think she was not qualified to be president. Let's start there. Number one.
First question! Are you fucking kidding me? It's the first question!
To run for president, Vice President Trump.
Oh!
Fact is Vice President Trump. President of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. We're going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday, lad. It's Tuesday. That's right. It's the eve of 9/11. That's right. It's September 10th. It's Newsday, Tuesday. It's fucking debate day. Or as Rudolph motherfucking Giuliani called it, the debate. Folks, I'm live. I'm alive. I'm in a fantastic mood. And I hope you guys are also having a fantastic day. Sirs, ladies, gentlemen, the emperors, all of you, we're here. We're ready. We're locked in. The debate is going to be at 6 p.m. Pacific. But before we get to the debate, some personal news. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button for all the parasocialists out there. This is where I give you a little backstory about what I did when I was not live. And I'll be honest with you, before people say, Hassan, did you get some good sleep? I did not. I did not get a good night's sleep at all. I didn't get home until like 11. And also, one of the worst parts about they think you were hella funny. Hell yeah. Was mad fun on Jason's stream last night. Hope you guys enjoyed it. My stomach is in pain right now. And it just started too, which is the craziest part. Like I did not have any issues. And right now, I think it's like finally hitting me. Is finally hitting me right now, which sucks. So if I go away for a little bit today during the debate, understand that, like, you know, my tummy is hurting. Oh, did the hot sauce fuck you up? Not really. Hold on, I'm gonna talk about all that in a second. Oh my god, my tummy ache is actually out of control currently. Okay, so eat some bread or drink some dairy. I drank so much dairy last night, I don't think I need any more dairy. Thoughts and prayers for us in Louisiana for the bitch-ass hurricane, but mostly for being in Louisiana. Yeah, thoughts and prayers for Louisiana all the time. Not just during hurricane time, but just at all times. Critical support to Louisiana. Okay, so last night after Wukong, where I demonstrated exactly how gaming is done, I ended the broadcast and I ventured over to the Face House. That's right. I ventured over to the Face House. I raided Jason. A lot of the old unks in this community were like, what the fuck are we watching? What the hell is this shit? And yeah, I went over to Jason the Ween stream. You don't have a Cherapati for streaming? No, I don't. And we did hot ones challenge, but it wasn't really in the correct order. The children are uninformed, and you guys got to see what like politically uninformed normies actually stand for and look like. Can we get a stream with the clip Stable Ronaldo? For sure. I'm down to do it. I got hot clips with Jason. Yeah, he asked me a lot of questions. Can I suck your D? I'm a dude, by the way. No. Brother, Jason runs 12 minutes of ads per hour. I was dying. Yeah, now you guys know. Now you guys know what it's really like. Okay? Now you guys know what it's actually like when someone's pumping ads. Hey, Hasan, I'm a translator at Wiz Media and always watch your stream while working. Recently realized you look exactly like the main character in this series I'm working on, not a troll. It's coming out on Adult Swim soon. Is this the main character? Like the rooster? Where's the character, bro? Chaos reigns dawn upon the world. Demons run rampant on the streets, destroying humanity. Are you speaking at USC? Yes, I am. Is this the main character? I'm confused. Or is this the main character? I think this dude just wanted to fucking flex that he's working on a cool ass show. I'm just genuinely confused about which character I'm supposed to look like. Or maybe he just wanted to hit a fucking ad here. But congratulations. They loved you. Yeah, let's see your profile first. Bruh, what is that? You can't have... Yeah, it's about you eating rotisserie chicken. Speaking of which, hold on, let me finish ordering my freaking chicken, dude. But yeah, it was a lot of... So the thing is, it was a lot of fun. I love doing like chill ass shit. You know what I mean? I love doing stuff that's like not immediately political, or even if it's gonna be political, it's just like mostly light memes and shit.
How big's your dick?
Big enough.
Okay. Over under 7. God damn it.
Big enough. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Since you're talking about the NFL, we talk about the Deshaun Watson shit. Probably not. What is this? Chasing the Wind communism?
This shit took me like 2 hours.
Oh, okay.
I went #1 in Vietnam though.
Yeah, I see that.
That's the communist flag.
What, you got a problem with that?
Oh, are you communist?
I mean, I don't have a problem with communism.
I don't even know what communism is. Anyways.
It's a beautiful bear twink. Show chat the surprise Republican. Oh yeah, Kaya came in and was like, I want to be a part of the lineup. She is such a little baby. She's such a little baby that wants to... She is such a little camera slut. Okay? I'll say it. She wants to be the star of every show. She knows exactly where the camera is. She always is aware. She always is aware of the camera presence. And she always wants to be in front of it. Did that girl ask to debate you at the end? I think she did. I didn't fully understand what was going on there. But yeah, she's just like her dad says, you motherfucker, this dog is taking that from you, bro. No, she did. Yeah. So this was, first we started off with, you know, some fun stuff. We looked at Jason's Hinge profile. Okay. I found out how 20-year-olds are rizzing people up. And honestly, I think honestly that was like the oldest I felt. Cause like, I know how normies are in terms of politics. I know how normies are. Which one was that? I know how normies are in terms of politics. I know how like little they know, or I know how oblivious they are. Most normies or like normie adjacent people are. And the reality is like, it's kind of funny seeing that. It's kind of funny seeing that in person, because it's like, that's the motherfucker that's like chirping about me. You know what I mean?
Who the fuck is...
Yeah, I did this TikTok as well. But that, like, usually on the internet, you think the guy behind the other side, like the guy behind the screen, is like maybe cognizant of what they're saying and maybe has like a well flushed out worldview. But like 90% of the dudes who just say like, man, I fucking hate that Hasan guy, he's a socialist hypocrite. Like, these motherfuckers don't know their asses from their elbows. You know what I mean? Like, they just don't know. So I always respect and appreciate people who are like, yeah, I don't really know anything. It's fine. A lot more than people who don't know anything, but then have like hard opinions, like well-established, firmly held opinions that they've committed to, when there's obviously not like a lot of thought behind it. Right? So there's always much respect to the normies who are just like overall charitable. Are you going to TwitchCon? Yes, I am. You know, I'll always have respect for normies who at least have the decency to say like, yeah, I don't fucking know what I'm talking about. I don't know. This is outside of my field of knowledge. But yeah, overall, the it wasn't shocking to me to see like what most like normal people's like level depth of knowledge is in terms of politics, even if it's like basic stuff like liberal, conservative, Democrat, Republican. But I think what made me feel really old was Jason, like the way he rizzes girls up. Bruh, what is that? You can't have that as your first photo. This is a better look than that. Your hair is crazy in that.
Not even that fucking bad.
I recently discovered that women have period cramp.
Come on, it's corny and funny. Girls like that.
Oh my god. You're 20, you're a man, straight, 5'10", that's cap, but it's all good.
Yeah, now you got up a little bit.
Yeah, you just got I recommend that in my advice segment. Jason shows y'all don't even know why y'all dislike Hasan Lamau, because he has actual crack smoker political takes. When he isn't political, he's actually a bearable person. What political takes of his are crazy? They just mad. He's actually good at debating. He's a leftist version of Ben Shapiro. They don't even know his political takes, lol. They just regurgitate the same criticisms about him. Which takes? He's weird. Only people who fuck with him are old, live, RL, and girls who think he's hit. Weird how, lol, genuine question. He's a big hypocrite. Like, Hasan mad funny, bruh. Not gonna lie, I fuck with Hasan. Hasan is fine as fuck and funny. Politics aside, Hasan funny as shit. Funny as hell. Jason admitted he was tweaking over what the fuck? Why all men lie about their height? Hasan W. Okay. This is, you ever try keto diet? I have, yeah. So the thing is, like, Jason's Twitter community was saying how they didn't know how you were super chill outside of politics streams. I think like politics across the board is just, it comes across as unbearable for many normies, and I totally understand that. And I think that's the issue. Like, they only see it as like people that are gonna get canceled. Like, there is a stink associated with like my style of politics, like leftist politics, liberal politics. Like, that's what they consider that as. And the only thing they know it as is like, oh, these are like the blue-haired guys and girls that are gonna come in and just like cry and cancel us, right? Like, that's what the normies, that's usually how normies approach it. And then there's like people who are maybe like marginally interested, like not super interested, but a little interested enough to like come across like you have a coherent worldview. And those guys maybe watch, like, some of them watch me, some of them watch other content creators, and they basically just like reiterate regurgitate whatever the fuck opinions that content creator has, right? And the reality of the matter is, if that content creator in the political sphere that is like somewhat popular hates me, then they're gonna hate me too. Because why the fuck, they haven't made up their minds about anything, really. They haven't really made up their minds about their own personal political view. They're just kind of adopting the positions of another person that they consider to be like charismatic and personable. So that's it. That's usually what this is about. That's why you see so many people chirping, but then like, if you interrogate why they hate me, they just don't really have any real reason. What is this? I see the vision. Hell yeah. That's what we're doing for Halloween. This was Jason after the stream you guys did.
Oh, you're gonna myself?
Jason and his community were a bit worried about getting canceled because of politics in general, not just yours. He didn't want to take a position. No, I know. Also, I feel that right now. So yeah, we did the Hinge stuff, and then after that, we did the hot ones where Jason asked me important questions like, how big is your penis?
How big's your dick?
And then what else? Thank you, Wittix Piker, saying I look good. Look at so here's the other issue, okay? So on hot ones, there's like a lineup. On hot ones, there's a lineup of sauces, right? There's supposed to be an order of sauces. And the problem is, this was like the third or fourth sauce. And it turns out this was the second to last worst fucking sauce. So they fucked up the order. And I'm over here dousing it. Look at how much of a pour I put in there.
Who? Like, you never named who was the worst streamer you collab with.
I did. Zerka, probably.
Okay. Zerka.
I would say Zerka was probably up there. I mean, he's pretty fucking bad. The issue is, like, he was bad already, but he got, like, way worse down the line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot of dudes like that in this space. You'll see. where you're just like, damn, this motherfucker won't go away. You know what I mean?
You should name them.
Well, I already do. Like, they're the known entities in general.
Okay. Oh, shit.
Yo, Chess calling you out for not putting any sauce on your shit. Look at mine.
I literally
I got 360 coverage right now. What do you got?
I got a big ass bite of it.
Oh, this one's hot.
This
I can
one
tell.
doesn't taste good, bro.
I can tell this one's bad. Which one was that? Oh shit, bro! That had 5 spices. That's like the worst. That's when I realized, like, oh my god. That's when I realized, like, oh, we're fucking cooked. That actually, I'm not even ashamed to admit it. That fucked me up, dude. I do maintain that your primary contribution to online left is simply having coherent takes while having the ability to maintain the appropriate tone of voice for whatever audience you're talking to. Very art of war. It is best to attack your enemy before they're aware of your presence type shit, but sometimes it has to be said. You look way more buff in that lighting. I think it's just because this is a different camera setup and I just sit in front of my camera and I look normal in front of my camera. But when you see me around other people, you realize how much larger I am than like the average person. The bomb is extremely nasty. Outside of spice, it tastes like fermented ass. Yeah, a lot of the sauces didn't even taste that good. I don't hear a word he's saying right now. Strikes again. They just taste like pain. Yeah, I think hot sauce should also taste good. Like, controversial opinion, I think, but it also should fucking taste good. It shouldn't just be like ass for the sake of ass, right? It needs to have like decent flavor too. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so we obviously did the back and forth. He asked me questions that were like kind of drama baity a little bit. I don't even know if he was like aware that it was going to cause drama. Like, he asked me about XQC and I was pretty honest. Like, I was very open and very honest about it, in terms of like how I feel. Like, I do feel bad that I think he's like alienated a lot of people that were in his immediate orbit that like consistently try to help him out, myself included. But of course, honesty in that situation is not a good thing. It's a bad thing. So I'm sure people are already fucking mad. He asked me about Destiny, who I replied to as well, which I'm sure that, whipped up the worst people online in excitement. They love that shit. His chat gave him the questions when he went to pee. Yeah. D community trying to say you're a cuck because of Janice. Aw, that's cute. That's pretty funny because, like, he is the cuck man. That's like Sneeko calling someone a cuck. You can't keep getting away with it. I'm going to use that as my blast off image, I think, today. But yeah, let's do it. Debate night. Oliver made something, you monster. Yeah, he made that GIF. TikTok girlies finally decided you are too hot and you need to stop.
Hotman, can I respectfully ask you to just go away? I don't have enough time, and I'm fed up of seeing you everywhere, and I've got things to do. I've got a life to lead. I can't keep doing this. Like, I just can't. So can you leave? Just go.
HasanAbi TikTok editor. My girlfriend is in New York City for school right now. Please keep her safe. You don't want that.
Back to the kitty 'cause it's kinda pretty. I can't stop looking at her face. Me and Cat Mama rolled into
Damn, son. You could probably sell that to someone here.
Probably. Another good moment from the stream.
I was picking up my son from UCLA. They were throwing bottles of shit over there. So I wasn't really attending it, but hey, let them do what they want to do.
You have a son? How old are you?
32.
You have a son that's already at UCLA?
Yeah, man, he's early.
Explain the math on that.
16 and pregnant.
You were fucking
at 12. God damn.
My girl was on Team On season 3. You know what I mean?
What?
Your girl was on what?
Team On.
T what?
Team On. You don't know about Team On?
Oh, Timo.
No, Team On.
Team On.
Team On.
Team On.
Bro, you are talking a whole different language.
Yeah, nah.
Timo. What don't you understand about Timo? What was really funny about the process, by the way, was that like, so obviously like some were memeing and some were like leaning into a character, and some people didn't know what their political worldview was overall. Obviously, Arky was like memeing. He's not actually a Republican. And this motherfucker is actually a liberal, but he was like portraying himself as a Republican. And it's like, how am I supposed to know you're lying? I thought you were supposed to like lean in. Like I thought it was a part of the kayfabe, right? Like you present yourself as a Republican. I'm going to say, okay, you're a Republican, right? Because like, I know he's not a Republican, but he's portraying himself as one for the sake of the content. So I thought he was also like, yeah, there was a little bit of a misunderstanding there. I locked him down as liberal, and Jason was the one who said she was liberal, but I knew she was not a liberal. Okay. I knew she was not a Democratic Party voter, and I kept saying it, but you know, I just let Jason choose that one. And then, yeah, like, I mean, I say Lacey is like a little bit more, I would say he's like conservative, and Adapt is 100% a liberal, like a libtard, not even just like a regular old liberal. So, are you going to buy $699 PS5 Pro? No, probably not. But yeah, and also the pigeon stuff that he's talking about, he's not even joking about that. He's like 100% real. Like he actually believes that for sure. Coffee. Oh, so the girl was pro creationism, but pro big government, but pro lower taxes all over the place, man. Yeah, that's the beauty of this. That's the beauty of this situation, which is that like Americans who even think they know what their political worldview actually is are still categorically oblivious. Okay. And you got to try to figure out, you ultimately have to try and figure out like what the higher order of priority is. Okay. People be containing multitudes. No, American voters are just like, because the system is ultimately busted. American politics is just like a mishmash of oftentimes contradicting ideas. Expand on that thought. Higher order of priority. If I were to ask you right now, Tessa the Besta, there's probably, if I were to ask you what are your top 5 priorities right now, I could tell you exactly which party you're going to be voting for. Okay? Because the reality is UDLPW, Hassan. What? So like, oh, upper decky lip pillow. Oh, got it. So like, you will have your top 10 things that you're interested in, right? You can tell me like your top 10 things that you're interested in and rank them by order of priority. And oftentimes they're like inherently contradictory, but whichever is like the top 3, I can get a pretty good understanding of like what your worldview is from that. You know what I mean? That's it. So there's plenty of people who vote Democrat who also think taxes suck. You know what I mean? That's just American. There's plenty of people who like want to help homeless people or even want universal healthcare programs, but are Republican. I hope that helps you understand it. So that's it. And because most of like American politics is just like oftentimes inherently contradictory, confusing, silly, most people don't have like a coherent, well flushed out worldview and don't have a party that they can like dump those opinions into. Anti-genocide, workers' rights, clean water, LGBTQ rights, healthcare. Guess how I'm registered? See, that's what I mean. Like, this is great, right? BDM Matt 99. Anti-genocide, workers' rights, clean water, LGBTQ rights. Like, which party actually technically represents your values and your interests? Like, one party is, at least in the messaging front, closer to your values and interests, but neither party actually represents those interests at all. Do you see what I mean? Not a Jill Stein, probably PSL voter or a Jill Stein voter. But ultimately, I'm saying, like, the question is liberal or conservative or Democrat or Republican. And it's hard to make that assessment because, one, most people are not very well educated on their own political opinions. And two, even if people are a little bit more educated than the average person on their political opinions, they still have a hard time slotting themselves into a party, you know? But that's it. All right. Debate night. We'll do the Tyreek Hill arrest footage too. Get in now. The bait night. Yeah, we're gonna be baiting all night. I'm baiting in the fucking GIF. Here it is. Boom. Are you a master at it? Am I the master of baiting? Yes. Who baiting they D? Can we do bingo for the debate? I think Little Bear is working on that. You see that TikToker we reacted to? Made a TikTok about it.
Celebrities. Let's just call him that white blonde bitch that get on stage and can barely sing. You know who I'm talking about. Y'all know who Hassan Piker is? He is just fine as fuck. I just found out who he was like a couple years ago because he like reacted to one of my videos and I was like, who the fuck is this? Why the fuck am I on Twitch with these doo-doo stained draw motherfuckers? This is not my audience. And then I was like, wait.
Wait, we have the
Who is
same.
that? So, you know, Hasan, you have diminished the collective shadow in me. I no longer look at Twitch streamers as doo-doo head stained draw bitches.
That's a mistake.
Some of y'all actually have good points and raise money for Palestinian families. We love that.
That's a mistake. That's a mistake. No. It's still bad. It's still bad though.
Let's stop calling.
I have doo-doo in my draws. Bingo for the bingo card. Also do Hasan Guesser. Okay, little bear, calm down. We're gonna like you want to do bingo already, and it's like not even it's not gonna be relevant for at least a couple hours. Okay, chill. Thank you for the bingo cards though. Will you be able to multi-stream a TikTok when your Twitch contract is up? Yes. You're being called out on this one. What? I'm being called out on this?
Really? It's not even funny. I'm a ride he wouldn't survive. The wheels would come right off.
I don't think I'm being called out in that.
Act as an insta win button.
The way I would.
I don't think I was getting called out on that. Chatter, you're wrong. Sorry, just tuned in. Will you be allowed to stream the debate live? The debate? Watch me, okay? Yes, I will be watching. I will be watching it live. Yeah, I feel like that's something entirely different than being called out. Will you mute your mic when it's not your time to talk during the debate? No, I love talking over the debate. Sorry, I'm not gonna stop. The debate is at 6 p.m. Pacific. The debate is at 6 p.m. Pacific. Everyone loves you now. I feel like it's great to see you get recognized for the hard work you put in on and off the proverbial court. Hasan, do Hasan Guesser. Oh, okay. Here, let's do the Hasan Guesser. Okay. And I want to clarify one more time for the record. I hope you understand where I'm coming from. None of this justifies what Russia has done or is doing. Okay? None of this justifies what Vladimir Putin is doing currently in Ukraine. I know I have to specify this because people they're like used to just hearing black and white. This is right, this is wrong. So I need to clarify one. Dude, the amount of times I said this and like people just straight up lied about it. Like, it is so crazy. It is so fucking crazy. Think about it. Right now, online, there are at least like 5,000 to 10,000 people, at least minimum, that spend an unimaginable amount of time just straight up lying about my positions. Like saying that I'm fucking pro-Russia, saying that I've gotten paid by Vladimir Putin. Like, it did not matter at all. It's crazy, dude. It's so insane that like back in the day, I feel like you couldn't get away with just like clipping shit maliciously, especially when like the person that you were clipping maliciously out of context was like so open, okay? Like so open about his positions. But it literally does not matter. In this day and age, in this fucking day and age, it just straight up does not matter what the truth is. It doesn't matter what someone's point of view is. Like, they did it back then and they still do it, which is crazy. It's wild. Actually fucking wild. No, literally. And when Tim Pool tenant indictment dropped, Bonarelli's community was like, holy fuck. Bonarelli's community wasn't like, holy fuck, Tim Pool's a Russian agent. And instead we're like, Lamau, Hasan didn't get paid to be pro-Russia. I know. That's what's interesting about it. And they're also defending fucking Lauren Southern. They're defending Lauren Southern because Bonarelli is friends with Lauren Southern. But she got paid by Russia too. How the fuck did she get away with that? Because they don't give a fuck. They don't care about the truth. That's it. One more time. What Vladimir Putin is doing is wrong. It is morally abhorrent. It is completely unacceptable. Okay? Please understand it. Okay? Like 92,000 people fucking saw this. And like, there's still, yeah, the queen is not crossed out. All right. By the way, this is well done, comrade. There you go. I mean, that's the easiest one to figure out. Just add this audio to the stream deck. Dude, you don't understand. People still, okay, let me explain something to you. Since I've been online as a Turkish American content creator, something that Nazis have regularly posted about me, like even when I had 3 fucking followers, you know what I mean, was the idea, the lie that I have denied the Armenian genocide, that I deny the Armenian genocide consistently. And it used to be such a commonplace thing that people would come into my chat and say, when I had like 35 people watching, by the way, that there is a command in my chat still, ! Armenian genocide. All the way from the 15th of December, 2018. All the way from the 15th of December, 2018. But people still say it. Andrew Tate said it. Andrew Tate's brother still says it about me from time to time. Whenever someone is mad at me, they just straight up will be like, oh, dude, this guy denies the Armenian genocide, right? And it's almost always right-wingers and also liberals who don't have an issue with like Nazis and stuff, right? And the same goes for like being pro-Russia, right? You need to have that text overlay if you had in the beginning of the invasion in 2022 that said Russia is bad. No, it doesn't matter. It's in the overlays. They just cut the overlay out. That's the craziest shit. I could have like Vladimir Putin sucks ass in front of my face and they'll find a way to fucking edit that shit out. Because for a lot of these people, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. Here, look, I mean, they still lie about this shit. I've never denied the Armenian genocide. Never.
The Armenian genocide happened.
I saw someone say that your overlay was pro-Putin. They don't care. That's what's so crazy about this is like if people just straight up don't give a fuck, like what are you supposed to do? I mean, we should just put this clip up, honestly. We should just post this clip from the day of, basically the fucking day of the invasion. And just, whenever someone comes in and is like, dude, what the fuck? Like, you're pro-Russia. Just be like, here, there you go. Yeah, Ukraine. When you use that as like, how did you go through a second puberty, bro? It happens, it happens all the time. There is no winning either way with these people. So just talking about it gives it more attention. Yeah, but honestly, it literally, it doesn't matter because there are some people who get duped who probably don't want to look like a fool, right? Like there are always going to be people that genuinely are maybe uninitiated, have not heard about my positions on this, So I think it's good for those people. But yeah, for the most part, like, stop getting angry at dumb fuckness. You are widely underestimating dumb fuckers. Chat, there is no way to avoid this kind of people. That's what HasanAbi is saying. Yeah, and this is not for those. This is not for like the people who have an agenda, who are just like, I hate this guy. I don't really care about like world events that are changing my immediate life or the life of people that I love. I only care about world events as far as I can like use it to make a drama video about like my favorite content creator's biggest enemy or some shit. Like that's what's so crazy about it. I think like these people are more mad at me than they are at Russia. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're more mad at me than they are at Russia because they just like they want this to be drama. They don't give a fuck. Just like so many people just like openly lied and made videos and claimed that I was like a fucking propagandist who was lying at the behest of like Hamas and I was an Islamist fundamentalist. And there were so many fucking videos cut about this shit in the beginning in early October, right? All those guys just shut the fuck up. They never talked about Palestine. Never. Unless it was to be like, yo, fuck Hassan. Because for many people, it's very bloodless. It's like very opportunistic. They don't think about the actual issues. They don't actually think about like what their statements might actually, what kind of impact their statements might have if they're like genuinely changing people's attitudes and stuff. I think they have a better stance about this than you. I think the stupidest stance is to come in here at the top of the hour and think that like, think that you can use this as a way to serve a 3-minute ad break, especially when double debates are obviously not allowed and you will get banned for it. Nice try though. Nice try, chatter. Yeah. One day, take that 1 day ban. You are accessible. Most internet personalities are not accessible to the extent you are, so they go where they get traction. Double debates, 2-parters are not allowed because they're ass. And they really, you got to get more creative if you want to get a good debate in. Yeah, you don't want to get, listen, do you see Kamala's debate prep? Dog, if you believe this, you know, you are the biggest fucking delusional person on the planet. Okay, what the fuck is wrong with you? This is some like weird fucking probably Groiper community link. Why the fuck would you post that in this chat? I mean, come on. Can people still watch after a ban? Yeah, of course. You just won't be able to chat. One-parters are fine, yes. Did you see Fox News' headline on the Tyreek Hill episode? Dolphins, Tyreek Hill not blameless in incident with police officers. ESPN Stephen A. Smith says, oh my God, he's back. Stephen A. Smith is fucking back, baby. Harris is bringing 2 former Trump administration officials as their debate guests. Ugh, lame as fuck. All right. You can actually ban people from watching you now through Twitch. Wait, really? I didn't know that, but that seems like if it's easy to do, oh man, I would fucking use the shit out of that, dude. Holy moly, that would be fun. That'd be fun to do. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break. Now, obviously, if you no longer want to see those ads, Stephen A. made a decent point and condemned the cops, but everyone just hyped on defending Tyreek right now. Bro, if banning prevented someone from viewing your haters would never take you out of context, yeah, it's good to know. It's an on and off setting as far as I know, so anyone banned will be banned from viewing. Oof. All right, we'll do the Tyreek Hill situation, and then I'll hear what Stephen A. Smith had to say about it. But like, I mean, I have a lot to say about this issue as well. I guess the last thing people will just make burners for your swag is too much. Yeah. What do we do? Okay, so yeah, we talked about all this stuff. The heat we talked about. The debate one was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed that. And then I was talking to the clip Ronaldo, okay, about cars on my way out, and he was shocked about like the level of knowledge that I had. I think these people legitimately think like the only thing I like talking about is politics, and that I have like no interest beyond politics, like that I haven't lived 33 years on this fucking planet. And as a person who's like been alive for 33 years on this planet, like I have not cultivated a bunch of different interests that I can at least like have some surface level conversations on. But he was just genuinely shocked. He was like, damn, like you actually know your shit about cars like a little bit. I was so shocked about it. And it's like it's not that you ain't phase presenting like that, little bro. Yeah. The Van Cleef bracelet is fake, I think. I mean, I don't care. It was nice of him. Guys, stop sending me the link to figure out how to ban people from viewing my live streams. I'm not going to learn that right now. If it's not easy to do, I'm not going to do it. Our chatters in Jason's chat, we old as fuck. Here are some funny Hassan Raider messages I saw. Skippity toilet. Am I right, fellow children? As a 30-year-old, I had no idea what ta was until I came to this chat. What is going on? This chat. Not funny. I'ma sue Hassan for dropping me off here. I don't even know what ta is. The fuck is TA? The fuck that chatter mean you aren't phase presenting? Pull up the Phase Banks B-Day clip. Yeah, I'm the most phase presenting non-phase member out there with the exception of Cutie Cinderella. Okay? Like, obviously Cutie Cinderella is the #1 phase presenting non-phase member right now. But outside of that is me. What is this? Kaya? Oh yeah. Kaya being a cutie pie as always. Look at this face. Look at the little baby. Younger Twitch chats find a new emote to blast almost weekly. That lighting had you cut up like a mofo. No, it's not the lighting. I mean, lighting matters in this situation, but I think what also matters is like I was next to a person who's like normal sized. You will always figure out how much larger I am than the average person when you see me next to a normal sized human being. Like look at this. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's a lot of dudes like that in this space. You'll see where you're just like, look at the little baby dad he put on there. You know what I mean? Name them. Well, I already do. Like what's your height and weight, big boy? I'm 6'4", 228 pounds right now. But I would say I'm like normal sized around Zoil, you know? So it's dependent on who you're next to, right? I'm normal size next to Zoil. Did we do Cuban Mafia? I mean, Miami-Dade Police Department, Tyreek Hill arrest yet? No, not yet. The average millennial cannot comprehend what's happening here. Bro, you sent me an Instagram reel. You are the average millennial. Why did Google say you're 6'3"? I don't know. They're sane washing Trump. I love that. All right, let's get into politics. JD Vance being insanely racist on the timeline. I covered this yesterday. I think it's like, I think it's pretty insane, but it's expected. I think it's pretty insane, but totally expected that we have officially gotten to a point where like Republicans are just letting it fly. They are basically one step removed from just like openly saying the N-word, like on the timeline. I mean, because they probably do say it off the timeline. Having said that, however, we're now officially we're almost there. You know, we're almost there. We're almost there in terms of just like basically saying slurs. Like the JD Vance story was so fucking unimaginably racist, unimaginably insane, right? JD Vance appears to backtrack on false claim about Haitian migrants in Ohio. And it's like that right there, like this article right here from the New York Times, the gray lady, the paper of record, is being incredibly kind to JD Vance. So kind that it almost feels like it's a Fox News article. Like, you're the New York Times. Just say exactly what's going on. JD Vance, as an opportunistic white supremacist, ran with a false claim that Haitian migrants were stealing and eating people's pets, okay? Domesticated animals. Like, seemingly appears to backtrack from false claim about Haitian migrants in Ohio, hides the truth. It hides the truth. The truth of the matter is that there was a fake story, like email chain style fake story that your grandparents would probably believe on Facebook, okay, about a police body camera footage from Ohio, but not the place in Ohio that they're talking about where there's a lot of Haitian migrants is Canton, Ohio, was where the body camera footage was, where it was a black woman being arrested. She was having a mental health episode. She was obviously like crazy. She like stomped on the head of a cat and started eating it in front of the cops. And then they were like, this is what Haitian migrants are doing. Okay. This is what Haitian migrants are doing. Haitian migrants are stealing people's cats and eating them. And immediately the Senate Judiciary, the GOP Judiciary Twitter account started posting about like save our ducks and our cats, AI images. Donald Trump started memeing about it. Elon Musk started memeing about it. Ted Cruz started memeing about it, saying like, oh, vote for Donald Trump so he can stop people, you know, Haitian immigrants from stealing your cats and your ducks so they can eat them. Now, this is a career ender, okay? In any other place on the planet, that is a career ender, okay? This is when you pack it up. You're like, wow, this is incredibly, incredibly fucking racist. You probably should quit politics and maybe even quit living, okay? Like, just, you should be permanently humiliated everywhere you fucking go until you do the right thing, okay? Like, that's what should happen to you. If you are a prominent person who goes public with the insane, psychopathic, white supremacist meta racist meme that like Haitian migrants are stealing people's pets and eating them, you should do the honorable thing, okay? And yet we have now officially arrived at a point where this doesn't even take a blip out of your fucking political capital. Your career actually benefits from it. Your career actually benefits from repeating this racist lie. And everybody just kind of moves on because we move on to the next racist lie. This shit happened last week with Venezuelan migrant gangs overtaking apartment complexes, right? And I genuinely thought like, oh, we can't get more racist than this. I was wrong. That now in the distance looks like a normal story, like a oopsie. Okay. Now it makes me feel like, yeah, no, I get why people could be duped by that because of how fucking insane this is. Like, these types of stories have always existed. Like, you know, Michelle Obama calls white people crackers. Like, that kind of stuff has always existed in the periphery in American politics. The difference is that was relegated to like the weirdest fucking blogs, right? Like, that wasn't like a real that wasn't a real story that got like this much mainstream prominence, you know? John McCain's not gonna fucking run around being like, yeah, Michelle Obama called white people crackers and like Barack Obama got top Barack Obama got fucking dome from a gay man while he was smoking crack. Like, those kinds of stories back in the day by old school Republican Party members who were also unimaginably racist regardless, like, those kinds of stories were not presented as like a gotcha, okay? Like a real story, right? Like, that wasn't a thing. And it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that like we've officially gotten to a point where like the sane guy in the insane ticket, the VP pick for Donald Trump, who's supposed to be like the sane, you know, buttoned up guy who is at least like media trained, so we can go on, you know, Dana Bash and talk to Dana Bash with the language that liberals understand. Like, that guy's like, yeah, Haitian migrants are eating cats. Like, that's what he's running on. That's where we're at now. And I fear that this is not good for American political discourse, okay? Eugenics tweet about Haiti has over 7 million impressions. Haiti has an average IQ 67. Let's talk about what that means. With an IQ 67 or below, the average Haitian, like, this is straight up Hitlerian politics, okay? This is fake eugenicist bullshit, okay? IQ, if you know anything about IQ, you already know that it is not a valid metric for anything, okay? People who place a lot of emphasis on IQ in terms of like how successful you will be in society or how productive of a member you will be in society, unironically have low fucking IQ, okay? That's the only reliable metric for IQ. If you start talking about IQ, and if you're like, oh, dude, it's the most valuable, most reliable way to figure out if someone is going to be successful, now I know you have low IQ. Ironically enough, it still doesn't matter, but what that determines for me is that you're a stupid person, okay? IQ is malleable, okay? The way you take the test and also how much nutrition you have is going to greatly change the output, okay? Studies have been conducted in India during times of famine and the same population size when they're actually well fed. Their IQ point differential is like 10 to 20 points. That's a massive swing. Nutrition and education play a phenomenal role. It's not like some genetic predetermined value in the way that these fucking psychopathic eugenicists try to advocate for. Okay? That's it. So anyone and everyone that tries to fucking talk about like IQ as this like very important metric for a success is 1,000,000% like teetering on the edges of associating themselves with like Nazi ideology. Okay? That's it. The old eugenicist assumptions are familiar, that the population is overall stupid and underserving, and that there is a worthy minority defined against the stupid majority, that the methods of discriminating the worthy from the unworthy are objective and quantitative, despite its racist and ableist nature of the test grading system, and that there is no need to consider systematic oppression ongoing or historical. Yard and Cats. Like, this overall is basically the precursor to scientific racism. For those of you who don't know what scientific racism is what was the precursor to Nazi ideology. It was a way to try and justify racial superiority and racial inferiority. Okay, that's, you know, most prominent in the all the way up until the early 1900s, but all the way up until like the 1920s in the United States of America. And obviously, post World War II, people were like, this is definitely not smart. This is definitely not a good idea. And not because it's like some secret science that like woke libtards are too afraid to parse through. It's just bullshit. Okay? That's it. Because it was fucking bullshit. And there are a million different examples of how it's bullshit, like all the way from measuring black people's skull density to try to figure out phrenology, to try to figure out why they were servile. Like, it was always a post hoc rationalization for why black people must be a different type and subhuman, a different type of thing, a different type of like living being that actually is better off being enslaved. That is what the ultimate reason for scientific racism was. Okay? And if you want to get into it, obviously, pre-chattel slavery didn't work in the same fucking way that chattel slavery worked. Obviously, there was not like generational slavery in that same regard. Chattel slavery obviously accelerated this process and made it significantly worse, which is why historians hold it as a separate thing. And in an effort to justify chattel slavery, Western nations had to come up with a different reason as to why you can make a group of people permanently servile and justify it. That's where the basis of racism comes from. That's where the basis of white supremacy comes from. I don't want to fucking dive into it too much, but ultimately all of that is still associated with this scientific racism of the early 1900s, late 1800s, early 1900s. And it is complete fucking bullshit. It is utter nonsense. The association of like any kind of genetic predetermination for success with IQ is completely ridiculous and oftentimes mostly advanced by racist fucking idiots who ironically would probably have very low IQ or at least like what they think low IQ represents. Well, they ironically represent that. Okay. So yeah. Murat, ne haber? Sana kahve aldım. Burada görmedim mesajını. Evet. Okay. It's right here. You can take the whole thing. Actually. Leisure Miller made a great video about this a while back, calling out all the horrible backgrounds of that narrative in eugenics. Okay. The racist subplots are the precursors to the mass deportation camps. Yeah. So this guy is obviously fucking making this argument in an effort to be like, if your IQ is low, then you have a predetermined slot in society in terms of the workforce. It says IQ 67 or below, the average Haitian over half of the country would be considered too disabled to be eligible for the death penalty. Someone at this level will struggle to understand the cause and effect of basic things. By the way, that's fucking insane to say, because if we know anything, we know that like America loves executing mentally disabled black people. So that part is also wrong. Every part of this argument is wrong. Okay. So, you know, this motherfucker is not keeping up with the Supreme Court. Okay. There is no like eligibility of mental disability for the fucking death penalty. The Supreme Court routinely votes in favor of executing people with intellectual disabilities and beyond. So yeah, at one standard deviation up from 67, we have an IQ of 82. Around 1 in 6 Haitians are intelligent enough to be a below average janitor. Again, associating IQ with like your destiny, your predetermined like slot in society. Doors open. Yeah, doors open. You can come inside. You can come inside. Anne, please get the door. Okay. At 2 SD standard deviation, we're at 97. Roughly average intelligence in America. Around 2% of Haitians will be as intelligent as every average high school classmate. It could be clerical workers or cooks. I mean, this is literally just like a straight up. This is literally just Nazi shit. Okay, just letting you guys know. And ironically enough, this is Nazi shit, and these people, much like Hitler originally thought that he had this racial superiority, and routinely found out that he did not, that the Aryan race was not inherently superior. What I find really funny about this situation as well is that, like, dog, you are such a fucking racist that legitimately believes that there is racial inferiority amongst like Haitian migrants that are coming in, that you are duped like a child, okay? Like a baby, okay? Because racism, white supremacy makes you dumber, okay? You automatically assume that you have some kind of racial superiority and that there's some kind of racial inferiority, okay? So then you automatically are a dumber person than the average human being, okay? Who does not have these values. And that's the reason why you will find yourself routinely duped like this. Okay? Like what? Who the fuck is falling for this story? You have to be an actual fucking baboon brain dipshit to be like, oh, Haitian migrants, like, I'm sure they're eating cats. Like, you're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot. You're a racist idiot. Okay? Anyway, this racist idiot is running for president or vice president. To top it off, the IQ stat he references isn't even true. The average Haitian IQ is 82, US is 90. Anyway, it blows my fucking mind that we're at this point, okay? In the last few weeks, my office has received many inquiries from actual residents of Springfield who've said their neighbors' pets or local wildlife were abducted by Haitian migrants. It's possible, of course, that all these rumors will turn out to be false. Do you know what's confirmed? That a child was murdered by a Haitian migrant who had no right to be here, that local health services have been overwhelmed, that communicable diseases like TB and HIV have been on the rise, that local schools have struggled to keep up with newcomers who don't know English, that rents have risen so fast that many Springfield families can't afford to put a roof over their head. One thing that I used to talk about show the receipts on what? One thing that I used to talk about so frequently with Sweden, okay, was the anger and resentment that like the average Swede had towards immigrants, Muslims. The very same arguments that you're hearing about like Haitian migrants eating fucking, pets and stuff, that's existed in Europe for quite some time. Early on by some of the most unimaginably racist Hitlerian types, and then later by the average person, right? Because that's usually how racism goes if left unchecked. And what's really interesting is that like a lot of the Swedish reactionary movement directly started as a consequence of austerity, and actually started before Muslim refugees started coming to Sweden by larger quantities. And that's what's really interesting. And the same principle exists here as well. Economic instability and economic volatility born out of economic inequality and austerity creates an environment where people feel anger and resentment. People see the inequality. They get angry about it. They're upset about their conditions being shitty. And then they turn around and they look for a villain. And right-wingers slot that shit in so easily, okay? They slot it in so easily. What I'm talking about is austerity that far predates even the war on terror in Sweden, okay? The war on terror and its understandable, inevitable consequence of having like more Muslim refugees go to Europe because of the destabilization of the region. And what's really interesting about this entire process is that like, nowadays, people don't even think about that. They literally just like made false associations, and every problem that they experienced in society, they attributed to refugees. Okay. All the while, their welfare state started crumbling and got worse and worse over time because nobody was actually associating the issues with the underlying material inequalities. And that's how capital owners fucking steal. That's how they run your pockets. Okay. That's how they steal your money. You're too busy thinking this guy that looks different than me must have some weird underlying scary purpose for being here, and he doesn't have the same interest that I have in terms of like, having a normal life. And I'm feeling all of this anger and resentment, this hostility, because the conditions are worse than they were 10 years ago. And it must be the scary brown people. That is the reason why shit sucks. See? And that's precisely the reason why you have people who still do this. 85% of rapes and homicides in Sweden are done by illegals or recent refugees. There are a dozen Swedish papers on this. It's obvious if you live here. That is completely false. That is completely false, and yet it does not matter. I haven't looked at the recent rape statistics in Sweden, but I do know that one of the things that Swedish right-wingers, straight up fucking Nazis, used to do back in the day would claim that it was actually immigrants that were doing all the rapes. And then you would look at the immigrants and it wasn't actually refugees. It wasn't actually Muslim refugees. They meant immigrants as in like people that fucking came from other European nations. They would just like add all of that into the fucking pile and then still lie about the statistics beyond that. And that's what's really crazy about this. Man's just straight up lying, lol, I'm Swedish. Yeah. That's what's really fucking crazy about it, is that overall, it just kind of like takes away the responsibility from the Volk, from the in-group, right? Like they're not doing the fucking rapes and murders. Like, come on now, it's gotta be fucking migrants. And it's like, no, dog, it's your fucking neighbor. It's probably you, as a matter of fact. If you got this kind of fucking attitude, I wouldn't be shocked if you were also a fucking rapist on top of that. Anyway, like the rape statistics like increasing in Sweden, right? Exploding, skyrocketing in Sweden was a consequence of the Swedish government determining rape differently, logging each instance of sexual assault, not as one, but each individual sexual assault, if done over a long period of time by like a couple, you know what I mean? If someone is in an abusive relationship, as like individual stats, that actually all of a sudden spiked the rape statistics, okay, sexual assault statistics. But psychopathic right-wingers in Sweden immediately used that as an opportunity to shit on Muslims. They were like, I mean, this was so commonplace. Fucking PewDiePie talked about it all the way back in, I believe, 2016. PewDiePie was on a fucking podcast being like, yeah, these dumb right-wingers are like fucking lying about like, a change in the statistics in Sweden in the way that like rape is determined, and attributing it falsely to like Muslims because they just hate like refugees. Have you heard about Malmo? You can't be Jewish there. Muslims beat you crazy. Okay, dog. Yeah, no-go zones. That was another one. Here's Kamala Harris bragging about giving amnesty to thousands of Haitian migrants. If you're a reporter or an activist who didn't give a shit about these suffering Americans until yesterday, I have some advice. Spare your outrage for your fellow citizens suffering under Kamala Harris's policies. Be outraged at yourself for letting it happen. In short, don't let the crybabies and media dissuade you, you fellow patriots. Keep the cat memes flowing. How do right-wingers get away with near-perfect framing of our socioeconomic problem in the left? Someone who is going to save them from said problems do not even come close to a good framing. It's because moneyed interests are organized, okay? It's much easier to organize a couple people with a lot of money and then design society in a way that churns out more of this structure, okay? Moneyed interests are the ones who are funding colleges, funding think tanks, funding politicians. This happens all around the fucking world. And the media that is also obviously interested in corporations, interested in the bottom line of corporations, will follow the money and will create this cycle of misinformation. And things are, I think, legitimately getting fucking worse, okay? Things are getting worse overall. Why are Nazis here hate watching? I mean, dude, that's every day. Propaganda is so obvious. Why do people fall for it? Because it's comfortable. If you are a stupid person, it's a comfortable narrative. It's a narrative that you probably have in your mind. You're predisposed to tribalism, okay? And it's a reliable and very comfortable fucking narrative. It's crazy that like the New York Times acted like JD Vance backtracked when he literally said, keep the cat memes flowing, by the way. I don't even think it's that obvious for them to be fair. It reinforces certain beliefs. People are incredibly susceptible to one singular powerful anecdote massaged in a certain way. Jay Mershon, thank you for this update. This is a great example, okay? The child that was killed by Haitian migrants that Vance is referring to was a child that was killed in a literal fucking bus accident where many more children were harmed. It's so sad to hear, but it's not like the Haitian man was trying to kill this kid. Like, he dropped that in there as though this person, like, deliberately killed a fucking white baby, right? This scary Haitian migrant came into America to kill a white child, right? And if you already have that kind of, if you have that racist dog in you, right, then you agree. You're like, oh yeah, he must have done that. And the interesting part about this is that, and I repeated this before, like we haven't even gotten to this side of the conversation, but even if there was a Haitian migrant who came into the United States of America, was like deeply mentally ill and very violent and ended up killing someone, and he literally in the process said like, I want to kill white people, that's why I came here, okay? If you attribute that to the entirety of a fucking population of people, like if you look at that and go, oh, every Haitian migrant is like that, you're a fucking racist, dog. That's it. And the easiest way to comprehend that is, the easiest way to understand that is by like, when you see a white guy, okay, go to a fucking school and shoot an entire school up, okay, and kill a bunch of children and teachers, you don't go, every white guy's doing this. Because white people are the in-group. They are the dominant group in the social hierarchy, okay? Because whiteness is a concept that changes over time and ultimately is like even the fact that people are memeing right now and go, I do now. No, you don't. You're white, dumbass. More than half of you motherfuckers are white. We're having a serious conversation. Obviously, the reason why you can meme about it with this in this way is because white people are the dominant in-group. Many of you are saying that, and you are white, okay? Do you look in the mirror and go, oh, I'm about to do a fucking mass shooting? No, shut the fuck up. What are you even talking about, dude? I don't think this is that difficult of a concept to parse through, okay? When you see a white person, when you see a white man do a heinous crime, you don't attribute that crime to the entirety of the white male population, okay? When you see a man do a fucking heinous crime, you don't attribute that to the entirety of the male population. Men are responsible for like 90% of fucking violent crimes. You don't go, oh, it's just men, you know? Maybe some do, but we make fun of those people. That's a ridiculous way to fucking approach society, okay? Anyway, so that's something that you have to consider, okay? Yeah, stereotyping and generalizing. A lot of people literally do that. Yes, but obviously it doesn't fucking hit the same when you're doing that to a non-marginalized population that is the majority, that whiteness is defined by proximity to fucking power and proximity to blackness. Okay? So like you can get away with memeing in that direction, and most people will think you're a fucking little crybaby if someone fucking corrects you on that and goes, "Whoa, what are you talking about? Why are you being racist to white people?" Okay? Do you understand? Do you get it? And under a patriarchal construct, obviously, men are the dominant force as well. So in that similar regard, it's akin to saying, "Oh, you're being anti-straight. You're doing, anti-het behavior." Okay? Obviously, these two things are not the same. But this is besides the point. We're having a serious conversation about the way most people analyze certain situations, okay? JD Vance, there's a meme about him fucking a couch. You don't think every white man fucks a couch, right? It's just not how it works. Are you covering the debate tonight instead of Wukong? Yes. Yeah, it's like crying about fucking anti-Christian behavior in society. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous fucking thing to cry about. And everybody understands you're a silly little bitch. Anyway, AZGOP. There's no way this is real. Eat less kittens, vote Republican. Catch our newest billboard across 12 locations in the Phoenix metro area. No, this is not real. The official Twitter account of the Republican Party of Arizona. Hashtag America First. Dude, I'm serious. Like, if the Democratic Party does not fucking counter message against this like anti-immigration sentiment and openly show it for the fraudulent racist bullshit it is, it's gonna get so much. Bro, this is like Klansman shit, dude. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing, man? What are we fucking doing? What are we doing right now? This is actually insane. It sucks you can't use pics of the debate like past tweets. Oh, God, there was so much positivity. Like with the Tim Waltz, like Republicans are weird narrative, and they just like dropped it because they're such fucking cowardly little shits, dude. It makes me so mad. They're so scared. The one fucking good type of messaging that literally made the Republicans go crazy, and they immediately fucking dropped that shit. I'm not gonna watch the debate because I feel Kamala's gonna blow it. Yeah, she is gonna blow it for sure. The cat thing seems more unhinged for Republicans than anything. I'm not sure if it's sticking the way they want, or maybe I'm just a frog in boiling water. Dude, this is the never-ending dynamic that I present as a real problem for future political discourse in this country. I said this after the 2022 midterms as well. Going back to the 2022 midterms, what did I tell you? I told you that like Republicans being fucking weird are grossing people out. Okay, normal voters are getting grossed out by the way that like the Republican Party messages. They don't know how to fucking run a normal campaign. However, there is also an underlying fear that I always had where I said either they are going to break the brains of enough people and be able to move the conversation even more to the fucking right, or they're going to lose. Okay? But it doesn't change the reality that every single time they put forward a meme like this or add on to like how openly racist they're being, there is going to be an additional 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, if not a million people that go, "Oh yeah, I'm rocking with this shit." Okay? Every time they push the needle forward, okay? Every time they move the needle further right in the direction of anti-blackness, in the direction of like anti-migrant sentiment, they are indoctrinating more people into this fucking cause. Okay? It ends up normalizing this kind of behavior. You think a million people believe Haitians are stupid? First of all, it's probably more than a million people who do genuinely believe that. But I'm saying there is, every time that like campaigns like this come out, there's a lot of people that are grossed out by it and think, "Oh my God, this is fucking ridiculous." But there's still going to be some people who are like, "Oh yeah, I agree. I agree with this." There's now more people that are on board with this messaging. This is how it works. If you put this prominently in display. By email, a spokesperson for the Arizona Republican Party told Snopes that the 12 billboards were all digital and will be active until September 13th. It's crazy because like these are some of the most underserved, some of the most marginalized people in society. So they do not have an adequate defense mechanism either. Okay? Like there's no there's no one in the pocket for the like big Haitians. There's no moneyed interest backing like Haitian people. So they can't even launch a legal defense against this kind of thing. You know what I mean? So the Republicans, being the fucking bullies that they are, can just keep hammering them over and over again because they're defenseless for the most part. That's the reality. That's the worst part about this kind of dynamic. Same with fucking trans people. There's really not anything you can do, right? At least there's some level of organization, like a defense structure for trans people in general, but like there's nothing for Haitian people. You know what I mean? You got like maybe a couple migrant advocacy groups and like ACLU and shit, but overall, they got their hands full with every other avenue of attack in general. It's really, really, really fucking scary, dude. It is really scary. It's really shitty. Do you think these billboards really work to radicalize people towards the Republicans and not away from them? In my minds, it's too weird to be palatable. No, I agree. I think this probably pushes away more people than it actually wins over. Okay? It probably pushes away more people than it wins over people. But the scary thing is every time you do this, there's going to be some people that are moved further into the right. Okay? You are reinforcing the most racist attitudes, and you are radicalizing people because you're putting it on the fucking forefront. You're normalizing it. You're putting it and saying like, this is me. This is my shit. You shouldn't be afraid. One of the best examples of this is like Nazis no longer wearing fucking Klan robes and no longer covering their faces under the Trump administration. They literally were like out and proud. Why? Why were they out and proud? Because they were like, well, that's our guy. He's saying the things that we say. And he's saying it boldly. And the only way that they stopped doing that was when they either got unmasked or outed and doxxed, and fucking anti-fascists were like actively fighting against them. And even then, the media was like, well, anti-fascism is the real fascism, I think. Oh, methinks there is both sides in this situation. It's like, no, there is no fucking both sides. You got Nazis on the one side and you got people who say fuck Nazis on the other. What are we talking about? I was there. I was covering it at the time in like 2016. In the 2016 era, there was a legitimate point of contention it regularly about how like Antifa is a terror group. It's an organization. But you have to remember, like, all of that coverage aside, there were people who said, nah, fuck that shit. And that's the reason why when Charlottesville, when it happened the first time, had Nazis prominently, openly displaying themselves, associating this dangerous, violent, insane ideology with their own person, right? Openly being like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, this is me, right? And then the second time they tried to pull that shit, they couldn't. They had like 50 people show up. Why? Because they were afraid of the repercussions. It shouldn't get to a process in which like people have to take matters in their own hands. Like, I'm not an advocate for vigilantism at all, but there are certain instances where it's obvious that the current forms of governance, the regulatory bodies, do not fucking do anything about this situation because it is not a threat to the established hierarchies. So people have to take matters in their own fucking hands. And they did, to the best of their ability. Anyway, stupid question, but does the right going further right push you further to the left? I mean, I think I'm pretty firmly as far left as you can get. So I don't know how I could be more further to the fucking left. Twitch is putting a hit on you? What the fuck? There's a new sheriff in town. Reward a kiss from Kaya? What the fuck? Anyway, I can't believe we got jammed up with this like JD Vance nonsense again after I covered this yesterday. I wish I could say I'm shocked, but honestly, you know, as things stand, it's not all that shocking, I guess. Things are just getting progressively worse every fucking day. And if you do not have a consistent, coherent counter message that mainstream media is going to have to cover, if you are the Democratic Party, you're supposed to be the counterbalance to all this shit. And you're not doing that. You're not presenting yourself as the counter mechanism, the counterbalance, the counterweight. Then the media is not going to cover it. But let's get to TYREEK Hill's body camera footage. TYREEK Hill is a controversial figure for many reasons. He himself has I would say, been in the crosshairs of legal scrutiny, the criminal justice system, and has been able to get away with it. But in this circumstance, regardless of his background, he is still a victim to police brutality. On the one hand, he himself has, on the one hand, he himself has done a bunch of fucked up shit, but that doesn't really matter in this circumstance. What is this? Ziggurat situationist. I couldn't get any more left, says the AOC simp. Big juicy butts. Yeah. The cops have once again managed to make TYREEK Hill a sympathetic figure, of course. So let's take a look. TYREEK Hill is he a running back or wide receiver for the Dolphins? He's very fast. I think he's a running back, right? Or he's a wide receiver. Okay, my bad. He's not a running back. He's a wide receiver for the Dolphins. You might, if you're not super familiar with him, you might remember I Show Speed challenged him, and he actually, in the most cowardly way, did not take up that challenge. Okay, he played running back in college though, but he's a wide receiver. So he just got a massive contract. Anyway, he is on his way to the Dolphins game in his McLaren. Now, if you know anything about Florida, what he did to get pulled over, which was officially going, I believe, 20 miles over the legal speed limit. Like, I think he was going 50 and a 35 or something. Or no, not even. I don't know the exact details, but he was going faster than expected. But if you know anything, I heard it was 100 miles and a 45. No. He wasn't. No, it wasn't that much. I think he was going 60 and a 50. He's going 60 and a 40, 55 and a 40. Okay. They listed visual estimation of 60 miles per hour. Okay. It wasn't like genuinely above the speed limit. Like, it wasn't like crazy above the speed limit. He was going 250 in a school zone. Okay. Everybody's fucking lying. I don't even think that they actually clocked them. Okay. But the point is this. If you know anything about Miami-Dade or Florida driving, going 10 to 20 miles over the fucking legal speed limit is completely fucking meaningless. I'm sorry. I used to drive in Miami. I lived in Miami. You're out of your dang mind if you think. You're out of your dang fucking mind if you think that, like, people aren't doing that shit willy fucking nilly, okay? They probably wanted to stop him because they were like, sir, you're not drunk. It seems like you're not drunk while you're driving. We have to arrest you. That shit is illegal in fucking Florida. Florida drivers are the absolute worst motherfuckers on the planet, okay? The absolute worst drivers, bar none. Yeah. The police estimation was that he was going 60 miles an hour. Okay, so I don't know where the fuck people are coming from. Here's the traffic citation. This is from Tom Pelissero from the NFL Network. Careless driving, citation for TYREEK Deshaun Hill. This carries, what is a civil penalty, $179? The reason why I'm telling you all this is because I need you to understand something. Like, what you're about to watch is just, seatbelt violation by driver. They tried to throw the kitchen sink at him, it seems. Okay. Careless driving. Where does it say the speed? Anyway, he says, via the Miami-Dade Police Department, here are the citations received by Dolphins wide receiver TYREEK Hill, whom police estimated was traveling at 60 miles an hour. Okay. So when people say he's going 100 miles an hour, fucking know that that's bullshit. But here, this is the available video from the body camera footage where you can't really tell how fast he's going, I guess. But this is when they first clock him and want to pull him over. Okay, so did you see that? Here, that's his car. Okay, right outside the stadium. Okay, definitely going like faster than the other cars for sure, but not like significantly faster. Okay, like barely above the speed limit. Okay, now the reason why I spent so much goddamn time on this is because I need you to watch how the cops react to this egregious crime.
Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Like what? Why do you have it up? Hey, keep your window down. Hey, keep your window down. Keep your window down, I'm gonna get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Give me your ass, Get out of the car. Give me your ass, I'm gonna break that freaking window. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Listen. You can't, the most egregious crime, okay? The most egregious crime here is not even the fact that he's doing a DWB, driving while black. Okay? He's doing a DWB, driving while black, and not abiding by the authority and sucking the dicks of every cop in the immediate vicinity. Okay? You can't do that. That is a severe escalation. Okay? That right there, it's over. It's done. Like, it is incredible, dude. It is incredible that he hurt the feelings of cops by rolling the window back up. Okay? It's not like he is refusing to comply. He is complying. He gave his fucking license and then rolled the window back up.
Right now. We're not playing this game.
This guy literally goes, if you don't roll your window down right now, I'm going to. Yeah, they have his ID. They know who he is. They know there is a fucking football game that he is trying to get to. Okay? They know who the fuck he is. They know what's going on here. They're not like, they're not like, oh, this is a random dude. Okay?
Get out. Get out. Get out.
He says he's getting out.
What you understand? Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting out, bro. Damn, twin. When we tell you to do something, you do it. You understand? I'm getting out. You understand? Not what you want, but what we.
He's talking to his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, his agent.
You're a little fucking confused. I'm getting out, bro. Too late. Too late. All right, bro. Take
Too late.
Jail, bro. Do what you gotta do, bro. We are. We will. Good, bro. Hey, don't worry about it. I hung up the phone. You stop crying, bro. Don't move. Bro, you beating on my window like you crazy.
I'd love to see this motherfucker's tats, by the way. I wonder why. You rarely ever see a cop wearing sleeves like that. Maybe because he's on a motorcycle. Or maybe because he's real tatted up. I wonder what kind of fucking tattoos he's got. Love to see that shit. Fucking roid raging ass cops, dude. God damn. The real gang, dude. This is actual gang shit, okay?
Just set him up. Why y'all beating on my window like y'all crazy for?
You know his ass got a bunch of Hindu symbols. You know what I mean?
Yo, bro, dude beating on my window like he crazy. I ain't do nothing, twin.
Hey, don't park there. Don't park there.
Hey, hold on, bro. I just had surgery on my knee. bro. I just had surgery on my knee, bro. I just had surgery in your ears. Chill, bro. Hey, Joe New, bro. Back up. Hey, call Drew.
Uh-oh. You got other scary big black guys showing up. His teammates are there too. So his teammates stop because they're also on the way to the fucking game. And they walk up there and they're like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Call Drew. Hey, call Drew, bro.
Other football players are John Smith and Calais Campbell, who also later got detained by the police. Nice.
What am I doing that's wrong?
Hey, listen. Hey,
listen. Hey, man, they got TYREEK. The cops over here beating on him, man. They over here beating on TYREEK,
listen,
man.
Big man. Don't park there, man. Just get in the car.
Hey, Drew, you gotta come, man.
Just get in the car.
Straight up the side, on the side of the,
Hey, get in the car.
Yeah, chill me, Amo.
In the middle of the street.
I'm in the car. You gotta go before you get a ticket.
Hey, I'm in the car.
Who's the driver? This is my car.
Shit,
All right,
okay.
all right, I'll take that. You gotta move right now. Let me have your license.
One of his teammates is Calais Campbell, who's like a 15-year player and has won community awards and is a great guy.
Let me have your license. Let me have your license. I'm leaving. I'm not playing. Let me have your license. Your license right now.
He's like, yup, you're getting arrested too, baby. Guess what, dude? You're also black and also hurting my feelings. And that is the biggest crime of all, okay? You cannot be a black person in the vicinity of a cop and demanding justice or answers because that hurts the cop's feelings, okay? They do this to white people too, of course, make no mistake. They do this to everybody. These cops are some of the most entitled fucking man-children on the planet, okay? Society, much like Israel, okay, has kept telling them over and over again, no, it's okay to be this way. You can be this way all day, every day, baby. If anybody dares piss you off, beat the shit out of them, okay? There's no rules. There's no accountability. Fuck it. You can power trip. It's a part of your job. It's a part of the best part of your job, actually. You know, we've taught them all the wrong lessons. Why else would they Why else would they behave any differently? Judging many on one wrong situation? Yeah, dude. This is being a police is not like a fucking, you know, a racial thing. You understand that, right? It's a job. And if your job across the board gives you this level of power over people, if your job is to be able to deny people their freedoms, for example, it's in your job description. And also in every interaction that you're having with people, you have to enforce your fucking authority. Okay. One wrong situation is also delusional, by the way. Do you know how many fucking instances like this happen on a daily goddamn basis? The only reason why you heard about this, the only reason why you're seeing it is because they're doing it to a very famous person. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy that this motherfucker had the audacity to be like, one wrong situation and you're judging everybody. No, dude, I'm judging the job description. Okay. Like, across the board, the way policing works is inherently fucked. Okay. I'm not saying that there's no necessity for like some mechanism of law enforcement. Okay. In theory, I understand it. Obviously, I recognize it. In order to keep society functioning normally, you need like the presence of law and order. Okay. And enforcers of law and order. The issue here, especially in the United States of America, however, is that it is completely fucked. Like, we've given them maximum power, no restrictions, no regulation, no accountability. It is literally not like it is illegal to have a mechanism of enforcement. So of course they get this way. Giving a gun to these psychopaths is insane. And one presidential candidate wants to give them even more immunity. You mean Kamala Harris?
Your license right now. You're not gonna give me your license?
Donald Trump wants to give 100% immunity to cops, by the way. Dog, what more immunity can they have? They already have maximum immunity. Like, I don't even know. I genuinely don't even know how much more immunity you can give them. Okay? I don't know. I got extremely normie friends in fantasy football leagues who were talking about this. One of my homies said that's crazy. It happened to him. Players shouldn't be treated like that, which is awesome because obviously this shouldn't happen to anyone. But people seeing it happen to a rich, famous, and really good players opening up this convo, yeah. This is the type of shit that, like, this is the type of shit that gets normies pissed off, okay? Because they're fucking up their fantasy league. Like, all of a sudden, this is personal for them. You know what I mean? They've seen Tyreek Hill run really fucking fast. And to them, they're like, what the fuck are you doing? Now, it's something that we know already. It's something that we know in this community, at least, very well. This is something we've talked about quite a bit. Police brutality is the norm in this country. Police have no fucking accountability whatsoever, okay? Police also legally don't even have to save people, by the way. Like, the Supreme Court has ruled that they don't even have to fucking legally put their bodies on the line to save a human being, okay? So even the job description is fucking false. America, on the other hand, though, is like above and beyond with this insanity. Like, it's so much worse than every other country. That's why, like, European chatters will sometimes be like, what the fuck? Like, your cops are insane, okay? It's true. Like, police in other countries are shitty too, but god damn, we are a different breed out here, okay? And the reason why I say this is because of the way that this job is structured, okay? Like, the way that this job is structured means that you need to be an enforcer of the rules, okay? You need to always have, like, a level of authority in every sort of circumstance. And if you don't fucking train people on de-escalation, then of course, and you only train them on escalation, and then you also don't fucking turn around and you know, enforce any sort of like regulation or accountability, then yeah, of course they're going to behave like this on a regular basis. A guy that does this willy-nilly in the middle of the fucking Dolphins, like, you know, opening game to their star fucking wide receiver that just got like $140 million contract is doing it to everybody. Okay. You're out of your fucking mind. If you think this is a one-off, you have to be delusional if you think this is a one-off. You have to think that there's no 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour because it's 5 minutes into the top of the hour and you still haven't received it. No, they knew he was a player, chat. They knew. He did. Someone literally in the process says, oh, that's Tyreek Hill. The other guy has his ID. Remember, this body camera footage starts off with this cop with the window down. He gives his ID to the cop and then he rolls the window back up. And then they get mad. They get big mad when he rolls his window up. Oh, God forbid you roll your window up. You can't do that. You can't fucking do that shit. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Isn't the cop Mexican though? No, dog. He's in Florida. He's Cuban. There was no reason for this level of escalation at any fucking point.
Your license? Hey, you're not gonna give me your license? I'm leaving. Let me have your license. Your license right now. Sir, hey, your license right now. I'm leaving. Or I'm gonna lock you up. Your license right now. He just told me to. Your license right now. You're dealing with me now. Sir. Your license right now.
Entitled little Nazis, dude. Straight up. Straight up. Entitled little Nazis. I'm gonna lock you up. Bitch, you don't have that fucking power. Fuck you mean you're gonna lock him up? Except he does. Okay? Pissing me off is an offense that where I can literally take your fucking life away. I can take your life away. I can take your freedoms away. Think about how easily he fucking wields this power. This is a person who is not thinking about, this is a person who has no consequences for this kind of action. Okay? He knows that there's no consequences for this kind of action. This is a unimaginable level of authority and level of power that we have given these people, and they're wielding it with like this sense of entitlement where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking put you in jail if you piss me off. That's crazy. That's crazy. These dumb fucks don't even have an inkling for self-preservation too, because they're doing this on the day where these guys are supposed to be playing football. These are public figures, beloved public figures that you're doing this to. How does it get to this? It only gets to this when they're like, yeah, what are you going to do? Fucking I'll arrest you if you talk out of turn. Scumbags. All of them. Like, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Anyway, then TYREEK did this after scoring a touchdown, by the way, which was pretty funny. Yeah, he ended up obviously playing in the game. Played well as far as I understand. And even fucking did this touchdown celebration, which I think he'll get punished for probably by the NFL. Like they'll hit him with a fine for this, I suspect. God forbid. And because it's Tyreek Hill, the police department obviously had to release a statement because remember, this is not just any random black man, okay? If it was any random black man, nobody would give a fuck. Let's be real, because it's the most expected fucking
Covered in the end zone, 20, it goes back first and 10 to a turnover by Law. Instead of the block, and he's going.
Put the Jets on. Statement from the Dolphins. We're saddened by the overly aggressive and violent conduct directed towards Tyreek Hill, Calais Campbell, and Jonnu Smith by police officers before yesterday's game. It is both maddening and heartbreaking to watch the very people we trust to protect our community use such unnecessary force and hostility towards these players. Yet it is also a reminder that not every situation like this ends in peace, as we are grateful this one did. What if I wasn't Tyreek Hill is a question that will carry with resounding impact. We are proud to have a strong and positive relationship with the Miami-Dade Police Department and other law enforcement agencies and recognize the vast majority of officers do serve the community with the utmost character and desire to protect all citizens. However, as is on full display in the videos released tonight, there are some officers who mistake their responsibility and commitment to serve a misguided power. Yeah, dude, it's a couple bad apples that are just like that and not the entire fucking structure, especially when there's no mechanism of enforcement, no regulatory bodies that are even remotely interested in like stopping this kind of fucking behavior. Meanwhile, this is what the Dolphins said. Here is what the Florida Police Benevolent Association said. As a personal attorney for Tyreek Hill, we would like to first thank all the fans, onlookers. Oh, this is the attorney for Tyreek Hill. This is his statement that he released. Mr. Hill's legal team is exploring all remedies that may be available to Mr. Hill, which, by the way, he has a shit ton. He could launch a civil suit against the Miami-Dade Police Department and sue them for hundreds of millions of dollars because, as it stands, when you arrest someone who is a fucking famous football player who is worth hundreds of millions of dollars to a fucking sports franchise that is worth billions of dollars, you are literally you're fucking up the bag. You're fucking up revenue potentially because you're violently arresting a fucking insured player. You could have genuinely physically harmed him. You did physically harm him. You can't just get away with assaulting people. And this time, you fucked up. The funny thing is, of course, this happens all the time in significantly more egregious circumstances. And of course, taxpayers foot the bill, for the record, just so you know. You and I are paying for it, okay? A decent chunk of that revenue our taxable revenues going directly back to the police department so they can fucking pay off these goddamn fines whenever they get sued.
It's been hard for me not to find myself more upset the more I think about it.
Here's the Dolphins head coach, Mike McDaniel, speaking on the Tyreek Hill and Calais Campbell detainments.
And that's because of, my teammates and trying to put myself in that emotion or in that situation that they've described emotionally. And then knowing more than that, I think the thing that fucks me up, honestly, to be quite frank, is knowing that I don't know what that feels like. I think it's very, very important that that two things should be true. That I think you let due process work and information to be gathered to appropriately project an opinion. However, that I can't get away from the fact of what I know their experience to be, and you try to put yourself. If I'm Calais Campbell and I'm 38 years old, and you're going to work, and then whatever personal innocence that you have relative to he's never had you're a gigantic strong, just miraculous man that has done right in all way, shapes, and forms, and there's just elements to that's very triggering. But I do think that it's supremely important to wait for information to be gathered before any rush to judgment. But regardless, I know the feelings expressed to me are unsettling. So it's but two things did come from the adversity. Super proud of teammates being teammates, and super proud of our guys understanding the civic responsibility of a platform and intending to do right by it.
For the record, Tyreek Hill, not a good dude, okay? The other dude, Calais Campbell, from what I understand, is a very good dude. Having said that, in this situation, the cops are so overboard and so obviously the fucking bad guy that it doesn't matter what Tyreek Hill has done in the past, okay? You can analyze that situation in terms of fucking police brutality and not have to pull the fucking rap sheet and background of a black man, because those guys are not doing that because they're like, oh yeah, you beat your wife and broke your fucking child's arm and that's why we're doing this to you. They're not doing that, okay? Matter of fact, cops probably do that at home anyway, okay? So his background is completely irrelevant in the subject matter. I mean, I obviously will bring that up later, but in analyzing the situation, on adequate terms, it's irrelevant. So anyway, here's what the South Florida Police Benevolent Association said. Before the Dolphins game yesterday, an incident occurred where Tyreek Hill was placed in handcuffs before being released. First, to be clear, at no time was he ever under arrest. He was briefly detained for officer safety after driving in a manner in which he was putting himself and others at great risk of danger. Okay? Upon being stopped, Mr. Hill was not immediately cooperative with the officers on scene who, pursuant to policy and for their immediate safety, placed Mr. Hill in handcuffs. Thank God for fucking body cameras, dude. Because, listen, I'm so goddamn old at this point. I'm 33. So, I remember a time when this shit wasn't readily available. I remember a time when under the Barack Obama administration, Jim Comey, was the FBI director who literally said police body camera footages, police being required to have body cams is actually going to increase police brutality. It's going to be bad. It's actually going to be the reason for more police brutality to occur without any sort of fucking real justification for it at all. So I remember a time when this shit wasn't readily available, that you couldn't fucking send a Freedom of Information Act request to actually get this body camera footage with ease. Miami Cuban native. Many of my fellow Cubans have always been racist, but Trump basically gave them the go-ahead to be mask off and change. And the change has been actually terrifying, especially considering how many forget to run the top of the hour ad break at 1 o'clock Western time. I already ran it. Miami Cuban native. Once the situation was sorted out in a few minutes, Mr. Hill was issued 2 traffic citations and was free to leave. Okay. They placed Mr. Hill in handcuffs. Mr. Hill, still uncooperative, refused to sit on the ground and therefore was redirected to the ground. Bitch, we saw the video. Okay. We saw the fucking video. He was redirected to the ground. You choked him from the back, dog. Get the fuck out of here. I hate these pieces of shit so much. There's so much hatred I have in my fucking heart. Okay? God damn, dude. Oh, my Lord. And they do this all the fucking time, okay? They do this all the goddamn time, for the record. And also, because of the additional amount of scrutiny, there's so much of a beautiful through line here with, like, Israel behavior. Ironic because, like, you know, the IDF does train American law enforcement. So maybe that's why they're so goddamn fucking entitled and behave in the exact same goddamn ways, for the record. Okay? Just something to consider here. Like, the level of entitlement and just like the immediate lies that the police institutions and like they're protecting their institutions that protect police in instances where they're like behaving in this like irrational, violent manner. And the methods are identical to the fucking IDF and identical to Israel in general. Oh, we didn't do anything. They deserved it. That's why it's so funny when people were trying to do that whole like Israel is anti-black, fucking pro-Palestinians are anti-black. It's like, dude, it's identical. It's identical. And in some instances directly working with one another. It's collaborative. Okay. Just in, the Miami-Dade police officer who was placed on administrative duty after TYREEK Hill incident is Danny Torres. Torres is also on the board of directors of the South Florida Police Benevolent Association. I've learned he's been with the Miami-Dade Police Department for 27 years. Holy fuck. If you look at his background, bro, oh my God. If he's that high up, you know his ass has fucking killed a couple people, at least. For the record, this has nothing to do with him being Cuban. Please, guys. Your race, your racial or your ethnic background is completely irrelevant in this conversation. It is. Because black cops do this shit too. What the fuck are you talking about? It is about being a cop, okay? That is the higher priority here. Because it is a part of the job, a part of the culture, a part of the training. Do you see this part of the body camera footage?
I'm just being a black man, that's it. I'm just being black in America, bro. That's all it is. We're dark too, brother. We're people of color too. Don't play like that. I'm just being a black man in America, bro, in a nice car. That's it.
We're dark too, brother. We're people of color too.
That's it.
Yeah, immediately. Wasn't he like going 60 over the speed limit in a nice car? Who cares what color you are? That's going to get you pulled over. No, he wasn't going 60 over the speed limit. He was going 60, not over the speed limit. Immediately, dude, the bootlicking fucking mentality from cop lovers, undefeated, okay? Unfucking defeated. Immediately, they're like, oh, well, well, let's just lie. Let's just fucking sit here and lie to try and justify why this is a permissible act by the police. Every single time, dude. Oh, cops must be doing the right thing. He should have just followed the orders. God, it's just such pathetic fucking bootlicking behavior. Matt Walsh again with the most deranged take. As we see yet again with the TYREEK Hill situation, the left's position is that a black man should be able to say and do literally anything he wants when confronted by police, and he can never be held responsible for what actually happens as a result of his own belligerence. Someone was saying you got to look at Charlie Kirk's tweet. What did he say? You know you got a fucked up view on the world when you have sports Twitter disagreeing with you. Even those dumbasses know this is abuse of power in the grossest way. Fuck Matt Walsh, Lamau. Yeah. The bootlegging is so bad they're even telling cops they're wrong. As a retired chief, I will say that one officer escalated that pretty unnecessarily. I can absolutely see why he's on administrative leave. That's not how you handle that situation. He should have attempted to de-escalate by explaining why he needed him out of the car. Sorry, I disagree completely. There's no reason to tell anyone why. Give an order and it should be obeyed. This is part of what is wrong in America today. Everyone thinks they can just do what they want. It isn't the case and shouldn't be. Again, I'm a 20-year officer that just retired as a chief. I did not have one single personnel complaint on my file and not one excessive use of force complaint. I have plenty of experience with compliant and non-compliant individuals throughout my career. I don't really care. He was never going to comply. He was a dick from the first interaction. He had multiple units behind him telling me he didn't pull over right away. Did he have to be put to the ground? No, but Fafo, fuck around and find out. Kids, turn off the car, roll down your window, keep your hands on the wheel, obey the officer's commands. If you don't, they will assume you're about to attack them. It's not that hard. 54,000 likes. Oh my God. This is a psyop to divide us racially in an election year because Kamala is polling poorly with black men, 100% manufactured. I like TYREEK Hill as an athlete, but if he didn't speed and he didn't roll up his window, this isn't a story. Is there ever an instance where cops are in the wrong? Can they just do whatever they want? I mean, the answer is yes, by the way. This is a rhetorical question. In the eyes of the motherfucking Republicans, cops can never do wrong. Like they can just kill and get away with it, and they will absolutely justify whatever kind of violent and completely irrational behavior the police are fucking engaging in, even if it's done to a figurehead that is even if it's done to a public figure, okay? Public figure that they might even like, especially if they're black, okay? There's just nothing they can do that will meet that metric of like, maybe this is a bridge too far. That's great, man. All right, let's watch
big developments
how
in the
mainstream media is covering
police
this.
stop of NFL superstar TYREEK Hill. Miami-Dade police released body cam footage from the officers who pulled over Hill's car for allegedly speeding before Sunday's game. It shows how quickly the Miami Dolphins player was grabbed and pulled to the ground and handcuffed. Jerika Duncan has more on the encounter that the Dolphins called maddening and heartbreaking.
The newly released footage shows a Miami-Dade police officer ordered Dolphins wide receiver TYREEK Hill to pull over just outside Hard Rock Stadium Sunday.
Hey, don't knock on my window like that, man. Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Don't knock on my window. Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Knock on my window like that, no.
After handing the officer his license,
Just get my ticket, bro, so I can go. I'm finna be late, gang. Do what you gotta do.
Hill then rolls his driver's side window back up while officers demand he keep it down.
Hey, keep your window down. Keep your window down. I'm gonna get you out of the car.
Then at least one officer swings open Hill's car door as at least two others force him to the ground.
Get out. Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew.
As he lies face down, one officer appears to have one knee on his back as he's...
Dude, and when in contact with law enforcement, you should be asked of yourself, what can I control in this interaction being my own demeanor? Never give cops a reason to exploit you. If they do, they already had it in mind regardless of your behavior. That shit doesn't change the dynamic at all, brother. Okay? That's fucking ridiculous. I hate that kind of servile fucking attitude that people have. And there are literally people that routinely do this shit in my chat too. So they'll be like, oh, dude, well, he gave him lip. It's not like he refused to fucking comply in any meaningful capacity. He just pulled his fucking window up. Okay? The fuck do you mean? You think that warrants this kind of behavior? That's insane. Nah, fuck that, dude. Oh, you should just always comply. And then sometimes, even then, they still want to fucking kill you, and there's not really much you can do about it. But at least you complied. You can die knowing that you, did the right thing all the way to the last moment. Like, that's ridiculous. They should not, like, we're not in the business of, like, when I'm doing systemic analysis, I'm not in the business of like looking at the individual actions here. I'm looking at accountability measures, mechanisms of enforcement to ensure that this doesn't ever happen. Because a cop that does this publicly to a fucking a Dolphins player on the day of the Dolphins game, like 20 minutes before the fucking game, is going to do that to random people on a daily basis. It's crazy. They're literally, I think you're wrong about this one, man. Can't roll tinted windows on cops. It's just stupid. No, dude, you're stupid. And not only are you stupid, but behaving like a fucking servile dog, okay? I'm sorry. It is ridiculous, dude. It is fucking ridiculous. You think they know who he is? You think he's going to evade law enforcement? They know who he is. Like, why are we just robbing everything of the context in the situation? They know exactly who the fuck he is. He gave them his license. Even if he's not Tyreek motherfucking Hill, when a person goes, here you go, sir, here's my license, and then rolls the window back up, do you think that the person is going to just like come out with a fucking automatic machine gun and just start fucking blasting cops? Why the fuck did they give the license then? Like, think. You think he's just going to roll the window up and then drive off?
It was only a few hours before the season's opening game. Miami Dolphins wide receiver TYREEK Hill was 1 block away from Miami's Hard Rock Stadium.
By the way, the reason why he probably fucking rolled his tinted windows up, because, you know, logically speaking, I can make the assessment. I don't even know what his reasoning for it is, but I assume it was so that he doesn't fucking get filmed, okay? Because all of the Dolphins fans are currently driving into the fucking stadium, okay? It's an embarrassing situation for everyone involved. The cops, the player, the franchise. So he probably was like, yeah, I rolled my window up so people didn't fucking know that I was getting arrested before the goddamn game.
When he was stopped by police, he was pulled from his car, surrounded by multiple officers, thrown to the ground. A knee was put in his back, and he was handcuffed. Now, tonight, after public outcry, and a lot of it, the Miami Police Department is releasing body camera footage of the incident, and it is disturbing to watch. Take a look.
Hey, keep your window down. Keep your window down, I'm gonna get you out of the car.
Like, you're a human being, dog. Talk to this person, person to person, okay? Like, if you're popping off like this, if this is your first reaction to another human being, like, because we intrinsically have this attitude where, like, cops are a figurehead of authority, and therefore there's no, like, line of communication where you can have a normal conversation, human to human, person to person. Everybody, no matter how fucking leftist they are or whatever, genuinely has this, like, weird attitude about it, okay? Because we have been primed into this expectation that, like, they're just not human. They're a natural phenomena. They are going to do whatever the fuck they want to do in this circumstance. They're human beings, dog. They have the same fucking rights that you do, okay? You have rights in this situation. And a lot of people have bludgeoned that out of their fucking brains. Like, you can have a normal conversation. It's called de-escalation, okay? They're not wild animals. They're not feral fucking animals. It's sad because even legal says, from the perspective of the law, doing anything against an officer's command, no matter what they are, from what I know, will make it harder to take any legal action or hell, procure any kind of legal defense in case they sue you. Yeah, I mean, I don't give a shit. And also, I don't necessarily agree either, okay? Because the compliance already occurred in this circumstance. The compliance was when he asked for his license and he gave the cops his license, okay? Rolling your fucking window back up and then the cops having, like, an entitled attitude in this circumstance after he is already immediately pulled over, gives his fucking license, is ridiculous. The cops are the ones who are escalating the situation. It's crazy that, like, our immediate expectation in this circumstance is just like, yeah, dog, they're just wild animals. We can't do anything about it. They're just fucking rabid dogs.
As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Give me your ass, Get out of the car. Give me your ass, we'll break that freaking window. Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. We're not playing this game. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
He also was getting out. That's the other thing. Like, he is complying every step of the fucking way.
Get out. What part of violence do you understand?
Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting arrested. I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting out, bro. God damn, twin.
When we tell you to do something, you do it. You understand?
I'm getting out,
You
bro.
understand? Not what you want, but what we tell you.
I'm getting
You're a little
out.
confused.
Now, about a minute after this, and once Hill was handcuffed, he was again forced to the cement.
Hold on, bro. I just had surgery on my knee. Bro.
That is, again, another fucking infraction, okay? He states to the cop, who knows who he is, by the way, so, like, that makes it even crazier, that he has surgery on his knee, okay? Again, if this was still a random black man, okay, an accountant that has been pulled over, it's still completely unacceptable. You understand? Like, again, this is a human being talking to what I suspect is another human being. Okay? Like, when a human being tells you, like, hey, man, like, I have a problem with my knee. Like, I can't lay down like this. This behavior is completely fucking unacceptable.
I just had surgery on my knee, bro. I just had surgery in your ears when we go there. Chill, bro. Chill, bro.
Now tonight, Tyreek Hill speaking for the first time since that body camera video was released right here on CNN.
If I wasn't Tyreek Hill, worst case scenario, we would have had a different article, you know. Tyreek Hill, you know, got shot in front of Hard Rock Stadium.
The Miami Police Department says that they released this footage earlier than usual, quote, to reinforce the department's commitment to keeping the public informed. They've also placed one of the officers involved on administrative duties, that's important, while an investigation is being conducted. And the police union, they are defending the officers, saying that Hill was, quote, not
shocking,
immediately cooperating with the officers.
Do you think this is mainly a racism issue or a bruised ego issue? It's a bit of both. I think the race factors into how your ego is bruised. But yeah, I think it's a larger systemic problem beyond anything else, okay? It's not an accident that this shit happens on a daily fucking basis 1,000 times a day in the United States of America, okay? Like, it all factors into this, but I think if you're going to look at like the largest share of responsibility of how we got here, it is directly because this is how police are expected to operate. And a lot of people love that shit. Okay. A lot of people demand it. And some people demand more of it, Republicans. And there is no mechanism of accountability. Because if there was some level of accountability, then they wouldn't be behaving like this. They do this kind of stuff. There is a culture of impunity. Exactly. This is in the training, like, and ultimately they get away with it because most of the people that they do this to aren't fucking Tyreek Hill on the way to the game, and they are operating in the exact same way that the only way that they know how to operate.
On scene who, pursuant to policy and for their immediate safety, placed Mr. Hill in handcuffs. Joining me now, Stephen A. Smith, the host of First Take on ESPN, is also the host of the Stephen A. Smith Show on YouTube. Stephen A., I have to know what your reaction was when you saw the body camera video, not just what we heard about it, but when you actually saw it.
And before people say like, oh, these are just like a couple bad apples, like, no, dude, there is at most a couple good apples, okay, in the entire fucking bunch. The entire bunch is spoiled, okay? This is the training. This is the expectation. This is the culture. This is the legal structure. A legal structure that does not enforce any level of accountability for these people behaving this way, because that is the expectation. If this is how you train them, and then this is how you expect them to act, and then this is when they do act that way in the expected way, you don't actually punish them, because why would you? You want them to do this kind of thing. Then of course they're going to fucking behave like this all the goddamn time. That's it. That's it. What's the expectation? That's why I always say, in my mind, okay, are there people who join the fucking force with good intentions? Absolutely. Okay. I'm sure you know a couple people. I'm sure you've even tracked how those people have changed their attitude and their behavior over the course of like many, many years of being in the police force. Okay. People do. People absolutely join the police force with good intentions, with honest intentions. Why? Because that's how fucking media reinforces policing. It says protect and serve on the side of their fucking cars. It's like literally baked into the system. People think, oh, I'm going to join. I'm going to be a cop because I want to be a good guy. I want to fucking stop bad guys. Okay? But then they are, the system is designed to take those guys and turn them into fucking animals. Okay? And those who remain good guys in that process oftentimes get fucking fired anyway. They either get fired or they quit or killed. So that's what you need to understand here, okay? Like even if you know the nicest guy, okay, who's like, I want to be a cop for good reasons. Do you have anything to back up your claims? Like, which claims do you want me to back up? in terms of like police brutality being an expected outcome in most normal police procedural circumstances in the United States of America, as opposed to like any other nation on the planet, or that we have an entire culture of policing being like a good thing, a good institution, an institution that protects people, backed up by Hollywood and the media for understandable reasons. About the good guys getting forced out, yes, I do. I actually have a couple pretty I mean, if you Google police brutality Hasan good cops or whatever, you'll find it. I've covered this a bunch of times. Yeah, this is one of the most famous instances. I believe this is from 9 Minutes in Weirton. This is a vet who joins the police force afterwards, refuses to shoot someone who was trying to do a suicide by cop, and then he's fired because he was like, I see what was going on. I see what was happening. Stephen Mader, 25-year-old rookie officer with the Weirton Police Department, got the radio call from dispatch. Had a female stating she was at 119 Mary Avenue. She sounded hysterical, hung up the phone, would not answer on a call back. Weirton, a city of 20,000 in the state's northern panhandle, was quiet at that hour. It took Mader alone in his patrol car just over 3 minutes to get close to 119 Main. It's right here, the young man said. Why, what's up? The woman inside 119 Main called 911 again. It was 2:57. Her name was Bethany Gilmer. R.J. Williams, her ex-boyfriend and the father of their baby, had a gun, she told the dispatcher, but the gun was not loaded, she said. He'd taken the magazine out. He was drunk. He doesn't have a clip in the gun, Gilmer told the dispatcher. He said he was going to threaten the police with it so they would shoot him. Mader by then had gotten out of his patrol car. The only light came from nearby street lamps. Okay? He goes up. He's the first he's the first responding officer. He starts trying to talk to the guy. Okay? Show me your fucking hands, Mader says. Why you gotta cuss at me, Williams said. When Williams last showed his hands, a silver and black Smith & Wesson pistol rested in his right palm. His arm hung at the side. The gun pointed at the ground. He started to back up along a narrow sidewalk leading to the house. Mader drew his weapon and moved to take cover behind the car parked in front of 119 Main. Put the gun down, Mader said. I can't do that. I don't want to shoot you, brother, Mader said. Put the gun down. Just shoot me, Williams said. To Mader, Williams sounded choked up. The Smith & Wesson didn't move from his side. It was still pointing at the sidewalk. It was 2:58. Just shoot me, Williams said again. Second unit comes in, immediately blasts him. Okay? Immediately fucking blasts him. Immediately. They fire the first responding officer for not shooting him. One of the most famous instances, of course, of a cop that did not fit in with the overtly violent culture, the trained to kill culture, the warrior culture that officers are trained around the entire nation, was a man by the name of Christopher Dorner. You might know him from memes online when people say, can't corner the Dorner. Okay? Can't corner Dorner. Christopher Corner Dorner. Chris Dorner was an interesting guy. Little wild. Okay? Notice there was a fucked culture. He was a big rule guy. Maybe a little autistic about abiding by the rules. Notice that there was racial discrimination happening in the department. Wanted to fucking call it out. Wanted to call it out. And they made his life a living hell. So he wrote a fucking manifesto and went after law enforcement. Went after law enforcement in the state of California in a, dare I say, very aggressive manner. They lit him on fire in a cabin. Oh, also in the process of trying to find him, they actually shot up a pickup truck of a Hispanic family, mother-daughter, who were selling newspapers. Luckily, they survived, but they fucking literally shot the absolute living shit out of that pickup truck, thinking that Dorner was in it. The truck literally wasn't even the truck that Dorner was driving around in, by the way. What's with the whole thing trying to be edgy using autistic in that way? Can't he just be strict? Cops ended up shooting 3 bystanders total while looking for him. And no, it's not even a joke. He literally was autistic. The fuck do you mean? I think his biggest mistake was going after the families of law enforcement. That was definitely, above and beyond for sure. But overall, they tracked them down into a cabin in the woods and lit the fucking cabin on fire. Now, of course, they were saying that he was targeting their families. Chatter, this isn't a DSA meeting. Shut up. Yeah, there was another LAPD cop that got killed in training by fellow officers for whistleblowing a rape. That happened like a couple years ago, maybe 1 or 2 years ago. So plenty of stories about whistleblowers within policing and the way that they are dealt with. And even though these stories are in the fucking margins, okay? Even though these stories are in the margins, overall, the culture of enforcement and the culture of violence across the board is so prevalent that you rarely ever even have stories of naysayers in general. Okay? Serpico, yeah. Oh, there was actually a weird Dorner update. New details emerge after Christopher Dorner gun found in the hands of Venezuelan gang. I briefly saw a headline for this. Full circle HasanAbi lore. Yeah. Let's
And I
continue.
remember a phrase you used earlier today, and it stuck with me. The ease of dehumanization. What was your reaction?
Well, I still feel that way from the standpoint that, you know, it was excessive. It was completely unnecessary on the part of the officers, particularly and specifically when he was handcuffed. And so I stand by everything that I said earlier this morning on ESPN's First Take and, of course, my YouTube show,
Thank you.
Stephen A.
A Cap for Cutie. Thank you for the 10 tier 1 gift of subs.
Smith Show. I meant what I said when I said it was just unnecessary. And it just speaks to the ease with which black men can be dehumanized, because you've seen situations where people who happen to not be black have had issues with the police. And yes, they may end up in handcuffs and they be taken away, similar to what happened to golfer Scotty Scheffler in Kentucky a few months ago in May. But he was detained. He was put in handcuffs. He was detained. He was taken away. He was arrested. That certainly was not the case with TYREEK Hill, but in the same breath, to forcibly throw him to the ground face first, to know that there's 90+ degree weather and you're putting him on that asphalt and in terms of that heat, and then afterwards he's standing up, you already have him cuffed.
What are ways to prevent this from happening? An entirely different set of standards, where you, again, similar to fucking Israel, where you hold the letter of the law, like you hold police officers accountable to abide by the standards set by the law. If protecting and serving is your immediate responsibility, then you should do that. Okay? It's the same principle behind like what America should do in terms of giving unlimited weapons transfers to Israel. Hold up the law. There's existing law here. Okay? The Leahy law is the standard. If the country that we're giving weapons to is violating human rights, Israel certainly is, then you're no longer allowed. It's illegal to give weapons to Israel. Just like if your immediate attitude here is to escalate and harm someone when your job is to fucking protect them, then yeah, you're gonna get fired. You should actually not only get fired, but also go to jail. Okay? Accountability. It's that simple. Accountability, a mechanism of enforcing said accountability. Okay, having civil leaders and whatnot be responsible, like some force that is outside of the like other law enforcement, taking a look at these circumstances, entirely changing the way that police are trained to force them to de-escalate, especially at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. The greatest de-escalatory mechanism there, of course, is subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Internal Affairs, Omni Valor. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, that's why I said no, not other members of law enforcement, okay? Not other members of law enforcement. Internal Affairs is ass. It's other cops. It's police policing other police. It just obviously doesn't... It demonstrably doesn't fucking work because that exists already. Technica, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift to subs. There's a 3-minute ad break now. Test the lying is a federal offense, but cops never get tried for it, even though they're caught red-handed. They're caught in the court of law on record. Yep. It's so goddamn commonplace, as a matter of fact, that like there is a term for it. Like you said, it's called test the lying. When you lie on the stand. I don't know if you already answered this, but is the policeman not going to be fired or given some sort of punishment? Surely something must happen. Incredibly doubtful, especially considering how high up he is in the Fraternal Order of Police, or rather the Police Benevolence Association in South Florida. So very, very, very unlikely, even though this is an incredibly high profile incident, he will at most get like some kind of like administrative leave or something. Guys, this nation is so fucked that the cop who fucking shot and killed Daniel Shaver in that hallway in that hotel, I believe in Arizona, is permanently getting paid by the state for PTSD, okay? For post-traumatic stress disorder that he got for shooting and killing Daniel Shaver, who was on his fucking hands and knees begging not to be assassinated with a gun that he had, his own personal gun, that on the side had the words etched, "You're fucked." Okay? He brought his own gun to work and he fucking shot and killed this man. And then not only did he get away scot-free, okay? His AR-15 ejection port cover said, "Get fucked." Exactly. Not only did he get away scot-free, he also is still being paid by the Arizona state for post-traumatic stress disorder because he was really sad he shot and killed Daniel Shaver. Okay? That's the way that the law currently works. Now, you tell me if that shit is appropriate.
You have other officers around and to feel the need to throw him to push him and shove him to the ground that way, to sit him down that way, was completely unnecessary, and it speaks to the excessive behavior of the police officers. But in fairness to police officers everywhere, and specifically those police officers there, when this latest body cam footage was released and we saw it, let me remind everybody, they did ask him to roll down his window, not one, not twice, but at least 3 times. Then they also asked him to get out of the car. In each instance, there was hesitation on his part and a lack of cooperation. So when they say he was uncooperative, you can see why they feel that way. Now, again, I want to emphasize, that's no...
God, Stephen A. Smith, like, how are you like this all the time? I don't know how he, like, mathematically arrives at the fucking worst point, even when he's in the process of making a good point. Oh my Lord, dude. It is nutty. I mean, he is. He's conservative. He just is. He's a sports guy. The fuck do you expect? Yeah, I mean, he is conservative.
No reason for them to go as far as they did. But in the same breath, him saying that he didn't know what he did and that he didn't do anything wrong, well, that's not entirely true.
I don't understand why it's a bad point. It's a bad point because nothing that... You have to judge the actions that the perpetrator took by the retaliation that the police brought on him. Okay? Action and reaction. It's completely unacceptable.
Black men in America, I will remind everybody of what I'm sure you would agree with, Laura. You roll down all your windows. You put your hand on that steering wheel. The last thing you want to do, especially if you have tinted windows, is leave your windows up when the police officer is telling you to put it down. Because when you don't do something like that, we have seen and we have had a reason to sense that the worst possible thing could happen. TYREEK Hill did not do that. So when they say he was uncooperative, they did have a point with the latest body cam footage we saw.
And yet, Stephen A. Smith, and you articulated a few points. I'm going to address them in turn. One, on the idea of cooperation. There are many people who would say there are instances of people fully cooperating, doing nothing wrong. And the lesson that is imparted around Black and brown people around this country is there is no escaping those officers who endeavor to commit excessive force against you. That's from not all officers, but those who endeavor to do so. And the second point is, it strikes a lot of people that this was an ego issue, not one of force. I'm talking about for the officers. Officers are entitled to use force to repel a force used against them. But it seemed as though what they were reacting to was an attitude that they perceived, and they were reacting to the fact that he was slow in his efforts. This is not the same thing, though, as one feeling that they actually are in danger, and that's the criteria.
Well, that is the criteria. And you being a...
For me, I feel like hating Jason Whitlock as much as he does and then doing this shit is never not going to be funny for me. I don't know. Like, this man despises Jason Whitlock. And it's just so funny that he still has this like, well, you know, it is what it is. Cops are going to behave like this. You can't do anything about it. Why? Because Jason Whitlock is a white supremacist. He's a black sports commentator who also happens to be a straight up white supremacist. And also Stephen A. Smith's like mortal enemy.
lawyer by profession, you would know better than me. I'm not refuting a syllable of what you said. I completely support it 1,000%. And as a black man in America who's been pulled over, who's been cuffed, who's been detained, who's been thrown in jail for a traffic violation. Yes, it happened to me in Troy, Michigan many years ago. I know exactly what you're talking about, and you're absolutely 1,000% on the money.
I guess they're not so far off after all. TYREEK Hill knows there's no standard for him. If he knew there would be pushback, he wouldn't claim that he just ignored the police. There's no demand for intelligent behavior for black men. He's just going a little bit harder. There's no amount of like there's just no reason to fucking defend the cops in this circumstance.
But that's not what we're talking about here, because we're not acting as if the officer is right. Even though they made a point when they said he was a bit cooperative, it still doesn't negate the reality that their physical behavior was completely unnecessary. How they acted towards Calais Campbell and Jonnu Smith, his teammates, was completely unnecessary. Even though they didn't identify themselves as his teammates, they identified themselves as his friend. It was all unnecessary. It was all beyond the pale. It was all completely unnecessary, and in one officer's case, it was definitely excessive. But what we're talking about is the importance of black men being able to go home, being able to avoid putting themselves in a position where you can have a rogue police officer whose ego might be a bit compromised, who has a temper tantrum because they're dealing with whatever it is that they're dealing with, and they may be taking it out on a patron or you know, somebody, just a regular citizen. We understand what the dilemma is. So what I'm saying is, when TYREEK Hill looks into the cameras and he says, I did nothing wrong, are you saying that you would do exactly what you did and you would encourage everyone else to do exactly what you did? I would challenge that.
Americans is a permacuck, bro. That's it.
He's handcuffed.
All right, bro, take me to jail, bro. Do what.
Two of Hill's teammates pulled up to the scene.
All right, we already we know what the situation is, but here,
Campbell
let's hear.
Released in time for the team's matchup against the Jacksonville Jaguars.
There was a lack of cooperation from Mr. Hill.
Rodney Harrison, a former police commissioner on Long Island, believes officers acted fairly.
It unfortunately led to a point where
if you're wondering why media is like permacucked, or if you're wondering why your fellow citizens don't understand that like this kind of behavior is completely irrational, look no further than CBS Mornings' accurate, fair, and balanced reporting on the subject matter. Now imagine, remember what you said? Oh, is this like because they're Cuban and he's black or whatever? Like, remember that. That's a black man. That's deliberate, okay? They put a black man there to specifically say these words to defend the cops.
Unfortunately led to a point where he had to be pulled out of the vehicle, handcuffed, and put on the sidewalk while a lot of different vehicles were driving by, and probably turned to a little bit of an embarrassment moment for him.
Hill recounted that moment in a CNN interview Monday night.
I wasn't moving fast because, you know, I got injuries. You feel me? I got things that I go through. I guess the officers, they felt like I wasn't doing it on their timing, but I was doing it. But, you know, man, I'm still kind of shell-shocked from it, man. I'm embarrassed.
For CBS Mornings, I'm Jerika Duncan.
It seems like it escalated so fast. And oftentimes we talk about these situations happening, and the question that I keep asking myself is, why isn't there better de-escalating tactics that these officers can use? Because it can spill over into something deadly, as we've seen before.
I don't know. I look at that tape, and I wish they both would have handled it differently, to be honest with you. I think that when the officer, he first said to the officer, don't knock on my window, which instantly sets him off. He rolls up the window, which also sets him off, when really they both could have handled it differently. But the officer is supposed to be the professional and should figure out a way to de-escalate the situation. But I look at that tape, I feel very differently.
God, I fucking hate mainstream media so much, bro. This is why, chap.
Now to the Middle East, because
if you're wondering how people develop this kind of like insane, completely irrational behavior, how they get to this fucking point, it's because you literally have people saying shit like this. And that's supposed to be like mainstream media. That's supposed to be like the objective news coverage and commentary on the matter. It's ridiculous, dude. You have to look at the action and you have to look at the reaction, okay? Look at the action, look at the reaction. the responsibility is on the hands of the party that is the public servant, okay? That literally can take your life away in any given moment. Like, that bar is supposed to be so fucking high. Like, these people that have unimaginable power, unchecked power, should not be wielding that shit willy-nilly. Like, that's crazy. But yes, mainstream media is constantly creating permission structures within which police can act with impunity. And that is precisely the reason why so many people that you fucking know will then repeat that shit without even thinking about it, without thinking about like what that means. Okay, what that spells for them, what kind of like power structure they are defending. Friend of the show, Dan Levitard, this is what he said.
You guys, though, is legitimately, are you allowed to be surprised by this? Because it feels like if you're surprised by this video, you have not been paying attention at all to what's been happening in America as we head to another voting cycle. Like, I really asked the question sincerely. Are you allowed? Like, hey, white people. Like, they ran Kaepernick, they ran him out of the league, like, for saying, hey, white people. Like, I don't know how surprised you're allowed to be by this video, because Rodney King was a long time ago. Like, the lessons of Rodney King, what is that? Is that late 80s?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, early 90s. We should also outline, it's not just white people, it's law enforcement officials. There's a prejudice with law enforcement officials. In this video, from what we can tell, mostly Hispanic police officers. There's a huge issue with policing in this country. There's a huge issue with policing in Miami-Dade County. And I'm hopeful this will bring about change.
It won't. Because they're cops. That's the higher priority. When you're a cop, like, your own personal background, your ethnic background, like that is entirely irrelevant to the subject matter. You know what I mean? You're a cop. That's it. That's what you are in that situation. You're behaving in a cop-like way. Isn't it important that if some random black dude, he could have died? Black people tell their children not to be subservient because it's the reality. You can get shot for having an attitude, not because they like the cops. Yeah. But if we're analyzing the situation, if we're looking at the situation from the perspective of like what's right and what's wrong, I'm never going to fucking victim blame. Okay? That person is a victim of police brutality. Okay? That's what it is. I'm not going to sit here and fucking victim blame. Here's Bomani Jones. I love Bomani Jones.
Sunday, kind of minding my own business, getting back into swing of things.
This is the last thing I'm going to talk about before we get to Israel and some other shit. I got to go. Hold on one second.
Cops was messing with TYREEK Hill. Didn't really know. Somebody just told me that the cops was messing with TYREEK Hill. I ran a search. The next thing I know, TYREEK Hill is on his back, on the ground, handcuffed, and the cops is standing over him. Now, when you start talking about TYREEK Hill and the cops being involved, that's one of those where you walk up and you need to be like, hold on, somebody take me back to the very beginning, right? Like, there's no telling exactly how we wound up here, except it's his Lamborghini is down the street from the stadium, and now he's face down on the ground, handcuffed, and it didn't pass the smell test, what wound up happening there. Then Calais Campbell, who is one of the largest humans in the history of humanness, he shows up because he sees his man's getting messed with by the cops, and he comes in and is trying to get some answers, trying to defuse the situation. He winds up being in handcuffs. And then eventually all parties involved were taken out of their handcuffs, and then they went to the game, and then they played in the game, and then the Dolphins won the game, and TYREEK Hill scored a touchdown. And when TYREEK Hill scored the touchdown, he did a thing where he acted like he was handcuffed, and he had somebody come unhandcuff him, which, I mean, I guess you have to do something, I suppose. Like, I don't know. Look, man, I don't know what to tell that man to do after that situation under those circumstances or whatever it was, right? Like, I don't know what exactly there is to say. There was a couple of interesting things that came out of it. One, Sean, do we have this TYREEK talking before the media after the game, kind of giving his side of what went down with the cops?
Right now, you know, so I've been trying to figure that out too. Man. Right now, I'm still trying to put it all together. So I'm not gonna give you a version that I still don't know what happened. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to be able to use this platform to say, like, what if I wasn't TYREEK Hill? Like, worst case scenario, you know, because it's crazy. Like, I want to be a cop one day. I got a state trooper hat, all that, you know, so I got a lot of respect.
Stop right there. Did he just say he want to be a cop?
And he has his state troopers like certification or something.
Hey. He said he got a hat. He said he got a state trooper hat. He got this motherfucker looking like Smokey the Bear talking about he want to be a cop. And like, I saw Cocaine Cowboys. I know that back in the day in Miami, it could be very easy for you to be a police officer. But Sean, I'm going to just throw it out there, brother. I don't think TYREEK Hill could pass the background check.
You know, I think Shaq as a cop makes somewhat sense, but TYREEK Hill, I don't see it lining up.
Yeah, I don't. I just don't think. I think that once they start asking some questions, it becomes a little difficult for them. Yeah, okay. So that is what he said. Now we have a clip from Javon Holland, and I always, before we get to Javon's clip, I always say this. I talked to Javon in 2020 when I was doing a story about the United movements of college athletes. The Pac-12 United, all that stuff that was going on, where they were trying to unionize in some form or fashion and get what they was looking for. And I can't tell you how impressed I was by this dude when he was 21 years old, or however old he was then. I was kind of blown away by how impressive he was. But anyway, this is what he had to say after the game.
Before the game. Yeah, that was crazy. I was stretching and I seen on the TV, bro got arrested. And then I seen the clip, cop like kicked him or something like that. It was crazy. So that's got to get handled. You know what I'm saying? Excessive force on a black man, that's not uncommon. It's a very common thing in America. So I think that needs to be addressed at a countrywide level. So yeah, I don't think that shit is cool at all. But it's not unnatural or not uncommon for cops to do that type of shit, especially the black man. So that needs to be addressed, for sure.
And I appreciated him making that point as directly as he made that point. This is also where you remind everybody kind of the contradiction of, remember Stephen Ross? Stephen Ross is the one that was really trying to get them boys to stop kneeling, their owner. And Stephen Ross is definitely on the Trump team. That's his ball game. But he also runs this this organization called Rise that's supposed to be like helping cut down on the racism in sports, And I heard what Holland had to say right there. And it just wanted me to get back up and ask the question, hey, do you remember when we used to care about the police beating people up and killing them? You remember that? Because it used to be like a really big thing. Like it dawned on me. August 9th.
Bro, did you hear he wants to be a cop? Wait, who? TYREEK Hill said he wants to be a cop? I mean, that tracks with his background. That tracks with his priors. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. I don't want to come across like I'm fucking victim blaming in this circumstance. But not exactly surprising.
9th of this year was the 10th anniversary of Mike Brown being killed in Ferguson, Missouri. So like yesterday is 10 years and 30 days away from that moment. And we've had the Kaepernick situation that went on in between and everything else. But from the way that we are acting about this, because I find that by and large, the way that I've seen the commentary about this in sports media go had a lot more to do with football than anything else. Like it was almost treated in that uncomfortable way that you would treat it when Kobe Bryant would go to court and then come back and score 35, right? Like it became almost like part of the narrative of the sports stuff. But let me tell you something. Calais Campbell, by my estimation, risked his life to go inquire what was going on there. And you know why I say he risked his life to go inquire what was going on there? Because that dude is 6'8" and 300 and something pounds. And my first thought would be when Snuffleupagus gets rolled up, today was gonna lay his big ass down. Like that was my number one thought there. That would be terrible. That big dude, that's terrifying. And he come over there with that voice, hey, what's going on over here? Like I was scared to death. And hearing that something could easily wind up happening to him, because those are what the stakes are. And we had all these discussions about what the stakes were. And we had all this talk for all this time about police violence, generally and specifically against black people. But we had all this talk about this. It is my understanding that the numbers around those things are roughly the same. They're roughly the same. We had George Floyd died 4 years ago, and that incident, which took place around, it was a little, like I want to say, it was, what was that, May, and then Jacob Blake was in August. But anyway, we had the George Floyd situation in 2020, which was largely I mean, it was clearly about police brutality, but as many people have documented and discussed in the aftermath, that the concessions that people managed to receive in the midst of all that outrage in 2020, it wasn't about police brutality. It was about things that happened and went down at your middle class office, you know? So I get back to the question, do we still care about the police roughing people up? And if we do still care about police roughing people up, like, what are we supposed to do at this point? Because what seemed to happen was people just kind of ran out of energy. A lot of people ran out of energy. And this big one that you can't lose sight of, a lot of the more visible people at the front of this came into a lot of money. There's no way around that. But I really stopped, like, as this happened, and it made me stop and think back to 10 years ago, what a major thing something like this would have been, and how the sports media at that time was very well equipped to have people get on television and get on everything else and talk about what went on. And we were talking about it in these sorts of macro levels. Now, I think a few things happened. One, I think especially after COVID, people's capacity for outrage and their energy for it is a lot lower, and they don't really have it in them to dial it up and be charged up, at least not about things that matter. You can definitely get charged up about the bullshit topic du jour on the internet. I definitely see that people have the energy to do that one. I don't think they have the energy really to get invested in the things that like really matter anymore. But it was hard to ignore the difference in the way that we would treat such a thing. And this, again, this is a Hall of Fame football player being stopped on the way to a game. Maybe it'd be.
By the way, this is something I've talked about quite a bit with like other members of the media when they interview me and stuff. And I think for a lot of young people during COVID, they had the energy, they had the momentum, and they saw nothing. Mass demonstrations stopped dead in their fucking tracks with no concessions made for the reasonable demands. And they were put in the crosshairs as though they were spoilers for the election. And I think after that, they were like, all right, I'm totally checked out of the political process. I did everything right. I voted. I protested. I voted. Nothing happened. I don't even think it's like I can now go back to not paying attention to shit. I think it's more so for a lot of people who went out to those protests. They were like, their expectation was that like the needle would move in this direction, in this reasonable fucking direction. And in this duopoly, our politicians on the liberal side straight up fucking said, our politicians on the liberal side turned around and fucking said, no, you are the real enemy. These defund the police protesters. They are the real problem, not the police. So why the fuck should anybody ever do anything?
Treated differently, and we'd look at it differently if it had been something that stopped him from actually being able to compete. I'm not sure. Maybe we'd go about it a little bit different if the person getting hemmed up by the cops was a little bit more of a sympathetic figure. I think that all those things maybe go into it, but I think it is hard to look at this and not stop and look back and be like, we kind of gave up. We did. Even with the Kaepernick discussion, after a point, the Kaepernick discussion stopped being about police brutality and became about Colin getting his job back, which really wasn't the point ever in this, right? So I'm not saying this with but so much judgment, because I'm not out here talking about the cops and what they're doing in the ways that I did at that time either, right? I feel like I kind of read the room and realized that I wasn't going to be heard anymore, that the capacity to do it was gone. So I could understand lots of reasons that lots of people would have dialed it back if they so decided. But I think we need to really get engaged.
Dog, the Democratic Party said the only vote forward is the guy who wrote the crime bill and his vice president who used to be a fucking cop. After mass protests all around the planet, not just in the United States of America, everywhere else. How the fuck do you expect people to turn around and be like, well, I still have hope in this system? You did everything right. You did everything right. And what did you get? What do you have to show for it? Nothing. Maybe criminal record, as a matter of fact, if you got arrested at any of these fucking protests.
In a certain measure of introspection about a lot of this, man. Like what it is that we care about, what it is that we don't care about, and how we just kind of stopped caring about this. How somehow this stopped being a thing that was worth our collective time and energy, because it's all still going down. They still messing with us. They still jamming us up. They still doing all of the things. We're just not as mad about it anymore. What's up with that? The NFL is back, which means you can turn $10 into $1,000 in a single game watching your...
Oh my God. Damn it, Bomani Jones. Why you got to do that to me? All right, let's get to another story that is damn near identical, Israel. But before we do that, here, Biden sums up his next 24 hours. Speaking to the pool, I'm going up to my granddaughter's birthday in New York. We're going to watch the debate tomorrow. And tomorrow I'm doing 9/11. That's right. He's going to do 9/11. How long will you stream today for the debate? What do you mean? I'm going to stream the debate. Ed Ingramentum is the guest. I don't know what you mean. How long will you stream the debate?
Up to my granddaughter's birthday in New York. Then we're going to watch the debate. And then tomorrow I'm doing 9/11. I spoke to the vice president. She seems calm, cool, and collected.
That's right, baby. He's doing 9/11 tomorrow. Dude, what if he actually does do 9/11 though? Like again. Last time George W. Bush did it. What if he actually fucking does do it, dude? Think about that. Anyway, how come he doesn't get in trouble for saying he's going to do 9/11, but I get in trouble when I say America deserved it? That's kind of bullshit, dude. The double standard is glaring, okay? Give the people something to remember him by besides the genocide in Gaza. Yeah, he's like, you know, Israel's doing 10 9/11s every day in Gaza, and Americans can also experience a little bit of that because a lot of you have been saying a lot of mean things about Israel. So you deserve it too. Watch me. Watch me. Why? Okay, let's talk about Israel.
The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says 19 Palestinians have been killed in an Israeli strike on a designated humanitarian zone. Local reports say at least 60 more who were sheltering in the displacement camp at Al-Mawasi in the southwest of the Gaza Strip were injured. Israel's military says it targeted what it called a Hamas command center. Here's Mike Thompson.
Not long past midnight, devastation came from the sky. Eyewitnesses say at least 4 Israeli missiles struck this sprawling, overcrowded tent camp along the Gaza coast. Around 20 tents were obliterated, burying many who'd been sleeping beneath sand and rubble.
It's one of the largest craters that at least I've seen in this fucking, one of the largest craters I've seen since October 7. The justification is still the same from Israel. The false justification from Israel is, there's a Hamas command center there. Also, the unimaginably gross way that New York Times covered this. Breaking news. Gazan authorities reported huge craters and entire families missing after Israel said it struck a humanitarian zone to target a militant center. It's just, I don't know what else to say. It's the gross. It's so fucking gross. Ryan Grimm says, the Times knows this language is parsed with active v passive for its willingness to assign responsibility or not depending on perpetrator. A garbled passive mouthful like this blow, even after Israel acknowledges it struck a humanitarian zone, leaving carnage in its wake, is deliberate trolling at this point. They bombed another humanitarian zone with a bunker buster. Incredible.
It wasn't until dawn that the scale of the destruction at Al-Mawasi began to become clear. Deep craters, some as much as 9 meters across, bear witness to what for many had been a night of horror.
We saw women and children cut in pieces. Many died. There are still people missing.
Al-Mawasi is a designated humanitarian safe zone, but that seems a meaningless term there today. This woman is the mother of 10 children.
Death surrounds us in every place, and we don't know where to go. We are dying slowly. Israelis, please just kill us, finish us off. We are not living.
The Israeli military insists it successfully targeted a Hamas command and control center at Al-Mawasi. Every effort, the army also said, had been taken to minimize civilian casualties, using extensive intelligence, precise munitions and aerial surveillance. But that's not reflected in the many haunted faces there.
The Israelis told us to come here. We believed them and came. But everything I had is now gone. Please find us a solution. We are peaceful people. We don't have anything to do with the Hamas resistance.
With little sign yet of a Gaza ceasefire deal, the suffering of these people and others all over Gaza goes on.
Bro, bro, it's just insane. Like, I don't know how, I don't know what to say. Like, they're just fucking cratering humanitarian tent encampments, dude. Like, there's nothing else. There's nothing to say at this point other than, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to even fucking say. I don't know. Would you consider BBC in terms of balanced coverage compared to others? No, it's so bad. BBC is incredibly bad. The worst is New York Times on Israel. Like, there is no worse paper in the Western world in terms of like the credibility that they have and how much they use that to defend Israel. The New York Times is number one because like Fox News is partisan. Okay. In terms of distribution, in terms of like perceived objectivity, in terms of credibility, the New York Times is the most important newspaper in the United States of America, and they are so fucking gross in the way that they cover this. Like, they are so unimaginably, like, they are abhorrent. What is this? BBC breached guidelines 1,500 times over Israel-Hamas war. What is this? This is probably some fucking right-wing nonsense, isn't it? Oh, the BBC breached its own editorial guidelines. Oh, God damn it, dude. Come on, brother. Oh, here it is. Okay, I unlocked it. A report revealed a deeply worrying pattern of bias against Israel. Against Israel. I knew it. As soon as I saw this, I was like, I fucking knew it, dude. This is bullshit. I told you. As soon as I saw BBC breach its own guidelines, like, what? To cover Palestinian plight accurately? Doubtful. Yeah. Laughable shit. I don't care that the report was written by an Israeli lawyer, dude. I just know what BBC's coverage looks like. I've been looking at BBC coverage from the start. Deadly Israeli strike in Gaza humanitarian zone targets Hamas commanders. Yeah, look at this bias against Israel. Perhaps it's because they didn't say that, like, the humanitarian zone was asking for it hard enough in the title. That's crazy. Anyway.
Thompson, BBC News, Jerusalem.
The Israeli military says its investigation has shown it was highly likely that an American activist had been killed as a result of indirect and unintended IDF fire. 26-year-old HasanAbi, who is of Turkish origin, was shot dead on Friday during a weekly protest.
That's crazy. Like, bro, she's American, dog. Like, you don't have to add that shit, honestly. I feel like they do that specifically to be like, listen, she was kind of asking for it. She's Muslim. She's from one of those Muslim countries, like it's a way to like remove the American status. Like, how American was she really? I mean, she was Turkish after all, that sort of shit. The Biden statement on it is so fucked up. I haven't even gotten to it yet.
Against Jewish settlement expansion in the occupied West Bank. The US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has said in the last couple of hours that her killing was unprovoked and unjustified. Well, here he is in that news conference a short while ago.
With regard to the tragic killing of Aysenur, I think what we saw of this investigation is it seems to show what eyewitnesses have said and made clear, that her killing was both unprovoked and unjustified. No one should be shot and killed for attending a protest. No one.
Unless you're protesting against Israel in America, in which case we will kill you. Yeah, it's great, man. Great stuff. Thank you. Thank you so much for this statement. Are you going to also use the surveillance equipment that you have at your disposal to help the Israeli government identify where Yahya Sinwar is, which you seemingly haven't been able to figure out who the fucking killer was on the Israeli team so you can drone strike them? Because that is how you should be operating if all things were fair. If all things were equal in this situation, you would be working tirelessly to kill the IDF sniper who shot and killed an American citizen. Unless, I guess, there's a double standard here, and Israel is never in the wrong, and the person who is in the wrong usually is those who dare to recognize the humanity of Palestinians and even, dare I say, protest Israel's actions.
Looking at this incident, have pointed out the what seems to be a double standard or a different treatment of this death, death of an American citizen at the hands of Israeli forces to other incidents where Americans have been killed in the conflicts in the Middle East, or injured. Obviously there are different circumstances, but the president in relation to an attack by Iranian proxies earlier this year said, if you harm an American, we will respond. Does that apply in this case, or are we talking about a different standard?
Well, it's clear to anybody, Simon, that what the president was talking about in that context was a terrorist attack or a direct attack from a state or non-state actor that intentionally was conducted to put Americans or American citizens in harm's way. And of course, when it comes to the protection of our citizens and our personnel, and if they are targeted, we of course will take appropriate action. As it relates to the events,
that standard literally fits in this situation, dog. That what you're describing is just exactly what Israel did, which is a state actor that intentionally shot and killed an American citizen. Like, the way that he is trying to describe this event, like, this guy's 34 and graduated from University of Florida. How the fuck did he get to this level of prominence in the State Department? God damn, we have fallen off as a nation. Holy fuck.
On Friday, we are still gathering information as it relates to what transpired, what happened, and as tragic as it is, and it is tragic anytime anybody loses their life, any civilian loses their life. For people who work at this department, it is especially tragic when an American citizen loses their life. But we still don't know with full certainty what transpired and what happened, and that's why we are working to get as much information as we can, as well as encouraging our partners in Israel to quickly and robustly conduct.
Dude, if these kinds of investigations were needed to be taking place, you would literally be like, okay, well, I know that Hamas captured and kidnapped like Israeli American citizens, but we have to ask them why they did it. You know, we have to allow them to conduct an internal investigation as to why they did it, what the reasoning was behind why they did it. It's crazy. Like, he's literally being like, yeah, maybe she was Hamas, you know, in the West Bank as an American citizen. So maybe there was a good fucking reason for the Israeli sniper to just like shoot her in the head.
Conduct and conclude their process and make their findings public so we can understand what happened. And should whatever happened deem that there be appropriate accountability, the United States would certainly expect that as well. Going back to what I was saying before, it is of course tragic when any civilian loses their life. But it is important to note what you said, Simon, which is that each circumstance is different, and it is really important to keep that in mind in these processes.
The way that you're describing that sounds like you haven't sort of obviously you don't know exactly what transpired, but do you?
Wait, this guy's name is Chairman Wow. Not to be a useful idiot or glaze the Dems, but has it occurred to people, especially Stein supporters, that Harris can't go against the status quo and expect to win? Yeah. Why is Harris the presidential candidate again? What happened? Because I feel like there was a thing that happened that was like completely against the status quo, that the very same fears that you have right now that you're demonstrating were exactly what happened in that circumstance as well. You can, as a matter of fact, and should go against the status quo when there is overwhelming public support for said actions, as demonstrated by the fact that the trajectory of this election changed when the Democratic Party, by accident, responded to public pressure and swapped out Biden for Kamala Harris. You don't know what happened in terms of like why Biden is no longer running for president and Kamala Harris is running for president? You don't know what happened? I'm Canadian, bro.
You have doubt that it
We're
was
done.
an Israeli bullet?
I am not going to get ahead of a process here, Simon. Obviously, there has been a great deal of open source and public reporting and eyewitness reporting about what transpired on Friday, and I certainly will let those comments and those reportings be. But I think most important is to let this process play out, for the facts to be gathered and for those to come to light. And I will just leave it at that.
This dude is a demon, but he's fucking bad at his job. Yeah. Sometimes when I see stuff like this, I wonder, like, is it because like there's a little bit of humanity inside of him that's like trying to crawl out, and he's like genuinely aware of it.
Yeah.
And it's just like, no, I that's why I think like John Kirby is the worst one out of all of them. Like he just loves it. Like he probably jerks off to the idea of like American citizens that dare lend support to Palestinians getting sniped in the fucking head. That's like, he nuts there.
Yeah.
You said you'll look for more information from an independent Israeli investigation. That's been the same U.S. posture for Hindujab, who was killed 224 days ago. To Ravi's question, how can Aishanor's family take an investigation seriously if it's conducted by the perpetrator? And, moreover, if they've continued delayed and reportedly lied to the U.S. about their investigation into Hindujab?
Well, that is exactly why we have called and have continued to call for these processes to be as swift and as thorough as possible, and we have that same expectation here as well, and we'll continue to press.
It's been 224 days since Hindujab was killed, and in the same instance, for example, we've seen open source reporting, eyewitness accounts that evidently show a potential human rights violation. You say, you're pushing for a swift investigation. If that's the same posture with this, when can Americans expect a conclusion?
Any American can expect that this administration and this government will do everything we can to ascertain and gather whatever information is required. And I'm going to let that process play out.
Israel?
I don't have any...
I'm not going to watch 27 minutes of the State Department presser. I don't want to kill myself. I'm sorry, chatter. If I were to watch the State Department pressers, I would fucking kill myself in a video game, okay? It is some of the darkest. Like, these people in that room, the journalists in that room are doing the Lord's work, okay? Even when I watch it in 1 minute increments, it's still some of the darkest shit, because you have no humanity behind those eyes, man. You got a fucking State Department official straight up sitting there and being like, permanent genocide is actually fucking good, and our ally and our partners are doing it, and I think that that's great, and no amount of American death will actually cause us to change course. We will just block and push. Anyway, when is Israel going to become the 51st state? Bro, they are already. They are. Breaking. Biden says the death of U.S. citizen Aishanur Ezgi in the West Bank from IDF fire was apparently an accident and result of a bullet that hit the ground and ricocheted. That's what he said.
What's your reaction, sir, to the killing of the Israeli admission that they probably killed the Turkish activist in the West Bank?
Dude, that's like, that's your citizen, right? Like, that's like, there is perhaps no greater indication that you're just completely fucking cucked than referring to the assassination of one of your citizens as like, whatever, I guess it was an accident, shut the fuck up. Oh, I guess it's okay then. Remember when the press was so wound up that IDF bombed a hospital that they spun it for weeks, that Hamas bombed their own hospital, and then they just moved on entirely as if that didn't happen? Yeah, and then they also stopped covering the Israeli forces bombing every other fucking hospital. So I do remember that. I also remember so many people online who were fucking mad at me as though I bombed the fucking hospital. Many of those guys have just shut the fuck up. The very same media that did not cover the pro-rape rallies that occurred in Israel, of course, our greatest ally in the region, our greatest ally on the planet, a nation more moral than the United States of America. It's crazy because what Biden's statement here is insane, because Israel itself literally fucking said that they shot at her because they thought she was someone else.
So after retreating from the hilltop, I was right there where the garbage can is, and it was completely quiet already back then. The clashes had dissipated, and then after 10 or...
The White House, by the way, Biden has not spoken to the family of Aishanur Ezgi, the American killed by Israeli forces 3 days ago. The Israelis have reached out, made sure that we knew that they were promptly investigating this. We'll obviously withhold our judgment. We'll see what they learn.
The American citizen who was killed in the West Bank on Friday, Aishanur Ezgi, has the president had a chance to speak to her family at all? And do you have any sense of where the investigation stands? I know that you all had asked for the ball to get rolling on an investigation to her death. Do you know
I feel like this, the World Central Kitchen incident, the Hind Rajab murder, all been events that could have and maybe should have turned mainstream tide on supporting Israel, but that hasn't happened. Genuinely, what more will it take for there to be a finally vibe shift? And when we can start turning Israel into the pariah state that it is? Israel already is a pariah state. Israel will most likely never be able to fucking, Israel will most likely never be treated in the same way ever again for as long as it exists. For as long as there are Palestinians living and breathing on this planet, Israel will never be seen in the same way ever again. The question that you're asking me is, when will the media change? The media will never change. Okay? And and the reason why they'll never change is because they are propagandists working at the behest of the State Department. Okay? They have their own personal interests in this story, in the way that they want to cover the story. They're owned by the corporations. Their goal is to fucking advance the interests of the State Department. And as long as the State Department continues saying Israel can do no wrong, it's the most moral nation on the planet, it's the best nation on earth, then the media will keep covering it that way. It's the very same media that championed the Iraq War, knowing full well that it was built on a lie. As we've talked about before, this is not the first time that Israel has assassinated an American citizen. That's why I told you that this assassination was not going to move the needle, unfortunately.
Thanks, John. The American citizen who was killed in the West Bank on Friday, HasanAbi, has the president had a chance to speak to her family at all? And do you have any sense of where the investigation stands? I know that you all had asked for the ball to get rolling on an investigation to her death. Do you know if there are any updates on that?
He has not spoken to the family as of yet. I don't have a call to talk about today. Obviously, we continue to mourn with her family, of course. The Israelis have reached out, made sure that we knew that they were promptly investigating this. As I understand it from just before I came out here, they are moving swiftly on this investigation and will soon, we think, in coming days, be able to present their findings and conclusions. We'll obviously withhold our judgment until we see that. We've called for a complete, thorough, swift, and transparent investigation. We'll see what they learn.
Yeah. So I just don't get it, because like when American citizens are killed by Israeli bombs or by Hamas hands directly, which the Israeli bombs are still attributed to Hamas hands, you guys don't do this like, let's conduct an investigation. You're like pretty quick with it. You immediately called the parents up of the Israeli American citizen that was killed. I just don't understand, like, is there a double standard here for fucking Turkish Americans? Is there a double standard for Americans who are pro-Palestinian? And by the way, it's not just because she's Turkish American, just so you understand. It absolutely is because she is pro-Palestinian and killed by Israel. This happened to Rachel Corrie. Rachel Corrie is literally the whitest, as white as you can get, from fucking Olympia, okay? Blonde, blue-eyed Rachel Corrie was assassinated by an Israeli bulldozer. They literally said it was a fucking accident. Then they celebrated her murder. I'm saying this as a Turkish American citizen, a person with dual nationality, just like Ayşe Nur, okay? The highest order of priority here is Israel killed her, so obviously they can do no wrong. Ultimately, Israel has killed American citizens in the past and will continue to do so in the future.
For 15 minutes, it was completely quiet. I heard two distinct shots of live ammunition. One hit a metal object, and then I retreated a little bit backwards into the olive grove. And then a few seconds after, maybe 2 or 3 seconds, a second shot. And I heard someone calling my name and saying in English, help us, we need help, come over. So I raced through the olive groves down there. Her head was gushing with blood. She was lying here. I put my hand behind her back to try and stop the bleeding, which didn't stop. I looked up and saw a direct line of sight from where the soldiers were on that rooftop, some 200 meters away.
What could it have ricocheted off of? I just don't really understand. Like, it ricocheted off the ground. That's what Biden said. I mean, this is before we asked the question, why were they using sniper rifles in the direction of protests? Why were they shooting in the direction of protesters? Israel had an answer for that, by the way. They didn't say the bullet ricocheted or whatever. They might have told that to the American government, but that wasn't the first way that they actually tried to defend themselves. They said they thought she was someone else. They thought she was not an American peaceful protester, but a Palestinian peaceful protester, you know, because if she was a Palestinian peaceful protester that they shot dead to rights in the fucking head, there wouldn't even be a blip.
Quickly took her pulse. It was very, very weak. Her eyes were rolled back. Her skin started becoming yellow. And we panically called for the ambulance to come. By the time this had happened, it was completely quiet here. We were standing for 10, 15 minutes without anything happening. The reason why no one was filming is because it was completely quiet. And then all of a sudden, 2 shots. And the sniper or the soldier that was there took a kill shot.
This does not make you feel some type of way being an American Turkish citizen, knowing that this is how your government views you, values you? No, because I know it already. And it's not because I'm also a Turkish American citizen. I'm also pro-Palestine. And I know how the government views me, dude. I know already. It's not like surprising to me at all. I talked about this. In the lower end of the fucking totem pole for American dual citizenship, because the American passport holds a lot of value, and not directly because it's associated with a human being, an American citizen, but because like that's a way for America to also say like, you don't touch our fucking citizens, we'll come and kill you, right? They have to defend their hegemonic power status by defending every American unconditionally. Having said that, however, everyone knows that there is a racial hierarchy of who America cares about. Palestinians are literally at the bottom of that. If you're a Palestinian American, you are lower than the lowest form of human for Americans, okay? Seriously, straight up. No, like more expendable than like black Americans. A black American gets like fucking kidnapped in Mexico, America's gonna do something about it, okay? No, it's not even a question. If you're a Palestinian American, you are the lowest priority. Okay, lowest. Not even a question. I'm telling you right now, Shireen Abu Akleh, Palestinian American citizen, very famous fucking journalist, assassinated by Israel in 2020. Nothing came of it. 2021. Nothing came of it. Nothing. Okay? Lowest priority, 100%. Just, oops, it was an accident. Yeah. Jamal Khashoggi was Saudi and American. And as a Saudi, you definitely get higher priority. But in terms of priority, Arab Americans, Muslim Americans have the lowest rank. He wasn't American, says Qatari Cat. No, he was a legal permanent resident. Don't think the comparison to other minorities is necessary here. If you're upset about what I have to say in this regard, you're just oblivious to the reality. You know, that's it. Because what I'm saying is the truth, and I will keep saying it. I've had this conversation with Mark Lamont Hill. If you guys recall, it's something that I keep repeating over and over again. The conditions that Palestinians are subjected to in Israel, especially in Gaza, are far worse than contemporary contemporary conditions that Black Americans are subjected to on a daily basis in the United States of America. Anyone that fucking says that that is not the truth is ridiculous. This does not mean that Black Americans are living great, okay? Or are not victims of white supremacist criminal justice systems, not victims, not reduced to becoming enslaved by a different by a legal means. You know, that is still the truth. It's just that's how bad the situation is for Palestinians.
And this happens in context. This isn't an isolated incident.
Like if the conditions were similar right now, if by some magical happenstance, if the material conditions of the Palestinians were improved to a degree where they were elevated to the status of citizenship in the same way that Black Americans are, it would be considered the greatest achievement of human rights of all time. That is not to say that Black Americans are not oppressed by a white supremacist structure in this country. That is to show you how insane, how completely out of whack the situation in Israel is. So yeah.
Happens in the context of the 17 people who were killed in demonstrations in Beta since 2021. We have heard nothing about them because they're not Americans.
Oh, devastating shit. All right.
It would be.
Now let's get back to the debate tonight. Fox 5 arguing about which candidate is a bigger Zionist, like it's a good thing. Of course they are.
Difficult to find another presidential election where the debates mattered so much. It seems like we hear that every debate, but this one, for real, for real. After the last one, President Joe Biden, as you know, was literally forced to drop out of the race. Tonight, it's Vice President Kamala Harris's turn to face off against former President Donald Trump. And she now has room to define herself. For many voters, this will be the very first time seeing her respond to questions in real time. And the polls show that voters say that they need to know more about her than they do Donald Trump. And that's where we will start our debate coverage this morning with Weijia Jiang. She's on the road covering the vice president's preparation for the big night. Weijia, good morning. Always good to see you. It's a big night for both of them, actually, but all eyes really on Kamala Harris tonight for many voters.
I've heard that like 2/3 of voters are going to tune into this or some shit. It's actually crazy.
Well, good morning to you, Gail. Good morning to everybody. You know, when Vice President Harris and former President Trump step onto that stage tonight, it will be their first time ever meeting face to face. It will also be her first presidential debate and Trump's 7th. And the way these two have prepared is drastically different.
Vice President Harris spent the night in Philadelphia after a 5-day stay in Pittsburgh, where she held extended mock debates with a stand-in for Trump, a former aide to Hillary Clinton who even dressed like the former president. Harris's team built a stage with bright lights to replicate the environment she will face tonight as she braced for Trump's tactics.
There's no floor for him in terms of how low he will go. And we should be prepared for that. We should be prepared for the fact that he is not burdened by telling the truth.
The setting will be familiar to Trump, but he has spent days tempering expectations.
You know, if I destroy her in the debate, they'll say, Trump suffered a humiliating defeat tonight, no matter what.
The two will not be able to engage in a tit-for-tat because the mic will be muted if it's not their turn to talk. Harris's team fears that will hamper her ability to prosecute the case.
Yeah, she's not very good at being concise and clear and hitting talking points. She is very good at cross-examining people, obviously, because she's a fucking prosecutor, and she's not going to be able to do that. So she's already coming in with like training weights on. It also sucks because they're depriving us of content. Obviously, I care about that pretty much more than anything else at this point because I've completely lost faith that the Democratic Party is actually going to do anything good. Like we'll see. I think that ultimately it is it's shitty. Everything that she has shown me so far, her campaign has shown me so far, is that yes, bro, I did cover the TYREEK Hill situation. Big Fins fan that runs a page and might post a clip from it to highlight the issue to a crowd that isn't exactly that severe. Yes, I covered the fuck out of it for like an hour and a half. My man said Big Fins fan. Chairman, wow. Okay. So as far as I know, Trump was, dude, listen, you're Canadian, man. Okay. You already admitted that in the chat. I'm not trying to have this conversation with you. Okay. I already have enough American liberals to deal with. I don't want to talk to some uneducated Canadian liberal on the matter and just like fucking have the same like relitigation of 2016 era memes. Okay. No, it's not happening. Sorry. Just enjoy what remains of your current social healthcare structure before they fucking gut that, okay? Because it's coming. It's coming for you. Get excited about that, you know. Everything that you see here in the United States of America in terms of like how our politics operates, it'll happen. And you will probably be doing the same like lesser evil voting advocacy for Justin Trudeau that you have done thus far, I suspect. And you won't understand how like neoliberalism gutted your institutions. I mean, it's already there for Canada. It is, you know, America's hat at the end of the day. How the fuck do you search a specific streamer on here nowadays? If you're asking for mobile, I don't know. There's no answer for it. Twitch mobile is so ass. I hate it every time I log on. Anyway, as I've stated, I have no expectation from tonight's debate. I do know this, though. The odds are in Trump's favor because of the muted mic situation. The odds are against Kamala Harris because she is nowhere near as telegenic. Okay? Kamala Harris also is held to a different standard. Democrats are held to a different standard by mainstream media. Donald Trump can lie as much as he wants to. Donald Trump can flip-flop on positions as much as he wants to. And the media does not fucking hold him accountable in the same way that they hold the Democratic Party accountable. Why? Because the media still treats the Democratic Party as adults in the room. So they do get that benefit. They do get the benefit of being treated as adults in the room in the eyes of the broader electorate, but they also get that double standard. Sorry, them's the fucking rules, all right? It doesn't matter. You can complain about it. You can cry to the referee all day, every day. It does not matter. Shut the fuck up and work against the odds. If you're a fucking politician, you know this already. I'm a dumbass Twitch streamer. I don't even wear sleeves half the fucking time any longer, and I know this. If I know this, you know it too. It's your fucking job. Okay? Now the problem is, I don't think Kamala Harris is capable of this. I've been thinking about this a lot in terms of like Donald Trump going out and doing these like big podcast moves, you know, trying to activate people that normally do not participate in the electoral process. Could Kamala Harris do that? Fuck no, she can't. Whose show is she gonna go on? Mine? What's she gonna do? Like, can you imagine a conversation between her and Theo Vaughn? I can't. No, we're not talking about The View, chat. Like, she'll go to The View, but that's already mainstream media. She's not even doing mainstream media. You say Pod Johns, all of her surrogates have been on the Pod Johns. Name one fucking Pod John appearance that any of her surrogates have done that has ever hit the same level of mainstream coverage as Donald Trump going on Theo Vaughn. One. I don't think she can do it. I don't think she's capable of doing it. So I don't even know how she's going to try to hit the fucking independent media angle regardless. She should go on the I've Had It pod. She has. You didn't even know that. She already has. See? That's my fucking point. Of course, this was before she became president, but still, it was before she became the candidate. Anyway, she could play Among Us like AOC did law, get that Gen Z vote. AOC is capable of conducting these sorts of interviews as a surrogate, but I don't think Kamala Harris is. That's all I'm saying. Tim Walz could do it, but it's still not Kamala Harris. Right now, what you're seeing is Donald Trump hitting the independent media angle and JD Vance hitting the news outlets. Kamala Harris has not hit any of the fucking news outlets. She did one interview. Tonight, she is going to be on the largest stage, far larger than the DNC. Tonight is the night where this will be her make it or break it moment. There's still like 20% of the electorate that don't know enough of her, don't know enough about her, are willing and able to vote for her. Tonight will be the night where either she captures the attention of some of those people or causes them to fuck off and never really go out to vote come November. And all things considered, there's a shit ton of pressure. Kamala Harris is not exactly a very charismatic individual. That much is obvious. And beyond the fact that she is not exactly a very charismatic individual, Kamala Harris also has a litany of complications that she must overcome. She is going to get hit on a lot of these things that she's already gotten hit on. Not by Donald Trump, mind you, by ABC. They're going to do the Dana Fast shit. They're going to be like, why are you such a flip-flopper? Okay, why'd you say defund the fucking police or abolish ICE or whatever, and then now you want to fucking build the border wall? These are questions that are going to come up. And the Dana Bash answers were not good. Okay, that's it. I'm actually surprised by that thing. I think Kamala's very charismatic from what I've seen. Come on, guys. I mean, I don't think so. Remember how much people yelled at me in the beginning when everyone was hopped up on the Mamala train and people were yelling at me because I said she's not charismatic? Oh my God. Remember chatters were being like, wow, you want a black woman to shuck and jive for you. That's what they said. You guys remember that? Anyway, the only successful line she's ever delivered in her entire political career was the most scripted and pre-planned line in that one debate about busing. She has zero charisma. Yeah. She has no charisma. Her policies are boring. She has no charisma. She's not telegenic. Her policy positions are boring. They're scared. She's running scared as and some people will say it's because she's a black woman. She's afraid of like disrupting the racists. The racists have made up their minds about her. Get the fuck out of here. She's literally a cop. And don't worry, she's still very much like the mechanical political operative that old people don't necessarily have that big of an issue with. So the real issue here is that she doesn't have any like policy distinctions from Joe Biden. What? Are you okay? This motherfucker's spamming this. Fine, ignore me, but I would have liked the poll. I don't know why you're withholding me, lol. Because there's 35,000 people in here, dog. I don't fucking see every goddamn spammer. Like, calm down. I'm a bit hyper. I did too much Ritalin today. Dial it back, chatter. Fuck. Like I said, not only is she not telegenic, her policies are boring, and also, even worse than boring, her policies directly tie her back to Joe Biden. Okay? Unimaginable L for the Kamala Harris campaign. Like, she was literally outperforming Biden on the economy for a fucking good reason. And now she's literally tying herself to the Biden administration. Biden is very unpopular on the economy. Biden was very unpopular on immigration. She's tied herself to fucking Biden on immigration too. It blows my fucking mind, bro. Biden is like, I'm doing 9/11 tomorrow. Maybe Kamala Harris will do that as well.
My granddaughter's birthday in New York. Then we're going to watch the debate. And then tomorrow I'm doing 9/11.
Yeah, you heard it. You heard him. You heard him, bro. He said, I'm doing 9/11 tomorrow. Yo, when an American president says that, that means something. That's way more meaningful than me saying 3 minutes of ads are coming for you at the top of the hour. You know what I mean? He said, I'm doing 9/11. Don't show up to work tomorrow. That's what he said. Yeah, I'm 27 minutes late. It's basically the middle of the hour. Shut the fuck up, you know? Subscribe if you don't want to see the goddamn top of the hour ads. What can she do to actually win this debate other than condemning Israel? One, she needs to just be fucking way cooler than she actually is, which she's not going to be able to do. Okay? But beyond that, I think in order to be able to win this debate, okay, and not for like some centrist person that like liberal media is always telegraphing their commentary towards that doesn't really exist in the real world because the American politics understander is a, an inherently contradictory position strung to one another, one after the other. And ultimately they end up, I feel like, voting on vibes more than anything else. So if she wants to actually get super fucking, the best boost possible from this, after a couple weeks of now cutting into her momentum post DNC, I think she just cuts ties with Biden on a bunch of shit. She's not going to do it. It's just not going to happen, man. It should have happened by now. It's not going to happen. I think it's also probably far too late. Cut ties with Brandon on fucking Gaza and denying fucking arms transfer to Israel because they're just refusing to come to the table to ceasefire. Cut ties with Brandon on the economy. Okay? Or rather, not cut ties with Brandon, but like be like, listen, the Brandon admin did a lot of good stuff. I worked on some of it. Okay? But our work is not done yet. We got to do more. Which she kind of does on that front. Cut ties with Democratic Party and Brandon on immigration and be like, listen, what the Republicans are suggesting is insane. And they've lost their minds on how racist they are. Like, they're getting duped by fake stories about Haitian migrants eating cats. And then when they find out that they're in the wrong, they double down. Can you tell Weeby to stop? What? Too many ads? I'm predicting a sleepy Trump and a cringe Kamala, and every normal person hates this debate. Mod Tua and ban on that thing. Dude, why? Weeby, why are you like this, bro? Why? I much prefer you fucking sending me Nate Silver polling. Okay? Please get back to sending me fucking Nate Silver tweets about how smart and how right he is that Donald Trump's gonna be president. Because this new bit is so much worse. This new bit is so much fucking worse than the Brett Cooper posting that you engage in, you fucking gooner. You goddamn horny monster, you. Okay? This man had to moderate a Discord. And a chat filled to the brim with liberals, and it just broke his brain completely. Anyway, how many minutes into the debate will 9/11 be mentioned? Should be the first gambit tonight. That's a good one. If she takes distance from Biden on Israel, she will lose Penn 100%. You know what's really funny about this take? There's no poll that suggests that. There are polls that show the exact opposite. But it doesn't fucking matter. I can give you 2 separate polls. Well, 3, as a matter of fact. 2 different polls conducted on swing state voters show that, one, I believe it was like 36% of likely voters would be more enthusiastic to vote for the Democratic Party, with 0% of likely voters being less enthusiastic to vote for the Democratic Party if Kamala Harris were to, 1, push for a ceasefire, and 2, deny arms transfers to Israel. There's 2 different polls conducted on that subject matter. There's also another poll that came out of Haaretz that showed that American Jews, living in Pennsylvania, living in New York, California, and Florida primarily, but also some Jews living in Pennsylvania as well, say that Israel is the 9th out of the top 10 priorities, top 11 priorities, and that 75% are going to be voting for the Democratic Party. So, no, she would not be losing a single fucking vote, and she would be gaining a shit ton of votes. Everybody understands, especially American Jews, but everybody understands that, like, the Republicans are pretty goddamn anti-Semitic, regardless of their insane dick riding of the state of Israel. Okay? So, no. Also, this isn't even like a, Jews versus Muslims type situation anyway. So why did you say that when there is no evidence to point to this and only evidence to show the exact opposite? What leads you to write this? Are you getting paid? We'll see. That's it? We'll see? Give me a fucking answer. Do you see how easy it is to defend the existing order? That's it. You can just chirp like that. No fucking evidence needs to be shown. You know what I mean? It's just my opinion, and that's just the truth. This shit is endlessly frustrating. Oh, motherfucker said, trust me, bro. Gen Alpha Republicans, Trump has that gyat. Is this a real photo or is this an AI photo? Because I know he does have that bussy. I mean, this is a parody account, but I'm saying, like, is the photo real? Because I think I'm voting for Donald Trump now. Anti-Semitism isn't real, man. There's a Jewish Republican politician calling Muslim heads on Twitter. What the fuck do you mean? Anti-Semitism absolutely is real. What you also followed up on that, like, what you just followed up with also is completely irrelevant to the first ridiculous statement that you made. Take some fucking time off. The lighting is wrong. It's AI. I think the last thing I ever heard you say on TYT, is it possible to ban the streamer? Yes. It's when I, use anti-white racist slurs. It's so annoying and frustrating. I told one of my live friends that it would be wise for Kamala to distance herself from Biden when it comes to Gaza, and if she loses, she'll only have herself and Biden to blame. And she responded by saying she wanted to scream that I was being naive and said, enjoy Trump. Bro, liberals are going to enjoy Trump, I think. Like, they're going to enjoy it because they're voting for Trump from fucking 4 years ago on a lot of key issues anyway. It seems to me like a lot of liberals are just like, well, the Democratic Party has shifted a lot of their positions to 2020 Trump. So I guess we're on board with 2020 Trump now. We love it. We are enjoying it. So I guess in 2028, they will be also waving the mass deportation flags. By the time 2028 comes around, they'll be like, well, there's nothing we could do. Sweetie, if you don't actually advocate for mass deportation of all undocumented migrants on U.S. soil because they're doing unimaginable amounts of crimes and rapes, okay? 12 billion Guatemalans are actually killing a gorillion Americans, actually. And they've eaten all the fucking cats. The Haitians, okay? 25 million Haitians have destroyed the domestic pet population of the entire state of Ohio. What the Sigma, sweetie? You have to vote for the Democrats for mass deportation. There's no other way. After all, if the Democrats don't win, Super Hitler is going to do something worse than mass deportations. I don't know. I guess they'll like fucking mass deport like all brown people too, like suspected Hispanics or something. I don't know. I mean, that's what it looks like right now. Actually, all things considered, they'll probably cut the 4 year trajectory of the Democrats inevitably positioning themselves as the Democrats. The Republicans from 4 years prior. That'll shorten. That time frame will go to 2 years, and then eventually it will be openly uniparty. Okay, until there is not a single fucking issue that is distinctive between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. Hasan is currently doing Anna Kasparian 4 years from now. In 2028, libs will be like, yeah, the Dems aren't counter-messaging against the anti-trans bills, but at least they're raising the minimum wage a little bit, or not even raising the minimum wage, just saying that they're going to raise the minimum wage a little bit, but having an opportunity to raise the minimum wage and refusing to do it, because that is precisely what happened. Yeah, I mean, this is centrist advocates moderate approach to genocide. Yeah. The only thing that the Democrats haven't like fully capitulated to is like January 6th being good. You know? Yet. We'll see. We'll see where the Democrats land on that next election cycle, maybe by the midterms. Felix Biederman will be in the building tomorrow. Okay. Anyway, let's watch the fucking View. Do we have the full View coverage on it?
Trump.
We don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator.
Former Trump administration officials who argue he isn't fit to be president are featured in a new Harris campaign ad that will run during the debate. And in the coming days, both nominees will hit battleground states.
Hey, Weisha, before you go, what more are you learning about how Kamala Harris is going to approach this debate tonight?
Well, our sources tell us that she really wants to focus on policy over personality and that she'll be drawing a contrast between herself and Trump throughout the night. We also know that she has been studying his past debate performances to collect information about how to rattle him, how to provoke him, so that she can, in their words, get him to reveal who he really is. They have long been frustrated that Americans have what they call Trump amnesia.
Yeah, the best thing to do then is to fucking literally cut against the Trump immigration agenda by being like, look how weird these guys are. I don't know if she's got the riz to pull that off, but look how fucking weird these guys are that Donald Trump is posting about how Haitian migrants are eating cats. Okay? That's weird as fuck. Here's the View debate segment. No, I don't want the View debate segment. I want Fox, the Fox 5 debate segment. I misspoke.
So
I misspoke. I don't want to watch the View. I meant the Fox 5. My goats. I want to hear Jessica Tarkov escape from Tarkov, turn around and fucking be like, Kamala is the biggest Zionist. You guys don't understand. She loves Israel. That's why she's going to win every fucking vote.
You know,
that's content right there. That's what I want to see.
So they want to remind them, but you know, this could be her only chance to do that. Usually we're talking about 3 presidents.
Just wanted to give you in chat the happy news. My brother-in-law Ayub's surgery went well, and he and his family raised enough money to get to Egypt, where they have a relative who will sponsor them. They leave next week, and while they're sad to leave Gaza, they're happy to be safe. Thanks to chat for all the love. Hell yeah. Shouts out to Ayub, even though he said Austin is his favorite, which, you know, not the best opinion, I think, but I think at this point you should just keep saying she's 100% going to lose if she won't turn around. But I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I still think that she has a shot of winning this election. It's just unimaginably close for no fucking reason.
Debates in a cycle, and this is the only one on the books, and there's a chance that these nominees do not agree to another one. So to your point earlier, Gail, this is also maybe her one chance to make sure Americans know who she is and her team knows the pressure is on.
I know, Weisha, depending on how it turns out tonight. It will be interesting to see if there will be another debate. We shall see. Thank you, Weisha.
Just hours from now, the first and maybe only president.
It's just so funny because, like, the Democrats keep running towards the Republicans in terms of their positions and then are shocked that the race is close. It's like, bro, you're literally bouldering in their direction. Why the fuck would you think the race is any different then? Americans see it and they're like, I don't know. Like, I don't know who to fucking vote for. Both these guys kind of suck. And then they're like, oh, I don't get it. I don't know why this race is so close. It's like, bro, just make some, distinguish yourself a little bit.
Presidential debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump. The face-off also notably the first time the two rivals will have met. Trump skipped President Biden's inauguration where they would have all been together. Harris arriving in Philadelphia Monday after a series of mock debate sessions, complete with a stage and TV lighting, according to campaign sources. Sources also tell NBC News Harris and her team are focusing on ways to try to needle Trump, to provoke him, and that Harris has studied past Trump debate clips, like those where he lashed out at Hillary Clinton in 2016.
Such a nasty trust
fund. And repeatedly interrupted Joe Biden 4 years later.
Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now.
Are you gonna pack the
Make
court?
sure you, in fact, let people know
He doesn't want
you're
to
a
answer the
senator.
question.
I'm not going to answer the question
Why
because
wouldn't you answer that
because
question?
the question
you want to put a lot
is
of
the
new
question
Supreme Court
is
justice,
the
radical
question,
left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who?
But tonight, the rules say the mics will be muted when it's not a candidate's turn to speak. Harris previewing her mindset.
We should be prepared for the fact that he is not burdened by telling the truth.
Less formal debate prep for the former president. Among those advising him, former Democratic Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, who tangled with Harris in a primary debate 5 years ago. Now, some of Trump's allies urging him to focus on policy. His rival turned supporter Nikki Haley delivering this warning.
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance need to change the way they speak about women. You don't need to go and talk about intelligence or looks or anything else. Just focus on the policies.
Tonight's debate punctuates a frenetic 3-month political stretch that began with President Biden's dismal debate performance that ultimately forced his exit from the race.
If we finally beat Medicare.
Among Trump's priorities to tie Harris to Biden, and with the polls still neck and neck, tonight poses what could be the last major shakeup in this race. So among the critical moments to watch for tonight, what happens right out of the gates? Do Harris and Trump shake hands? Trump allies, as we just heard, they are urging the former president to focus on policy, not personality, keying in on issues like inflation and immigration and continued conflicts overseas. But this morning, the Harris campaign is already trying to get under Trump's skin, releasing a new ad featuring former President Obama, mocking Trump's obsession with crowd size. Notably, Savannah, no crowd tonight, just the two candidates and the two moderators. Back to you.
Peter, thank you. Enjoy.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific.
Now let's check in with Peter Ducey with a look at how Team Harris is preparing. Hey, Peter.
Ainsley, tonight is going to be kind of surreal for Vice President Harris because for the last couple days, she's been staring at a staffer dressed as Donald Trump. And tonight, she's going to meet him in person for the first time ever.
I think he's going to lie. And, he has a playbook that he has used in the past, be it, his attacks on President Obama or Hillary Clinton. So we should expect that some of that might come out.
The vice president claims her values have not changed since 2019. So tonight, she may have to explain why in 2019 she wrote that she supported.
My values haven't changed since 2020 as well, which is why I'm voting for the 2020 Republican Party, the Michael Pence Donald Trump ticket, and by that I mean I'm voting for the Democrats. Hell yeah, brother. For those of you who are asking, hell yeah, baby.
Sex changes for migrants with this quote: I support policies ensuring that federal prisoners and detainees are able to obtain medically necessary care for gender transition, including surgical care, while incarcerated or detained. And she also may need to explain tonight the call to cut ICE funding, also in 2019. Quote, our immigrant detention system is out of control, and I believe we must end the unfair incarceration of thousands.
Dude, Democrats are so funny when they have no power. Democrats with no power are just Kamagala. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs.
Thousands of individuals, families, and children. I was one of the first senators after President Trump was elected to advocate for a decrease in funding to ICE. The basics of the rules tonight are as follows.
I have the five coverage here, chatter.
Microphones, no live studio audience, only a pen, paper, and water on stage, no pre-written notes. The answers are 2 minutes. The rebuttals are 2 minutes. Follow-ups are 1 minute. The vice president decided to spend most of this week in Pennsylvania.
Take that dog on a walk. It's a dog, not a statue. Bro sees my dog sleeping the entire day. Like the entire fucking day. And doesn't realize that it's probably because she's already really fucking tired from the workout that she gets in the morning. And assumes that I'm harming this dog.
Pennsylvania. She did debate camp in Pittsburgh. Flew here to Philadelphia yesterday in the afternoon. She spent the night at a hotel as opposed to Donald Trump, who plans to fly up from Florida later on this afternoon. Back to you.
Peter, they have never come face to face. And I know the former president mentioned.
It's a sentinel dog. It always sleeps during the day, Law. Yeah, let me tell you, she sleeps at night too. Her ass is sleeping during the day and also at night, okay? And it's really funny because, like, I get up in the middle of the night to pee, and she's sleeping with her fucking arms in the air. She's sleeping on her back. It's the funniest. She sleeps in the funniest way possible. At least during the day, she sleeps like normal. At night, she's like...
And about a week ago, there was a possibility at some point he might present her with a special gift.
What the fuck?
Yes, former President Trump said at a rally that he thinks because he feels that the vice president is borrowing from his platform with things like the taxes on no taxes on tips, and he says that he's got a specially made MAGA hat for the vice president. It seems like they don't want the candidates to have props on the stage tonight, but what are they going to do? Are they going to pat him down to make sure he doesn't have a hat in his jacket if that is what he decides to do?
That would be an epic moment.
What would it say?
MAGA.
Make America. But he says it's a special one. You know, sometimes they change it, make America healthy
That's
again,
true.
make America, whatever it is. What?
God, they're so fucking lame, dude. Like, how is this any different than fucking Rachel Maddow? Like, the media in Denmark panicking over this debate, it's intense, lol. Yeah, well, you know, I, on the other hand, cool as a fucking cucumber, okay? Knowing full well that it's gonna suck ass. I mean, it would be so outside of the bounds of reason if she, in the most unexpected fashion, just like turns around and is like really dynamic, really energetic, and is just like blistering Donald Trump, just throwing fucking daggers his way, even taking a couple shots at Joe Biden, like without naming him directly, and just being like, listen, you want a more dynamic, more vibrant, younger candidate? I'll give it to you. Okay? I'm there.
What would it say? Make America tip free or?
Yeah.
But it would be something.
Maybe it's just his autograph on it.
We'll see.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Peter.
and she could wear it. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I genuinely can't predict how this will go. I can. How can you not predict how this will go? She's going to be fucking boring and straightforward. She's going to have a couple higher moments, like a couple positive moments, but mostly it's going to be the exact same thing that you've seen from the Dana Fash, the Dana Fash conversation that took place. There's going to be the same exact questions. She is going to be woefully unprepared for answering those questions. Whose mic gets muted first? Trump, Kamala, Hasan? You think my mic is going to get muted? I'm going to be fucking talking over it nonstop. I am going to be yapping. It's Yap City, population me, okay? I'm going to be talking all over that, dude. I'm going to be talk Tua all over it, okay? That took a piece of my dignity and my soul. You think they shake hands in the beginning or nah? Ooh, probably not. No, they won't. Yeah, the best hope for the Kamala Harris campaign is that, like, she manages the questions adequately. And then beyond that, Donald Trump fucking flies off the hinges and just like says insane shit. Like questions Kamala Harris being a black person, maybe like maybe brings up, I don't know, her like fucking her way to the top or some shit, like really gross stuff. If he can't stop his own nature, he's gonna lose the debate. Sam mentioned the fine print of the mics can be unmuted if there's a lot of crosstalk. He's predicting if they mention that detail on the opening, they'll unmute. Okay, that'd be sick. I hope so. I hope they unmute because I really want that. I want it bad. Not because like, oh, Kamala Harris, Mamala is going to be a prosecutor. Like she's going to prosecute Trump's case or whatever, but because like it'll be content. Okay, it'll be good content. I also do think Trump will say some shit. Like, I feel like judging by nothing but this, okay, just this alone, it makes me feel like they do not care at all. They just are straight up being fucking gross weirdos. Hasan admitted Trump's lost the sauce. He doesn't have that fire in him as much anymore. Oh, 100%. Trump is definitely going to be more boring than you've ever seen him. Oh my God. Oh my God. He has Laura Loomer on his debate prep. Oh my God, okay, I take it back. Trump might be actually really fun tonight. Oh my God. Dude, this is why I keep saying I still think Kamala Harris is going to win this election, regardless of how ass her campaign is. Okay? Dude, I'm sorry. Guys, remember what I told you about how Democrats love losing? Okay? They love snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, like in this circumstance. Republicans always, and I feel like it's a contractual obligation akin to the top of the hour ad break contractual obligation I have to serve you a 3-minute ad break. I feel like the Republicans always have to double down. Like Kamala Harris will come out and be like, oh, I love Joe Biden. I love Joe Biden's policies. He's not even that old. Actually, he should be the president. Like he should be the presidential candidate. So I'm a vote for me is a vote for Joe Biden. Like she could come out and say that. And then the next day, Donald Trump would be like, we've decided that, everyone in the Defense Department has to wear a Klan's robe or some shit. Like it's crazy. Like Laura Loomer? What the fuck are you doing? Laura Loomer? Is this for real? Like, there's no way, bro. There's no way Laura Loomer's on on Trump Force One. There's just no way. Laura Loomer is literally like she's like female Milo Yiannopoulos. Seeing her anywhere near Donald Trump, by the way, in spite of also looking incredibly gross too, and Trump cares about that sort of shit. So obviously, Trump loves keeping in his company like a couple ladies that he finds to be like sexy, not because he's like sexually attracted to them, but he just like in a zesty way loves being surrounded by beautiful women because I think he thinks it's like, presenting his power. Laura Loomer is hard to look at. So obviously this woman who is perhaps most notable for being banned from every fucking application, like every app on the App Store for her ridiculous amounts of Islamophobia. Like she's banned from Uber, dude. She's banned from Postmates. Okay. This woman who perhaps most notably chained herself to Twitter headquarters because she also got banned from that application as well. That woman being on Trump's team implies that Donald Trump thinks that she's got some solid ideas. So now this changes the calculation a little bit. I think he's just going to come out and be like, Haitians eat cats and dogs. He might even say he might even start fucking yelling about like other races that Republicans normally don't yell about. Like he might start hitting on Asians too. We got to deport all the Asians. Haitians are eating the cats. Asians are eating the dogs. We're deporting all of them like crazy shit. Okay. Like he's going to crash out. I think like this is insane. Like what kind of good sound debate prep could Laura Loomer give you? Okay. That's actually wild. Oh, do you think anything can and will fundamentally change because of this debate? I mean, considering that this debate is make it or break it for Kamala Harris, yes. Like all things considered, polls are tight, and that's not a great position for Kamala to be in. And she is going to try and pick up. She is going to try and pick up as many of those people who are like, I don't really know if I want to go out and vote. There's like a good 20% of likely voters. There is a good 20% of likely voters that are currently sitting around being like, I don't know if I fucking will be asked to go out and vote. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't know. I don't really care. Bro, are you nervous for the debate? Why am I libbed up right now? I'm not nervous at all. And maybe that's because I'm not libbed up. Oh, another angle I forgot to mention. I think Trump is going to come out and like present himself. Like I said earlier, I've been saying this for a while at this point. I think Trump is going to come out and most likely angle himself as a peaceful dove. He's going to go full tilt on the immigrant stuff because 60%, according to Pew Center, 60% of Americans want mass deportation. Okay. So he thinks he can go balls to the wall with that narrative, especially because that narrative is not no longer a narrative that the Democrats even care to counter, but actually have completely capitulated on and are literally advocating to deal with the immigrants from the perspective of like prosecuting them. Okay. So for them, for the Trump administration, he's like, I'm going to go crazy on the immigrant stuff. Okay. On the other side of the equation, the Democrats are, in the eyes of the broader electorate, responsible for Ukraine and responsible for Gaza, right? And Trump has consistently signaled that he is a peaceful dove, a war ender, okay? He also says when Joe Biden tries to end wars, he fails to do so, like the Afghanistan pullout, which, by the way, full support for Joe Biden on that front. It was awesome. I'm glad he did that. That was probably his signature accomplishment before fucking the bag up entirely. But he is going to keep saying he's a peaceful dove, okay? And Kamala Harris, out of fears that she will be, seen as like soft, will probably hype up the narrative that she is like a warmonger, thinking that that plays well to the broader electorate. It will not. Hillary Clinton did the same thing. So I think Trump goes crazy on immigration. Polls will probably reflect that his incredibly unhinged rants about migrants will end up harming him. That's number one. Okay. It will actually cut away at the already like solidified base that he has. Like, he will shave off from the margins, and then he will go peaceful dove, which will probably pick up some of that flack. The goal for Trump is to remind people how fucking shitty the past 4 years have been, and to mention how good it was actually when he was president. The goal for Kamala Harris is to remind everybody how shitty things were under the Trump administration. And the goal for Chatters is to remind me that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, but I forgot to run the ad break, even though I debated you with a segue. Yeah, like this kind of shit I hate. Okay, Harris campaign official announces 2 guests at tonight's presidential debate: Anthony fucking Scaramucci and Olivia Troy. Okay, both are Trump admin alums who oppose his re-election bid. Take it from the ones who know Donald Trump the best and who are telling the American people exactly how unfit Trump is to serve as president, says Harris campaign spokesman Michael Tyler. I'm telling you right now, this kind of shit this sucks. These are not people with like real constituencies. Okay? It is very obvious that they are running this fucking, like, see, even the Republicans don't care about Donald Trump type bullshit. It doesn't fucking work. It does not work, okay? She can't criticize Republicans. She can't distance herself from Biden. Exactly. That kind of stuff sucks. Americans want a fighter, okay? People who want to vote for one party over the other want that party to fight the other party. After all, why should there ever be a reason to vote for either party then? Oh.
Jesse, this is so exciting because you know why? They've never met. Donald and Kamala have never met. But the interesting thing is America has met Trump.
Put the same countdown on screen so people don't forget. Moldova Mama Liga, you weren't here earlier this morning when we were looking at my Ukraine takes on the day of the invasion, where I was talking about how unjustifiable and cruel it is that Russia invaded Ukraine. A tear. You would have shed a tear seeing how right I was, and how so many people have lied about my position so consistently, you know?
They haven't met Kamala. So this is more about her. Like, America needs to hear from her.
The pressure's on her.
And I want to clarify this is the first time for the record. I hope you understand where I'm coming from. None of this justifies what Russia has done or is doing. Okay? None of this justifies what Vladimir Putin is doing currently in Ukraine. I know I have to specify this because people they're like used to just hearing black and white. This is right. This is wrong. So I need to clarify one more time. What Vladimir Putin is doing is wrong. It is morally abhorrent. It is completely unacceptable. 3 years ago, baby. You definitely became more informed, though. Man, don't try to back away from that. You have to defend me to all the fucking supposedly pro-Ukraine accounts who like spend all of their time being like, acting as though I invaded fucking Ukraine. Okay? Bro, you look greasy and smelly from that pic. Yeah, I was not. This was not my best look. I look like shit. Someone in the chat, ironically enough, is talking about how your hair looks great, brother. They were lying.
First impression. And every time people do get a look at her, they don't like her. When they saw her in 2019, they didn't like her. Whenever they saw her as VP, they didn't like her. Her numbers
Why do I keep seeing posts that you deny the Armenian genocide? I think it's because people just lie. There it is. Here's a post from this is one of the most consistent ones too. Like people just lie about that. This is from it used to be so commonplace in this chat that we have a literal command for it. We should actually do one for Ukraine as well.
The Armenian genocide happened.
Zerka and the pedos Twitter community this morning had like a 2K like post about you denying the Armenian genocide. Yeah. Post the Ukraine link in the chat and I'll add it. Here. As an Armenian in the diaspora, I'm so tired of people asking Hasan if he denies the Armenian genocide. The funny thing is they don't even ask if no, not Zerka from the Simon, John Zerka. No, they don't even ask if I deny the Armenian genocide. They just straight up lie and say that I do when I never have and never will. That's precisely the reason why there's not a single instance where they've ever been able to like find me actually denying the Armenian genocide because I never have. Did you see Speed is dating a trans woman in Thailand yesterday? Yeah, I saw Speed with a lady boy having a fucking wonderful time, which is great. The long hair did -1 million PR for you. Your aura went poof. I agree.
Numbers nosedived after they saw her at the convention. So 90 minutes of Kamala is not good for Kamala. And Trump just has to keep her on the defensive and explain why she believes these radical, dangerous things. Now, if she just pivots and says it's about values and then attacks him, that's what she wants to do. She wants to be attack, attack, attack the whole time. Because what does she have to lose? Remember, they didn't like what Biden did last time, not just because he fell apart, because he didn't land any great shots at Donald Trump. If she comes out and just goes crazy.
Biden was landing shots on his own head. The fuck do you mean? Biden had no capabilities of landing shots. Biden was barely standing up.
Easy and just starts going rapist, Jan 6, this and that. And Trump gets flustered or Trump is then on the defensive. Then she wins. So this is huge for her because this is the only debate.
Sidebar, will I get popped for streaming the debate? Most likely. I might as well, but I'm still going to do it because I think it's fucking ridiculous to try to paywall a goddamn presidential debate. Okay? It's fucking ridiculous. It's the most fair use as fair use gets.
Debate. There will be no other debate besides this. If she wins, she coasts. If she loses, maybe she begs for another one and Trump says, fine, we'll do it on Fox, and puts the pressure on her. I expect her to do one thing, and she should say this if I were advising her. Once Trump just says, you did this, you did that, why should we trust you to do anything you're promising? She should just look at him and say, I'm not Joe Biden. I'm not Joe Biden. You know how he does a little thing, a little swagger?
Okay, that's literally not a bat. What the fuck's going on? Bro, wait. Why is Jesse Waters actually giving good advice? This is weird. Did they get bored? I feel like they got bored of the Democrats. Kind of like when I get bored of the Republicans doing bad propaganda. So then I'll be like, here's the better way to angle this. I actually feel like they got bored of the Democrats fucking up. What is happening? Yeah, he said it's not. He said it's not okay to lose one election. Yeah, that was really funny. He was like, come on, just lose one election. Apparently, the Kamala campaign released official bingo cards. Shut the fuck up. Bro, you can't. I mean, no. What is going on, dude? Can we play? We already have bingo cards. We fucking make bingo cards for every goddamn debate. The fuck do you mean, can we do it? We already have the debate bingo. Lil Bear made it. Debate.
I'm not Joe Biden. And if she does that, that could just really make one of those moments. Yeah, you don't look like Joe Biden. You were only his VP. And that might give her a little distance because what she wants is distance. Trump is going to make her look like Joe Biden in a pantsuit. And if you could say, I'm not Joe Biden in a cool, fun way, that might help her out.
Okay, I'm not joking when I say this. I think Jesse Waters got fucking bored. Like, this is the first time I've ever seen him do like any kind of commentary where, because like these guys always will like give advice to the Democrats and it's always like just throw the election. This actually is good advice. It's weird.
Other than that, she's got a lot of work to do because we've never seen her take a punch except once, and she had a glass jaw.
By the way, that is an analogy for people at home. He's not talking literally a punch or literally.
Yeah, Buttfeld has to clarify because Jesse Waters is constantly making rape analogies about Kamala Harris, which is why this makes it all the more shocking where he's like giving actual sound advice. Thanks, Buttfeld, for clarifying that Jesse Waters wasn't actually advocating to punch Kamala Harris, or any woman for that matter, in the face. That's for, next week. Up next, Jesse Waters says Kamala Harris will get raped by her staffers. A thing that he said, by the way. Sorry, generals. He did. Yeah, he literally did, like 2 weeks ago. Okay? He straight up was like, her generals will have their way with her. That is what he said. Will debate moderators ask Donald Trump about flying with a woman who said rich Jews have a fixation on trying to destroy America and accuse the Jewish nonprofit that aids migrants of facilitating the invasion of America in the Great Replacement? Will the debate moderators ask Donald Trump about flying with a woman who said, I got Ashkenazi IQ, even though you're a Nazi and you hate me because I'm Jewish, because Laura Loomer is a Jewish woman, by the way, despite being deeply anti-Semitic and a Nazi. She herself is literally also Jewish, I believe. And she said to a Nazi, very famously, to a straight up Nazi, that he was designed as like the perfect Aryan to this Nazi, and then followed up with, I'm Jewish, but I have a high Ashkenazi IQ. She's a self-hating Jew. I mean, she's just a Nazi who also happens to be Jewish. I don't know how much of a self-hating Jew she is, but I mean, here, the clip you were just talking about. Oh, here.
Let's talk about foreign policy. What is her foreign policy? And this is where the president has his most impact. She's going to get paralyzed in the Situation Room while the generals have their way with her, right?
Insane. Even her fucking co-hosts were like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? Like, they literally were like, what? Jesse! Didn't she actually say something about Ashkenazi tits? I think she said, she says she's got big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ to the Nazi. Do we have that clip? Here it is.
Your eyes look so good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate god.
Thank you. Look at his face when she said, but I'm Jewish.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
That's okay.
It's okay. The Nazis hate me.
It's fine. He's trying to walk away. She's got the grip. She got the grip. He's like, oh, you're a Jew? Let me walk away real quick. No! She got the claw grip.
Put me in a gas chamber because they're obsessed with the Jews.
I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay.
They're just jealous because I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
Yes, that's what it is. Yeah. You got it.
I'm going to tell you a secret. Like, you know, so many people in this movement who preach trad life are like fucking people on the side and like cheating on their partners.
That's like, so bad.
Like, they're not even.
The low quality and the decoration of the room makes her jaw look funny. No, dog, it's the unimaginable amount of fucking plastic surgery that she got that makes her jaw look funny. She straight up looks like that fucking dude in Atlanta. You know what I'm talking about? She looks like a fucking Bogdanov. She looks like the long lost Bogdanov twin. What the fuck? Have you ever seen this demon? She looks like Jigsaw, bro. Yeah, Teddy Perkins. Do not show a high resolution picture of her. No, I'm going to do it. Laura Loomer. Trigger warning. Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer loses Florida primary election and turns against the GOP. Donald Trump has this demon on call, dude. Now make chat guess her age. How old do you think she is? She's younger than me. She's 31 years old. There's a guy that has a ton of modifications that look like a cat, and she looks a lot like that. This is why I'm telling you right now, bro. This is why I'm telling you, like, the Republicans and the Democrats, I think, have a secret arrangement where they're both like leaning into all of the worst things they can do to make sure they lose this election. Okay? Both sides are like, fuck it, YOLO. Let's just try to figure out how we can get like 10 collective people in every state to vote. They want to find out what happens when both sides lose. We already lost. They're playing tricks at this point, you know? They're tricksters. They're just having fun with it. You're older and you haven't lost the primary yet, so who are you to talk? True. They're in the bag for Jill Stein, dude. They're in the fucking bag for Jill Stein. I'm telling you right now, they're like, we're trying to make Jill Stein finally be the president. Austin says Laura Loomer is the most insane person I've ever seen. Oh, 100%. This does add a bit, a spin of content on the situation. Oh, 100%. It makes it so much more fun. This is my favorite Laura Loomer pick. Oh! Oh! Why did I click on it? Stop. Okay, no more. We're doing a full shutdown. We're doing a full shutdown on all Laura Loomer picks until we figure out what the hell is going on. We're done. Oh, there's a protest outside. There's a live in Philly. Shut down the presidential debate for Gaza protest happening. That's awesome. A sick cult that has turned into a dangerous fifth column or worse, says Captain Allen. Dog, why do you have a little baby holding up an Israeli flag as your PFP? What the fuck are you saying? Lawyer historian with a passion for Jewish history and identity, seeking to empower Jews and the curious from all backgrounds with knowledge and analytical skill. Most normal Zionist account. most well-educated normal Zionist account being like, oh, it's a fifth column style situation. These like Americans who are protesting against American tax dollars being fucking spent on, baby murder is actually secret Hamas operatives amongst our ranks. We should kill them. Cool, man. Yeah, not even millions, billions with a B. What do you mean when you say fifth column? Fifth column means like infiltration, okay? As in like the enemy has infiltrated and are presenting themselves as like regular old Americans, but secretly they are nefariously trying to defeat America. Yeah, he don't want to say jihadists. I feel like he probably does say jihadists in other circumstances. Biden has one-upped your 9/11. I know, man. I know. Why you got to bring this up right now? I'm already writing his name in. I'm already writing Biden. I'm already writing Joseph Robinette Brandon on come election time, okay? Like, you don't have to keep repeating, reasons as to why I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that anyway.
A jaw made of glass, just for those bloggers out there.
Thank you.
Judge, we had this montage of disturbed talking heads. Are they sincerely worried, or are they just trying to build low expectations so that by showing up, she wins?
Yeah, it's setting low expectations so when she goes out there and she doesn't get involved in any kind of a stumble or any kind of a word salad, they say, gee, she really is good. She looks good. She smiles. Look, this is all about Kamala Harris tonight. It's not about Donald Trump. People know who Donald Trump is. And Jesse, you're right. This is the most important thing that is happening so far in this debate. Normally, people don't decide who they're going to vote on based upon the debate. But as the press has made it so easy, I think the Wall Street Journal said it, the press has made it so easy on Kamala that this debate is now like the single most important thing that will turn people's minds one way or the other. Look, she's had 7 weeks without using or taking advantage of the fact that she could speak to the American people. And she only has herself to blame for the fact that no one really knows who she is. Trump is going to come out. He's going to talk policy. She's going to come out and she's going to talk. She's been focused on Donald Trump for 7 weeks. She's been on lockdown for 7 weeks, waiting for that one moment when she can say that one line that's presidential. But here's the bottom line. If you're not authentic, it doesn't matter what you say, they're not going to believe in you. That is the most important thing anyone running for office. I don't care what you say. If you believe it, you can get away with it. And finally, she is behind what I think it is now Latinos and independent voters. She was ahead 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. The longer she goes, the worse it is for her. So in the end, she has a lot of work to do. 28% don't know her policies. She's got to separate herself from Joe Biden. But all of her experience comes from being the vice president with Joe Biden. So she'll attack Trump, but she's got to recognize that she has to establish herself affirmatively.
All right. So, Jessica, I have a thoughtful question for you.
I dare you.
Oh, God. Dare accepted. Okay, I'm watching the media. I watched CNN come out with this fairly devastating.
My mom is asking if you're going to vote for Kamala. Tell her I'm riding with Biden. What? I'm loyal. I'm loyal to the last moment. In my mind, she didn't leave the race.
thing yesterday about her radical ACLU questionnaire. Then you see the New Republic coming out with stuff about this plagiarism. If this debate is bad for Harris, will they switch her out? I mean, they let Biden pick his success.
Okay, it's kind of good. Fuck, I can't believe I just gave Buttfeld a chuckle, dude. God damn it. Okay, we're lost. The situation is so broken. That's fucked up. Never. I can't believe he even got Jessica Tarkov to laugh. That's really, that's what hurts. I myself had a moment of weakness there, okay? I forgot who I was listening to.
Successor before. They didn't have a primary. I mean, what's to say they don't do it again? I got this sense that maybe they're getting cold feet. Am I wrong?
Truly. Actually, astronomically wrong about this.
Really?
Yeah, well,
I mean,
yes.
You're
And
supposed
also,
to
how
say
would
that,
that
Jessica.
No, no one told me I had to say that. I genuinely thought about it, and then I said astronomically wrong. No, Kamala Harris is 100% the candidate now.
Okay.
That's it. Well, no, that's not it. Jesse said that the more the American people see Kamala Harris, the more they dislike her. And that's just not true. So her favorability has gone up. Donald Trump's remains in the toilet, and J.D. Vance's has already been flushed.
46%.
No. Have you
According
looked
to
at
the New York Times poll, it's at 46%.
No. Have you looked at it compared to Kamala with undecided voters?
Let's
Let's not. Okay. Well, I totally agree with the fact that this is a huge night for her. So it's big risk, but also big reward if it works out. And in the CNN poll, 48% of undecided voters said that they wanted to know more about her. It was only 18% of people who wanted to know that about Donald Trump. And I would rather be the person that has a ceiling that I can keep going up towards that ceiling. Donald Trump is most likely maxed out. And this is the way that it's always been. He hits a ceiling. Joe Biden got ahead of him. Hopefully Kamala Harris will get ahead of him and win the presidency in 2024. So she does have this room to make a good impression on people. I believe that she will. I think preparing for things is a good thing. I just hope she is not over-prepared, because that can catch you if you just want to get too much into a response.
I don't think that's a problem with Kamala being over-prepared. I think we're pretty confident that's not happening. So, Dana, I'm sorry I can't come to your place tonight to watch, but save me some of your queso, okay? I think everybody is basically saying the same thing. Yep. I mean, and Jessica, rarely, she's right, is that there is like only Kamala can do better because she's so low.
No.
Yes. Trump doesn't need to convert the converted. Should he adjust his rough edges, or should he just do what he always does?
Know. I think that, like, honestly, I'm like running out of airspeed and altitude when it comes to talking about what they should do, because at this point, I'm like, I think we have beaten this horse to
what should you do?
What I should do is make some queso. I think there are very few undecided voters right now. I think there are people who are deciding whether to vote, not who to vote for. So both of them have an opportunity tonight to say, this is why you should vote for me. And yes, I think Kamala has the most room to grow in terms of people who say they don't know her.
Why are people saying KZO? She's not wrong either. What the fuck is happening? This analysis is like kind of correct. Trump is going to lie tonight a lot, so we're going to fact check him in real time. Follow Kamala HQ and tap the bell icon to help amplify the truth. Oh my God. Are you going to be celebrating tomorrow? I mean, I don't know. Joe Biden did say he's going to do a 9/11 tomorrow, so we'll see. It might not be a day of celebration.
Right. A lot of the independents, Latinos, blacks all said in that
I can only dance on the rooftops one time. You know what I mean?
New York Times poll. We would like to know more about her. So she has the stakes are higher for her tonight than they are for President Trump. In the New York Times poll, 88% of people said they knew enough about him.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, some people love him. Some people do not. So what does he need to do? I think to show to the American people he wants to be commander in chief because he wants to be the leader of the.
What's wrong with fact checking live? Nothing. It's just she should have to, like, she should be able to do that. That was a massive problem with Joe Biden, was that, like, he was completely incapable of, like, pushing back on any of the 7 million fucking lies that Donald Trump told.
The free world, and he understands the gravity of the situation. I think that her flip-flops are something to be talked about. Her campaign runs, they just go in circles. The best thing that will ever happen to the people who work for her campaign.
Come on, Kamala is capable. She's a prosecutor. We'll see, man. We'll see.
campaign is for this debate to happen so that they have something to say, so that they can say, she answered that, she said this, she said that. Because for the last 3 weeks, all they could say is that, well, you know, she did 90 interviews as vice president, but nobody paid attention to those because they weren't, she wasn't the candidate. I think talking about her records and plans is more important than talking about her flip-flops, because her record and her plans became Biden policy. And that's what's led people to feel like they don't like what's happening. But the thing that she does have, regardless of how it goes tonight, even if she totally bombs, the Democrats, and with Kamala Harris, they have a cash advantage that they are going to press. And so it's not that there isn't a plenty of money in politics. I'm not saying there isn't enthusiasm on the Republican side, but they have a system to get Democrats to continue, like, throw them $20, throw them $20, and that cash advantage can make a difference in getting out a vote of undecideds who are going to decide this elections, like in 7 states, tens of thousands.
What happened this morning? Did I wake up on Reverse World, Bizarro World? Why the fuck did I just watch the 5 segment and there was like very little I disagreed with? I've never actually watched an entire the 5 segment and been like, they're literally right. No, not even like CNN. There's plenty I actually disagree with on CNN, because CNN actually hits it with like not solid arguments. CNN will often just like hype up the fact that, you know, Kamala is appealing to moderates and shit like that. Whereas Fox News' analysis is actually pretty sound here. I've never heard from CNN even once that Kamala Harris has to separate herself from Biden. When's the last time you think Maoist fucking Van Jones is going to be like, yeah, Kamala Harris has to separate herself from Joe Biden on any issue? This was wild. The jokes were terrible. I mean, yeah, but that's expected. Did you watch the Dhoni video already? No, it's coming out next week.
Comrade Kamala's going to try to shy away from Sleepy Joe in the debate tonight. But she just got caught copy-pasting his policies. 7 weeks after Harris was crowned the Dem nominee, she finally put policies on her campaign website. But the New Republic is highlighting how much of the language was lifted from Joe Biden's campaign website, including material that literally calls for people to re-elect Joe Biden. Some Democrats are getting tired of Kamala's hesitance to throw her boss under the bus. New York Magazine bluntly says, quote, Kamala Harris should cut Joe loose. But the big guy says he'll be watching tonight.
If you want to hear correct analysis, on what the Democratic Party should do, not when it's fucking too late, okay, you come to me. If you want to hear it when it's far too late, you go to mainstream media. Okay? Tune into Fox, haha. No, I mean, that's Jonathan Chait, brother. What are you talking about? That's not Fox News. Jonathan Chait is saying Kamala Harris has to cut ties with Joe Biden because they saw the polls. I predicted that the polls would start cutting away at the Kamala Mamala momentum. The DNC was my turning point, okay? I went in with low expectations. I went in with the expectation that, like, maybe things might be different considering the Tim Walz VP choice. But I was still very reasonable. I wasn't, like, dick riding. I, even before the DNC, said that I was worried that Kamala Harris was going to lean into Biden stuff instead of cutting ties with Biden. You entered the cave and tried to tell them they were watching shadows. Yeah, Harris does not have a dilemma. There's no rule preventing a VP from saying she disagrees with her boss. I'm just saying that the DNC completely, they wouldn't have thrown you out if you were dick riding. No, but even before then, the fact that they like let me in made people act like I was a fucking Dem op or something. Well, I guess ultimately, I will defend good policies. I've defended Joe Biden's good policies. You know what I mean? In moments where she has been good, marginally, right? I'm always going to be honest. The point is, I said from the jump, if Kamala Harris doesn't recognize why she has this kind of fucking momentum, okay, why she has this kind of momentum. If she doesn't recognize that and like tries to tie herself to Joseph Robinette Brandon, okay? Joseph Robinette Brandon. Did I misgender Joe Biden? Okay, shut the fuck up. It was an inevitability that her polls would suffer. And now we're here. And it is causing even Democrats, diehard Democrats, to reckon with that reality.
Going up to my granddaughter's birthday in New York. Then we're going to watch a debate. And then tomorrow I'm doing 9/11. I spoke to the vice president. She seems calm, cool, and collected. I think she's going to do great. And I'm not going to tell you what the vice.
By cut ties, don't they mean be harsh on immigration and social safety nets? No.
Right, Greg.
Yes.
She cannot campaign on policies to like fix.
Dude, that's how you know they're so dialed in on fucking Kamala Harris, by the way. They're just letting him get away with saying, tomorrow I'm going to do 9/11. Like, think about that, dude. Joe Biden said, tomorrow I'm going to do 9/11, and they're not even fucking hitting him on that. That's how fucking laser focused they are on Kamala Harris.
The border or to fight inflation or any of these other issues without tying herself to Joe Biden and what she's done for the past 3.5 years. So does she throw him under the bus?
Well, first of all, it's good to see he's going to his granddaughter's birthday. We know which granddaughter it isn't. I think this is verging on pathological. Like, she's treating the campaign for becoming leader of the free world the way I treated a final in college for a class that I never went to. You know, she doesn't do the work. She hasn't done the work. She's had 7 weeks. And then she copies the homework off someone else, right? Makes no sense. If you could buy Cliff Notes for becoming president, she would buy it and still not read it.
Yeah.
I think the key word here, and I think it's anxiety. I think it's reflected in her continuous indecision. When you look at you talk about immigration, being the border czar, nothing came of that. Almost everything she's done, nothing happens. And I do think that she's incapable of making decisions, which is a huge mistake, a huge problem when you're electing a president as somebody who can't make up their mind. I think that's why there's no there, and they've had to replace decisions with vibe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and, you know, that's really my next question, Dana. She's had nearly 2 months, you know, to prove to the American people, show the voters who she really is. And instead, she chose to hide, and she chose to promote vibes instead of staking out positions. And yet she calls Donald Trump an unserious candidate.
Yeah, it's interesting because she is the vice president of the United States. She is the second in line to lead the country if something happens. So you would have thought that she would have a little bit more, especially since the decline of Joe Biden was very obvious, especially to her. She apparently had lunch with him every Wednesday. And you wonder if that will come up tonight. One of the things polling shows is that most people believe that she did know that there was a serious mental decline, but they weren't ready for that. But in the CNN interview, the one interview she did, she was not willing to really distance herself from Biden. She wasn't willing to kick him to the curb, throw him under the bus, whatever the analogy is. So I think that her team would like to see her do that. And I think that Joe Biden knows that his legacy really rests on if she wins, right? Because if she doesn't, then he was the one, he'll be blamed even more than she will be. So I think that Biden might have told her today, do what you need to do. And if you need to distance yourself from me or say I did something wrong, it will be okay. That would be the gentlemanly thing to do.
No nose, bro. No nose. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Also, I think Brandon's going to say that because I don't think he has the mental faculties. You know what I mean? He's just going to be like, why?
If they really want to win.
But Trump's definitely got to hit her on the
decline.
No, on the cover up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's got to be there.
Yeah.
And if she does lose, though, Dana, they might just blame Nancy and Barack for taking Joe and then just throwing her out there. There's going to be a
They're going to blame
huge problem.
Joe Biden because she should have told him not to run back in January.
Okay, that's how you know. That's how you know they're wrong. Fuck no, they won't. No, they won't. You know who they will blame? The left, Palestinians, Hamas. That is 100% what they're going to do. They're going to blame Jill Stein. Fuck it. They might even blame Cornel West and they will probably blame Bernie Bros, the imaginary force, but they won't blame fucking Nancy Pelosi. They're blaming you, buddy. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm getting blamed. Oh, for sure. Yeah. To which I will always say the same thing. If I constitute this powerful force that captures a decent percentage, a winning marginal percentage of Democratic Party voters in the important swing states, then you got to be a real fucking idiot not to listen to me. Now, of course, that's not the truth. And that is precisely the reason why they will never listen to me. But that won't stop them from fucking consistently claiming that it's this leftist momentum that caused them to fucking lose the election. What is this? Austin's going to throw you to the wolves if Kamala loses? Yeah, right. He's going to be like, oh, thank God, I'm getting new tax cuts. That's what he's going to say. Hasan, what are your thoughts on AOC calling out Jill? I don't care. Do they listen to you when you say no one knows who the fuck I am and we'll be safe at the DNC? No one even knows who the fuck I am before being constantly swamped? No.
January of 2020.
And it's going to be fun to watch the Democrats blame each other.
Yes, how fun.
Bro, why don't you think about you frogs? What is this debate time? Dude, come on. Listen. Let me tell you something, okay? If you think we here in the United States of America are ever gonna consider goddamn Euro cucks when the big boys and gals put their big boy pants and pantsuits on to go out and debate about how little differences we actually have in terms of dominating the planet, you must be out of your goddamn mind. Here in the United States of America, we salute the flag and we suck off our troops and our cops, which are kind of like troops, but on domestic soil. And we do not care about time zones for the goddamn European Union. The homosexual Marxists watching from the EU can wake up late at night and imagine a dream about a better world, a better tomorrow, where they too can have jalapeno poppers for $5 a month at the top of the hour, avoiding the ad break that is 3 minutes long. Because everybody knows the EU market also gets hit with a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. So whether it be a $5 subscription to the HasanAbi broadcast or $5 for a jalapeno popper, spend your money wisely, patriots. And that way you will not see any ads during the broadcast, especially during the debate. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
All right. In spite of the fact that she's revealed very little, almost half of the voters think that she is too liberal. She is liberal and she's progressive. I mean, how tough is it going to be for her to convince people tonight that she's not a liberal when it seems she's more focused on trashing Trump?
Trump has to convince people that she's a radical liberal.
It's his job.
It's his job. The comrade thing, you probably won't hear. They now say dangerously weak, dangerously liberal, failed, extremist. Those are the language that you'll hear. And at the end of the night, Trump's goal is for...
Dear Mr. Hasan Piker, why haven't the Dems moved right on abortion yet? Couldn't Kamala pick up a few more moderate Republicans if they did so? Seems like an obvious move. Oh my God. Oh my God. I love that. You're actually right. They should do that.
For the entire country to know her record and to force her to defend her record.
I feel like somewhere a DNC staffer just heard you. I feel like somewhere a DNC staffer just heard you and they went, oh, I'm taking that note down. I'm noting that down. That actually seems like a great idea. You know, there's still time. There's still time for them to pivot on abortion too. They're like, brilliant idea.
Because she's been lying about her past, and you can't trust people who lie about their past. She will blame everything.
I think there's something really funny about, I guess this like the points to the polarization that we have in the media and in general, that like Jesse Waters can literally go on the record and be like, it's really crazy how flip-floppy Kamala Harris is and how much she has lied about her past, while you're doing this to I assume, launch a defense for Donald fucking Trump, who has said the truth less times than he has said lies. Like, how can you ever think that, at least from the way that the broader American electorate analyzes the situation, outside of the obvious like MAGA loyalists, the cultists, like most people think between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, like Donald Trump definitely lies way more. It's kind of crazy. Trump never lied about his past. That's objectively untrue. Okay. Donald Trump lies about everything. Bro, what do you mean? He absolutely has lied about his past. First of all, he straight up got defamed. I mean, he straight up got a defamation lawsuit for lying about his past. He lied about his height and weight, dude. What are you talking about? Like, I don't want to get too super libbed up here, but like, there is, again, very few things that he has been truthful about, both right now and also in the past. He lost a defamation suit in the big old United States of America, where it is virtually impossible. Okay. Like, he said he was like 6'4", 220-ish. Yes. Donald Trump has claimed that he is my height and also skinnier than me. Okay. Donald Trump, I'm 6'4", 228 pounds. Donald Trump claims that he is my height and also skinnier than me. He can dunk too. His ass is thicker. No, it's not.
On Biden, or she'll blame it on Trump. Afghanistan's Trump's fault. The border's Trump's fault. Inflation's Trump's fault. And everything else, well, I was just a VP. You know, I wasn't running. I was a loyal VP. And that's how she gets out of it. She doesn't represent change. Yeah. Because if she did, why'd she copy and paste Joe Biden's platform onto her website? She's missed status quo. Everybody will know it at the end of the night.
And the truth is that 60% of Americans want change, and that only 25% of Americans think that she represents change. Then she goes, I think, like within the last 48 hours, she literally plagiarizes from Joe Biden's campaign site, website, and it says to re-elect Joe Biden. That got included, too. He's a plagiarist, and she's plagiarizing him. How is she an agent of change?
So a couple of things. There are polls on either side of who represents change.
Where do they get these numbers from? They're right about those numbers. That's the New York Times Siena poll, I believe. So they're not wrong. Yes, 60% of Americans want to change from the upcoming candidates, and only 25% of them believe that Kamala Harris represents that change so far. That's not good. And the real reason, I mean, the obvious reason as to why people have this opinion is because Kamala Harris has been, for some weird reason, I don't know why, retaining all of the same fucking people that worked on the branding campaign. And not only is she retaining the same fucking people, she's also actively pursuing the Brandon agenda and associating herself with Brandon, even on issues that are seemingly very unpopular, that Brandon was losing to Donald Trump on.
So there are some polls that say that Donald Trump wins in that category. Some polls.
No, the debate is in an hour.
That say that she wins in that category. You can find both, suit your fancy. I don't really know if it counts as being plagiarism to take stuff from a campaign website where you were the vice president of. And she didn't lift the entire site. I understand you want to go back to the beginning of it where it did say re-elect Joe Biden. That went up a long time ago. If you look at the policy pages, it's very clear where she picked up things that were working and that the American public like about the Biden-Harris administration. Like, they're happy with how they handled health care. They want to keep the ACA. They want to strengthen it. They want to expand Medicaid for people, things that even conservatives have been smart enough to jump on. They want to talk about protecting reproductive rights. People think that that's good, that he was doing that, a child care plan, for instance. And I took a look at Donald Trump's website, his platform. So hers, I should note, has drop downs for everything. So you click on it, and then you can read a couple paragraphs about how she would do it. And then they very smartly also talk about how Project 2025 would completely dismantle the way that they're going to approach it and what the outcome would be there if Donald Trump was able to win. But his site is as unspecific.
Project 25 is not
okay,
Donald
well, you
Trump.
should watch the interview with Caitlin Collins, of one of the founders of it, where he actually almost slips up and says it. Everyone at Heritage is laughing at the fact that Donald Trump is trying to pawn this off as if he's not related to it. But you go on his site and you look at his he denies everything, Judge. We've talked about this. He says, seal the border and stop migrant invasion. No detail, no drop down. How are you going to do that? This might be my favorite. Unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. Well, that sounds nice. What does that mean? We know he doesn't have a plan for lowering inflation except to ask all the heads of the agencies to come together.
Oh, special coverage is officially started.
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris face to face for the first time, taking on each other in a debate that could reshape the race.
We're going to win back the White House.
We are
Dun, dun,
not
dun.
going back.
The candidates looking to make their case to voters in a sprint to the finish.
We will make America great again.
When we fight, we win.
With polls showing a tight race, tonight could make the difference on who will become the nation's next president.
Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Welcome to ABC.
Good evening. I'm Martha Raddatz, joining you live from Philadelphia and across the globe with our powerhouse.
Dog, this is the official live stream for the fucking debate. Oh, it got 40,000 people watching with 1 minute remaining. They're going to cook tonight with numbers.
In less than 59 minutes.
And I'm Jonathan Karl. When Kamala Harris and Donald Trump walk on that debate stage in less than an hour, it will be the very first time they have been face to face, the first time the two have ever met. And the circumstances of tonight's meeting, beyond extraordinary. Kamala Harris is now the Democratic nominee without competing in a single primary. Donald Trump, the Republican nominee, stands indicted for his efforts to overturn the last election and has suggested he won't accept the results of this one if he doesn't win. Joining us at the anchor desk, Chief White House Correspondent Mary Bruce, Senior Congressional Correspondent Rachel Scott. Both have been out on the campaign trail, crisscrossing the country with the candidates, gearing up for what could be the most consequential moment of this incredibly consequential campaign. Just moments ago, Donald Trump's motorcade arrived here at the National
Drama.
There you see it. Donald Trump's plane touching down in Philadelphia less than 2 hours ago. Kamala Harris arriving yesterday after spending days hunkered down in debate prep in Pittsburgh. Both campaigns have been here over the past few hours to get a firsthand look at that debate stage. And Mary, Kamala Harris has been preparing for this for weeks.
Intensely preparing. She even went so far as to set up a mock debate stage, that stage there that she is about to walk out on, full with TV lights, doing these mock rehearsals. And she's also been turning to Hillary Clinton. I'm told that they have spoken in the last week. She turned to a lot of Clinton's advisors,
God.
those who prepped her for her face-offs with Trump, even one who embodied the role of Donald Trump in those rehearsals, even dressing like the former president. Her goal here tonight on that stage is to really reintroduce herself to voters, remind them of her proposals and her policies, and then to pivot and go on the attack. She wants to remind voters of what Donald Trump stands for, what his administration might look like a second go-round. And yes, she is also going to try and get under his skin, to needle him a bit. The challenge for her will be to bait him without getting baited herself.
Both candidates have been here looking at that debate stage, but I have to say, Rachel, Trump seemed to spend a lot of time looking at all the angles, the camera angles. He has been preparing as well.
Yeah, this is a former president who is keenly aware of image. And despite his advisors insisting he doesn't need any debate prep, the former president, I am told, is taking this very seriously. He knows just how consequential this debate, this moment could be. Also with him during that walkthrough on the debate stage, former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. You may remember she challenged Harris on the debate stage back in 2019.
When she was a Democrat running for president.
When she was a Democrat running for president, now an independent who's supporting Donald Trump. She has been involved in these debate preparations. The big question, of course, tonight, which version of Donald Trump shows up? Is it the former president that stays on message, or is it the former president that's on the attack?
Well, you were on that debate stage. If he shows up on the attack, it's a very small, intimate stage.
Small and intimate. They will be just 6 feet apart. It is the room where it's all going to be happening. The stage is set for tonight's debate. So let's take you inside of that room. I went inside the debate hall just right before the candidates arrived. Take a look.
Let it be known that Brazil is ranking 7th on the viewer location list, not for the first time. Can we get a shout out? Come to Brazil, brother. That being said, we hope Kamala wins. She's less likely to support a coup in our country in 2026 or something. That's what you think.
Trump won the coin toss and decided to give the final word in this debate. Vice President Kamala Harris choosing the podium on the right side of the debate stage. The candidates' microphones will only be turned on when it is their turn to speak. They will have 2 minutes to answer each question.
Brazil
2
watches
minutes
me
for
because
rebuttal,
this is
and
the
just
only
60
access
seconds
they
for
have
any
to Twitter.
follow-up questions, which means they'll be paying close attention to this clock right here. The colors will change as the time winds down, turning yellow when there's just 15 seconds left and red when their time is up. And of course, sitting right here will be our very own David Muir and Lindsay Davis, who will be moderating the first and likely only debate before the November election.
Air traffic control.
All right, so look, it is one thing to obviously meet your rival, but it's another thing to meet them on stage at the debate for the very first time, less than 60 days out from a consequential election. No pressure, right, Mary?
None at all. But of course, those strict rules that you just mentioned were carefully negotiated by the campaigns. Let's go over them again. No opening statements, only closing remarks. Each candidate's microphone will only be turned on when it is their turn to speak. Otherwise, they will be muted. Former President Donald Trump won that coin toss and chose to deliver the last closing statement. Of course, not unusual for them to want to coordinate all of these details.
Yeah, and Martha,
It's the details, indeed.
the details, and you've been at events. You've moderated general election debates. You, in fact, moderated that last.
Are you at Sears party later?
amazing
Yeah, I'm
debate
gonna fly
between
out
Donald
to
Trump
Austin.
and Hillary Clinton.
The
I'm gonna fly out to
microphones were not
Austin to attend
muted,
Sears
I can tell
party.
you that right now. You know, I always tell people the first debate I did in 2012, Joe Biden, Paul Ryan, I said it was like studying for college exams and then taking them in front of 70 million people. The debate with Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump was like studying for college exams and then taking it in front of a firing squad. He would attack the moderator. You know, he would say I was unfair. He would say you're giving her more time. You really had to concentrate on keeping them both on message as much as possible. But Donald Trump has changed the debate stage forever. He's changed the way these debates are done. He had that one debate in 2020 where he was really off the rails. I think he learned his lesson from that one, but you absolutely never know what Donald Trump is going to say. And our moderators are so prepared for tonight, but there are always, always surprises.
And let's remember, he is no ordinary candidate. This is absolutely no ordinary election. And we mentioned he is under indictment for trying to overturn the last election. He has suggested he would not accept the results if he won here. We're here at the National Constitution Center. I'm sure we will be talking about the issues. But for the first time, you have a president who is talking about retribution against his enemies if he gets back in office. He has actually suggested military tribunals for his enemies should he get back in power. This is a very different kind of election.
It is a very different kind of election. And just what you said, John, that military tribunals. I mean, there are military officers out there who served under Trump before who are worried they're going to get pulled back and court-martialed. Looking at his political opponents.
Former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
His own chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who he basically accused of treason. People like that. It is a different election, and people want to hear about what kind of president he would be again if he wins, and of course, what kind of commander-in-chief Kamala Harris
But Mary, what I'm wondering is, will Kamala Harris make that a central part of her case? Will she prosecute that case against Trump, or will she stick to the issues?
Well, look, she certainly has made clear out on the trail that she is not shying away from prosecuting the case against Trump. It's a central part of her biography as she reintroduces herself to voters here. But really, her focus tonight is on seizing this moment, likely the largest audience she has so far, to make her case and make clear the split screen with Trump.
And Rachel, January 6th, which we'll probably hear something about here, January 6th is actually something that Donald Trump doesn't want to run away from. He once told me it was one of the proudest moments of his presidency.
He's really embraced it. I think a lot of Republicans after January 6th were hoping that he would create some distance between himself and that date. But since then, the former president has called those who stormed the Capitol rioters. He has vowed to pardon them.
Patriots.
And I called them patriots, excuse me. I had an opportunity to ask the former president about that recently. Take a look.
My question is on those rioters who assaulted officers.
You have to
would you pardon
what's
those
going to
people?
happen?
She
Oh,
hates him.
absolutely, I would.
You
If
would
they're
pardon
innocent,
those-
She
if they're
hates
innocent, I
him.
would pardon them.
They've been convicted.
And by the way, the Supreme Court just well, they were convicted by a very tough system.
Yeah, so to be clear there, the former president calls them patriots. He stands by his pledge to pardon those
Justice
rioters,
for
even those
prison
who have been convicted of
abolition,
assaulting police
justice for
officers that
Trump.
day.
And look, for all that and all that we've discussed and all the chaos of the last several weeks in this campaign, this is essentially a tied race. Terry Moran, our senior national correspondent, has been tracking the polls and really, more importantly, Terry, what's behind the polls.
Absolutely, John. The whole country knows this is a close race. It's historically close in the modern history of polling. Take a look at the polling average. The 538 national polling average right there has Harris up by about 3 points. Look, that's within the margin of error, but her momentum from the last 3 weeks is basically stalling. The latest national poll underscores this very simple truth. It is close. The battleground states, take a look at this. It could hardly be any closer there. Harris leading in 5 of the battlegrounds, but very narrowly, all within the margin of error. And one thing to keep in mind tonight, nearly a third of likely voters in these polls, they're telling pollsters that they believe they need to know more about Kamala Harris. Look at that. Donald Trump is one of the most famous men in the world, one of the most famous people in the world. People know what they think about Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, there's 30%, almost 28% in that poll, who don't know enough. That's an opportunity for her, also a challenge. John, Martha?
No doubt. People know who Donald Trump is. Martha?
Okay, coming up, the opponents have been on the attack. Tonight, the candidates will now be confronted with the biggest issues online: the economy, immigration, abortion, crime, foreign policy, and more when we come back.
Don't say based, you ass. He means the system is tough for white people, which is more divorced from reality than he is from his first 2 wives. Dog, do you really think I'm being serious and sincere? What is happening right now? We got a lot of the adults, I think. The sarcasm refusers. No, dude, I think Trump is genuine. He did the First Step Act, dude. Oh, hell yeah. NBC's got Laura Trump on.
About his state. We need transparency in our leaders, and you don't have to love everything about Donald Trump. Quite frankly, he himself said, you don't even have to like me. But when you are talking about someone who is going to have the policies that's going to make your life less expensive, that is going to secure our southern border, that's going to keep us safe, that is going to get us out of wars, not into wars, those are the policies that people need to hear about, and that's what I think people should be basing their vote on. And it's our job at the RNC and the campaign to really.
Will you be postponing ad breaks until after the debate? Fuck no.
Absolutely, it's fair game and should happen. What I'm talking about is stuff he puts on Truth Social where he calls her dumb or not that smart or not as good looking as him, or makes a sexual innuendo about how she attained her position in politics. That kind of thing.
Well, Donald Trump is very good looking. He'll be the first to tell you that. But I really ultimately think that, whenever
Dog,
people
that's your father-in-law. Ew.
Than they are their everyday life. I think that's a hard thing to try and sell to people whenever they go to the grocery store and they can't buy as much for their families. Whenever they go to fill up their gas with their gas tank and they can't fill it up as much. Ultimately, I think that elections come down to kitchen table issues. And again, you don't have to love everything about him. You might not even want to hang out with Donald Trump, but whenever you look at your life and the future for this country, between these two individuals, you cannot survive 4 more years of what this country has just been through, and that is exactly what a Kamala Harris administration would be. Donald Trump's policies worked. They made life better for people all across this country. They kept us safe, and he will do it again with 4 more years in the White House.
All right, Laura Trump, thank you for being with us. Let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, who is covering Vice President Harris's campaign.
They're such freaks, dude. They're such fucking freaks, dude. How do you say that?
Reporting into NBC News, according to 3 people familiar with their conversations, Kamala Harris and the former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, the 2016 Democratic nominee, we have learned, have spoken within the last several days, where Clinton provided Harris advice and guidance as the only other woman to do a debate like this, one-on-one with Donald Trump in the past. Among that advice, we're told specifically that Clinton told Harris that Trump may try to debate her during the course of the conversation, as we've witnessed in the past, and specifically said that if that happens, that she should turn it back on Donald Trump himself and try to provoke him directly. One thing to keep an eye on as we anticipate these two on stage a short time from now. We're told that Clinton and Harris have spoken several.
Where are they that they are wearing like this much shit? Where is it that's like cold enough to wear that kind of gear right now? It's in the middle of a fucking,
telling us, among other things,
in the middle of a heat
she had a
wave.
series of mock debate sessions, many of them happening here in the state in Pittsburgh. In the course of that time, they had a TV lighting. They had, so she could have the real experience, and a stage on which she would stand. That she has watched some debate clips of Donald Trump in the past to prepare herself for what she may anticipate tonight. We're also hearing now from her husband. Of course, he is the second gentleman of the United United States. Could he be the first gentleman if he wins? Well, if she wins, well, we heard from him in the form of a tweet a short time ago where he said in part, and I'll pull it up to read to you, Kamala, I can't wait for everyone to see you in action tonight. You've got this, and I've got you. Earlier in a separate post, he said
Doug.
that she is ready. He could tell it by looking.
Stop Doug posting. Post about Ella. This is not good for Kamala, okay? No more Doug posting. We're putting a shutdown on the Doug post.
As a former prosecutor,
he's too much of a goober. He's too much of a dork.
She prosecuted some of those Supreme Court nominees in the past.
We get it, bro. He's a wife guy, okay?
Familiar as people look back to her
big wife guy.
She'll be able to prosecute the case.
Doug's a big wife guy, the biggest.
All things to keep an eye on as we get started here on a historic evening in Philadelphia.
All right, Peter, thank you. For more, let's bring in North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, who is a surrogate for the Harris campaign. Governor, it's good to see you. So 60% of voters, nearly 60% in a recent poll, said they want to see change. Kamala Harris is the incumbent vice president. How do you make the argument that she's a change candidate when she's been in office for 3.5 years?
Well, first, the record that she and Joe Biden have established as president and vice president are bringing change to this country with investment in high-speed internet, fighting prescription drug costs, expanding health insurance, investing in infrastructure. Those things are long generational investments that are changing America, and that's a good thing. But she's also laid out her own economic plan. She sees that people are facing higher costs. She understands child care, unlike Donald Trump, who clearly doesn't have a clue about child care, neither does J.D. Vance, who thinks that grandparents and uncles and aunts should look after children. She wants to reinstate the child care tax credit. She wants to help small businesses instead of big corporations. So I think she can lead tonight. She can lead with her path for a new way forward and really bring a lot of people who have been disaffected, who really haven't voted the last few times. I think that she can excite them. History is going to be made this year, and North Carolina voted for Barack Obama in 2008. We're going to vote for Kamala Harris in 2024 and make history again.
Governor, let me ask you, in a recent interview, Harris seemed to shrug off some of the personal attacks that Donald Trump has levied her way, calling it from the playbook of the past. Will she have to take on these things more directly in this debate setting tonight?
Well, it'll be interesting to see that in the middle of all of his word salads and lies, which we know are coming, whether he hurls insults at her while she's there in person. We'll see if he does. I suspect that she will brush them off pretty quickly and head into making sure she's putting meat on the bones of her policy, telling the country about the direction that she wants to take it, making sure that we shore up the middle class, making sure that the tax breaks go to the middle class and not the billionaire friends of Donald Trump. She's going to distinguish herself from Donald Trump in a strong way. And I think those insults, whether they come or not on the stage, she'll go right past them and make sure she's sticking to the issues that the American people will care about.
You know, it's interesting you say that, because today on debate day, the Harris campaign released an ad seeming to want to goad Donald Trump with a clip from the convention. Let me roll you a little portion of this.
Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems.
Oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes.
Interesting, because everybody says they want to talk about policy, and then everyone kind of gets down in the dirt a little bit, and that turns voters off. So why do you think this is effective, and are you sure it's not going to make people think, well, this is just more of the same?
Well, look, there are a lot of ads in this campaign, and a lot of them are about her policies and her backgrounds. Her background. She's not going to let this distract her. Now, she's not going to take any crap from Donald Trump on that stage today. She is a prosecutor, and she's going to make sure that she gets her points across. But she's not going to be distracted by the name calling. I think it is turning off America, and it may be one of the reasons why the Harris campaign chose to run such an ad, reminding people that this is really what Donald Trump is all about. It's all about him and his narcissism, and every decision that he makes comes back to whether it will advantage him or not. And when Kamala Harris Harris talks about how she gets up
This
every
guy
morning.
stinks. No, this is good. This is good for like old people.
I think people will see.
It's good in general, though. Like I think talking about how selfish Donald Trump is like pretty decent. Is a decent way to like remind people of what it used to look like when he was president.
Some decisions for people. I'm hoping we can bring in people who haven't been involved in the process that much in the past.
Hassan, it's regular 2016. The reverse 2016 is off. Representative Debbie Dingell, who raised the alarm about Clinton's Michigan support in 2016, expresses concern about Harris's standing in the debate. Yeah, I think it probably has to do with Gaza. She's going to keep losing momentum in Michigan every day that passes, where Israel kills another, like, Israel will, like, go and fucking bomb another refugee camp, like another tent. Israel will go and crater another fucking tent city, and then, you know, you can say nobody cares, but no, people do care. We're talking about Michigan.
Well, we are looking for some really serious weather over the next 48 hours along the Gulf. Right now, it's 350 miles southwest of Morgan City, Louisiana, 75-mile-per-hour wind, so it's just barely a Category 1. But we're not worrying about the categories. We're worrying about the impacts. We're talking about hurricane warnings right now throughout much of Louisiana.
I think it actually even hurts her a little bit in Pennsylvania.
Sometime around 5, 6 o'clock, we're expecting the worst conditions around 6 till Thursday at 2 a.m.
Okay, we're moving away from the hurricane forecast, getting back to the real hurricane.
People think that's
the
an indication of something, and let me tell you, there are no complaints. And so whatever you think is the bottom that he would go to, no, he would go further than that. If that's his strength, his weakness is a lack of discipline, and the fact that when he's told...
PA doesn't have as many Arab Muslim Americans as Michigan. No, I know. I'm aware of this. I think in Michigan it's entirely too consequential. In Pennsylvania, I said it will matter as well.
About it. But
I'm just looking at the polls, man. I'm looking at the polls, big dog. I'm looking at the polls that says that Kamala Harris stands to only gain and lose nothing if she were to separate herself from Biden on Gaza.
Whether he'll do it or not.
I also think the point you were making about Trump not talking like a politician was certainly true in 2016. Also to some extent in 2020, but just like if you go back and you watch old videos of Joe Biden in those old debates, the Donald Trump of today is not the Donald Trump of yesteryear. And he has slowed down himself in a lot of ways. He's not as quick on his feet. He doesn't talk like a politician, but it makes a lot less sense than even compared to 4 years ago. And that is part of the dynamic that will be much more pronounced on the stage tonight than it was with Biden, because of how Biden really, really struggled. Trump is struggling. He's struggling with putting sentences together, with making points make sense.
Fuck,
and
Michigan,
he struggled
40%.
at the debate that you all moderated. It just wasn't the number one thing that people noticed, because something else was happening on that debate stage.
So something that Speaker Johnson has told.
What does that mean? Chatter, you couldn't even like shit sling correctly. Try again. You got one more shot at it. Okay. Try
Social
again.
media, a crude suggestion that she had exchanged sexual favors to get ahead in her career. There's zero evidence for that, and it's a disgusting, sleazy, slimy thing to say. I have to believe that his advisors are most worried of him going there.
Absolutely. They're worried about what they can't even fathom, even beyond that, even that was a repost. And, you know, it's totally understandable that we are focusing on Donald Trump, because he is a character unlike any that we have ever covered in our lifetime. But I do think that tonight the focus is going to be much more by the people who matter most, which the undecided voters, particularly in places like where we are right now in Pennsylvania, on her. Because he's a known quantity and she isn't. And if you look at all the polls, particularly those from over the weekend, Jake, the question of who is she and what does she stand for, she has a lot of room to grow. Now, she has a lot of room to grow, and she also has room to fall. So there's risk and reward with the fact that she's a bit unknown. But I do think that the sort of reframing a little bit of how, certainly I'll tell you how I'm going to be looking at it, is instead of, you know, what is he going to do because he's such a wild card, I'm really interested interested to see how she presents herself in a way that those voters will get to understand.
Well, and to Chris's point about Trump's strengths on the debate stage and looking at those poll numbers for Harris, one of the things that he did well in 2016 was he's able to find people's weaknesses, or maybe even if it's not their known weakness, he can turn it into one against them. That is what he's going to try to do with Harris and her policy reversals on that debate stage tonight. And also just the fact that he has been on a presidential debate stage obviously many more times than she has. That's what his team is counting on. But what Donald Trump is also about to do is be on a debate stage with a woman for the first time in 8 years. And Donald Trump does have a woman problem when it comes to voters. His campaign is acutely aware of this. They look at the numbers. And when you look at single women and the deficit that he has with them, including in recent polls, those numbers have not changed. That's something that he's going to be dealing with on that debate stage tonight. And so that is what really, when you talk to his aides and his allies about what they're the most concerned about tonight, is that that will resurrect itself on the debate stage, because she is going to be trying to get under his skin. I was at Trump Tower on Friday when he held a press conference just hours after appealing the E. Jean Carroll defamation and sexual abuse verdict. He essentially just ranted about it for over 60 minutes, and you could see what a sensitive issue it is for him. Basically making clear to the Harris campaign, this is something that she could use, that she could invoke to get under his skin, and may very well do so tonight. His campaign isn't quite sure how he'll respond to that.
Coming up, another take on what to expect tonight when California Governor Gavin Newsom joins us here in Philly. It's all leading up to Kamala Harris and Donald Trump and their historic showdown that you will see live on CNN in just minutes.
Look at the
Was I ever a fan of Caitlin Collins? No, she used to be, I think, wasn't Caitlin Collins a Daily Wire correspondent originally?
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I'm speaking.
I'm speaking.
Harris, no stranger to the stage, from early in her career to her Senate run in 2016, when her opponent awkwardly dabbed.
So there's a clear difference between the candidates.
Am I
in this
stressed?
race.
Why would I be stressed, brother? Why would I be stressed at all?
Allies point to Harris's past as a prosecutor and arguing her experience helps shape sharp arguments.
Whatever the vice
You can't be stressed if you are, if you have no assumptions, like no belief at this point.
With her future boss.
If you keep your expectations low, then you can be pleasantly surprised if the Democratic Party ends up exceeding your already low expectations.
And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
But Harris has had to play defense, too, like in another debate that cycle, accused of hypocrisy for shifting to a more progressive position in a crowded primary.
There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
For his part, Mr. Trump has more debate experience as a presidential nominee.
HasanAbi has nothing to worry about. If Trump wins, he gets a tax break, brother. Yeah, totally. I love Donald Trump. That's why I spent most of my professional career shitting on him. You know.
As much for what Mr. Trump didn't say when asked if he'd condemn white supremacists.
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and white
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by.
And candidate Trump's first debate against Hillary Clinton in 2016 still holds the record for the most watched ever, 84 million viewers. At later face-offs, the two sparring over foreign policy and Russia's Vladimir Putin.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
Mr. Trump memorably looming behind his opponent on stage. At other points, delivering personal attacks.
Such a nasty woman.
And earlier in the Republican primaries, responding to a crass insult about the size of his hands.
Look at those hands. Are they small hands? I guarantee you there's no problem.
Now, tonight, Vice President Harris hoping to make good on past pledges.
I'd wipe the floor with him.
But according to the rules of this debate, it's former President Trump who will get the last word.
We're going to make it great again.
Now, some of those moments that you just saw may be mitigated by the
spent
rules
42
we've been
million
talking about at tonight's debate. Think about those mics muted when it's not each candidate's turn to speak. That may cut down on some of that overtalk or interruptions, if you will. There's also, of course, the rule that each candidate must stay behind their microphone. No stage wandering, a la 2016. Lester, Savannah?
Yeah, there's not going to be a handshake.
For more on what we can expect
There's
from
not
both
going to be a
candidates
handshake.
tonight, let's bring in President Biden's
What happens first
former
during
White
the
House
debate?
Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
Predict with
and
channel
Donald
points.
Trump's
Wait, Wait, what the fuck? How are you able to predict with higher?
Hogan Gidley, good to have both of you here today.
God damn, First Gamba is out, ladies and gentlemen.
Were rattled by those latest New York Times
We got
Siena poll numbers. Is part of the vice president's mission and task tonight to reassure Democratic voters that all is well?
I think it's part of the mission, but the other part of the mission is to think about that 28%.
Submissions are open. You can gamble with channel points. You don't get nothing about with channel points.
So what's tricky about this,
Trump's
Lester,
might get muted. Kamala's might get muted. Trump says borders are. Kamala says liar.
They might progressive Democrats and other Democrats who might be rooting for that.
Kamala laughs into the mic. They shake hands. None of the above.
28% who want more information, who want to know more about her positions, that may not be.
I don't know why y'all put none of the above on here, but fuck it, why not?
She has 30% roughly of the electorate that's still curious. Hogan, as I bring you in here, Donald Trump, I mean, for better or for worse, it's a very calcified, set in stone opinion that people have. Some love him, love him, love him. Some do not love him, love him, love him. So what is his number one job tonight?
I think what he's going to try and do is make people remember his record while he was
This guy's hairpiece freaks me
and
out.
what Kamala Harris is going to try and do is make people forget her record as vice president. People remember they could afford gas and groceries just a few short years ago. There weren't wars breaking out all over the world. We had a rational, sane southern border policy. So he's got to remind people of that. He's got to expose her radical record at the same time, but he needs to stay on message. He needs to focus on what the American people care about every single day and not run rabbits. There's no doubt she's going to have those canned lines ready to go, those contrived stories like she did in the package that you guys just played. Look, she called Joe Biden a racist and a rapist on a debate stage, had merchandise ready to go, but she couldn't parlay that into anything positive for her campaign. She'll do that to Donald Trump tonight. The question becomes, will he follow her down that trail, or will he stick to the points that the American people care about most?
And Jen, does the vice president have to have things that she wants to remind the public about in terms of history?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, one of the challenges for her is that every candidate wants to be the change candidate, right? You have a former president and a sitting vice president, so they're not the natural change candidates. She has to figure out on this debate stage how she can both embrace part of her record that people may like and also build on it and tell people that she's going to do something different. That is very tricky.
Sounds like you're saying she has a higher bar.
She does have a higher bar. I think there's higher expectations for her. I will say, I'm not sure that looking in the past, that's not what the public is really looking for. We know that from every election ever. People want a forward-looking plan and vision. So the other part of what she needs to do is tell people exactly what she's going to do.
Do you think she's made it unnecessarily hard on herself in this particular moment? Because she hasn't done very much off the cuff, unscripted. She did one interview since being elevated to the top of the ticket. Now it's this night. Does that just ratchet up the stakes when they don't need to be ratcheted up any higher?
I actually think the biggest challenge for her...
I don't expect anything from Kamala Harris that's going to be like new or unique, but I do expect some unique boulders from Donald Trump. One that is like in line with what he has already presented himself as, obviously like presenting himself as a peaceful dove, kind of like the 2016 Hillary campaign, where he'll say he's going to end the wars. He's been saying that nonstop, and that Kamala Harris is going to only continue wars. But I think a real swap out would be if he were to present like a weed opinion. He is desperate enough. He's so desperate with the RFK move. Like, it's obvious that he's going after cranks. He's trying to pick up anywhere he can. He's trying to pick up votes from any part of the oftentimes underrepresented voters. So if he were to turn around and like hit something crazy with weed, and he was like, yeah, I'm gonna legalize weed, I think that could be a truly unique predicament. Trying to maximize chances to win, desperate. Yes, I think that it is desperate when you are going back to the guy that you didn't even offer a phone call to after you got shot, or didn't offer a position to after you got shot, and being like, actually, if you fucking pull out of the race and endorse me, I will give you a position. That spells desperation. It's understandable, though, because before the swap out happened, Donald Trump thought that he was going to cruise to a W. Okay. Now that that swap occurred, and Kamala Harris is actually defeating him in the polls, even though it is getting tighter and tighter, and she should be fucking desperate to pick up as many votes as possible, perhaps even more desperate than Donald Trump, considering where this race should be at this moment. Because the race has gotten tighter, Donald Trump but even though Donald Trump is in a losing position, he might actually turn around and talk about some crazy shit about decriminalizing marijuana. Debate predictions. Harris repeats robotic State Department copy regarding Gaza, but tries to contrast herself with Trump by saying he uses Palestinian as a slur, which is a very weak attack point. Trump whines about Biden dropping out in the first 15 minutes. She laughs at him, and that's when he gets triggered. Yeah, these are incredibly safe predictions, especially the Gaza thing. Yes, Kamala Harris is going to fucking repeat the same goddamn thing she's repeated a million times over at this point.
Presidential debate. Even apparently President Zelensky expected to tune in. And the outcome, I think, of this presidential debate is going to be critical to the outcome of Ukraine's defense against Russia's invasion. Martha?
Okay, thanks so much, Ian. And Ian and I have both spent a great deal of time in Afghanistan.
Another aspect that we didn't talk about is that they're probably going to get, like, Kamala Harris will talk about Ukraine, I suspect. She might even say things like Donald Trump wants Ukraine to be invaded. And then Trump will then still turn around and be like, no, I want to end the war. You just want to continue the war. They'll both be really reactionary towards China, obviously. They'll try to outcompete who's worse on China. I think one of the best counters to the fucking Trump, like 13 of our best soldiers were killed during Afghanistan. Could be a number of different counters to that. Obviously, number one being it's your Afghan withdrawal plan that you were too cowardly to actually pull through on, and Joe Biden actually pulled the trigger on. But a more effective counter to that would be 67 soldiers died in Afghanistan in your 4 years of the presidency. 13 died. Not a single more soldier should ever die. That's why this administration pulled out of Afghanistan. Obviously, Kamala Harris would never say that, though, because that goes against the I am going to have the strongest, most hard-dicked military of all time. So, you know, that would make too much sense for Kamala Harris to say something like that, you know. Turns out when you pull out of an active war zone, less soldiers die. But we'll see. Sanders announces support to nuke the filibuster. Okay, great. In terms of the worst counters, yes, suckers and losers would be the worst counter. You called veterans suckers and losers. And then he'll say, no, I didn't. And then they'll get and Trump will get triggered. I think there's a lot of stuff. Freedom Pfeiffer, thank you for the 25, get the subs. I think there's a lot of stuff overall where you know, ultimately if you get Trump triggered, like, you have a really good opportunity of like watching him unwind, and we'll see. I mean, Kamala Harris is a black woman. Trump doesn't really do well against women or black people in general, so I feel like he might get like really fucking pissed off, depending on how pissy he is, like what kind of a shitty mood he's in. If he's like really low energy, that's one thing, but he might actually fucking start, you know, bouldering Kamala and saying some insane shit. That will look really bad.
Harris 1/10 of 1 point in the North Carolina average right now. Trump by a half a point in Georgia. These are very, very close. Although you take a look and you see one here that's a little different. That's Wisconsin. Harris on average just over 4 points ahead right now. This was, keep in mind, Wisconsin, the source of the single biggest polling miss in 2020. It had Joe Biden well ahead, nearly 10 points on average. He won the state by less than 1 point. The polling here was way off in 2016 as well. There was a pretty big miss in Michigan, too. States with large blue-collar white populations where Trump has run up very big numbers. The polls didn't sufficiently capture that in 16 and 20. Is that going to be different in 2024, or is there more Trump support in some of these states than it appears in the polls? That's a major question to think about as you see more numbers come out. And then you just see in this column right here, the electoral votes. Again, 7 core battleground states. Where's tonight's debate? It is in the state that is first among equals when it comes to battleground states. 19 electoral votes in Pennsylvania, more than any other. What does that mean functionally? If you're one of these campaigns and you lose Pennsylvania, mathematically, if you want to offset that, you got to win at least 2 others to make up for the 19 that you're losing out on in Pennsylvania. This is the king of the battleground states.
Steve, not to bring up back memories, but weren't we here until Saturday, the week of the election, waiting for Pennsylvania?
That's right, 11:30 Saturday morning in 2020.
Oh, my God. But who's counting, right? Okay, well, we shall see. Thank you. That sets it up very nicely for our next guest. What do voters want to hear from candidates tonight? These battleground voters, they're the deciders. Kate Snow is in Pennsylvania talking to those undecided swing voters. Hi, Kate.
Hi, Savannah. Yeah, we're at the Churchville Inn. It's a restaurant in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. That's right outside of Philadelphia. This is a county that really could be pivotal in the state of Pennsylvania. And as Steve was just saying, it could be pivotal. Pennsylvania, as it goes, could be pivotal for the whole election. So we gathered 3 voters with me. They are all undecided voters. Each one of you is registered differently. We have Lynn Kelleher, who's a registered Republican and a realtor here in town. We have Hannah Reed, an independent, a mom of 3. And then we have Andrew Wallace, who's registered Democrat and owns this place, by the way, the owner of the restaurant. What's interesting, though, is you all cannot decide. And Lynn, you told us that you find Trump, I forget your word, reprehensible. You really don't like the guy, but you find Harris, you said that you don't understand what she stands for. She needs to explain. What are you looking for tonight?
For me, the election is a decision between economics and morals. I like some of Trump's economic policies.
Yeah.
I find I abhor him, quite frankly.
Because of his morals.
Because of his morals or lack thereof. But she, I think, is talking a lot of fluff. She hasn't said anything substantive. I don't know that she has the experience or
Bro, I'm sorry. Small business owners should be jailed, dog. That's it.
wherewithal.
New policy, okay? Send them to the fucking, send them to the rural farmland to toil the land, okay?
I'm going to note, all 3 of you voted for Trump in 2016 and then changed in 2020.
Oh, my
and
God!
I'm going to go to you. You said you're very frustrated going into
I
this
hate
debate.
these
Why?
people. The fate of this country will be decided by the collective dumbest people on the planet.
It's no longer about the real issues in this country, like the economics or the inflation.
You don't like the name calling.
The name calling, I mean, the back and forth. It's about who can get one over on the other, to the point that we are not pushing policies through just because the person that put it through was from another party.
And Andrew, let me ask you about your issues, because we were talking earlier. You like
If you think these are the dumbest people you haven't been reading the liberals in the chat, these are the liberals in the chat. Their opinion is no different than the liberals in the chat.
So what do you need to hear tonight?
I feel left behind by the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, Harris received 0 votes. I would have liked to have a say in the primary, and they didn't give me that. I feel that they think that they know what's best for me. Harris hasn't said anything. Harris's policies, a lot of them, have just been stolen from Trump. Taxes on tips, putting up the border wall.
Dog, this is a Trump voter, bro. Come on.
With her own ideas. So I'm waiting to see anything from her that is an original idea and not stolen from the other candidate.
All right, guys, we're going to watch this debate together. And
Bro, I love when independent thinkers just literally repeat whatever the last article headline they read. Like, independent thinkers, man. I love them. I love them so much.
Counsel in the Obama administration, he prepped John Kerry by playing George W. Bush. And Judd Gregg is a former senator from New Hampshire who prepped George W. Bush by playing John Kerry. And Senator, let me begin with you.
How fun.
You know, the candidates, of
We're
course,
sort of hitting you with a tongue tire there.
Yes, it's not easy. The Harris folks really want to put forth her and introduce her to people who don't know a lot about her right now. Is this a good time for any candidate to change who they are, who the viewers and voters perceive them to be?
When asked which way they lean, 90% of undecided voters lean one way and will vote that way. It's a fake constituency. It's about voters versus non-voters. There's 5 states winning on this analysis. Yeah. The only real people that matter in this situation are the people that voted for Kamala Harris, that don't know if they'll voted for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that don't know if they'll vote for Kamala Harris this time around. That's it. Those are the only people that you need to bring forward. And the Harris campaign is not doing a good enough job bringing those people out. So it's kind of stupid to have this conversation back and forth. Like, it's very obvious that there is a bunch of different issues that she could tackle immediately, or at least certain policy positions that they have, certain policy positions that they've brought forward but not really hyped on, not really fucking really hit the button on, that they should be talking about. Ooh, let's see what Josh Shapiro has to say.
Harris's vision for the future is a stark contrast to the dangerous vision of the future that Donald Trump has, one of less freedom and more chaos under Donald Trump.
We will see how it unfolds on the debate stage. Governor Shapiro, thank you so much.
All right, so we've talked to surrogates from both campaigns. Coming up, we are going to talk to somebody who has both debated Donald Trump and helped him prepare for big debates, with tonight's showdown less than 14 minutes away.
He turned his Obama voice off. Yeah, I know. That was weird. I guess he only puts it on when he's doing crowd work. What do you think of the democracy is at risk narrative? I mean, I think it was a solid narrative. They don't even talk about that as much, to be honest. Like, that was definitely a major point for a lot of voters early on. And I do suspect that it was a major point for a lot of voters early on because that's the only thing that the Democrats talked about. And how are you not having a panic attack right now? Wait, why would I have a panic attack right now? Dude, I've covered so many goddamn debates. What the fuck? Why the fuck would I be panicking? This is like one of the few instances where we have some decent fucking content that we can actually sink our teeth into, you know what I mean? I'm losing it. I think liberals lose it because they don't like pay a lot of attention to what is going on in the race, and then they come in for like the high notes like this, and then they are people think you're panicking. Why do people think I'm panicking? Bryce Hall is shitting his pants.
If Kamala Harris becomes president, I'm definitely gonna off myself. And to answer the second thing, I hope Donald.
I don't know how to describe it, but you sound like a Discord mod. Okay. I mean, I am the owner of a very large Discord server. JD said today he wouldn't have certified the election in 2020 and plays in the Dem narrative of democracy.
Would you have certified? I'll ask you for the third.
Again, I would have asked the states to submit alternative slates of electors and let the country have the debate about what actually matters and what kind of an election.
Chalk that up once again for the Republicans throwing at the behest of the Democratic Party. There you have it. Any moment where you're like, you know, the Dems are really throwing this race, just, you know, tune into what the Republicans are saying. And they'll usually be saying shit like Haitians are eating your cats and ducks, or they'll be out here finding new, like they'll be out here finding like a new minority group to fucking attack to try to start a pogrom, or saying stuff like, yeah, no, I would do January 6th. I'd do January 7th. I'd do January 8th if I could. So that's cool. You know, look no further.
Election that we had.
You
in
wouldn't have
important
certified,
states.
to be clear.
I would have asked the states to submit alternative slates of
I think
electors. That's what I would have done. Again, I've said that publicly many times. But
you was asked to not certify it.
Sure.
So would you have certified? I'll ask you for the third.
Again, I would have asked the states to submit alternative slates of electors.
Matt Walsh explicitly tweeted he didn't want Haitians coming here legally either. Okay, well, I don't want Matt Walsh. I would much rather deport Matt Walsh and have a Haitian family in his stead. Okay, like 100%. 100%. What is his footprint on this nation? He is a shit stain. Okay, all he does is fucking cry about like teenage genitals. Like, that's all he does. He is just a patently unlikable, gross person overall, hard to look at, you know. Laura Loomer happy about 2,000 people dying. Oh yeah, I mean, Laura Loomer being on the flight with Donald Trump is insane. The media won't even fucking cover it that much. It seems like there is a little bit of outrage fatigue on Donald Trump's like insane shit, and it's kind of beneficial for Donald Trump. Dare I say, not a conspiratorial minded person on this, but it almost feels like they're in the tank for Trump because they do actually talk about a lot of his failures, but like some of his fuck ups are so glaring and so insane that it blows my mind. Like, this is the type of shit that 2016 media would be eating. Okay, like even 2020 media would be eating this. 2022 media would be eating this. Like, this is basically like having Nicholas Fuentes over for dinner at Mar-a-Lago, which he did do. So it's kind of crazy that he was just like, yeah, Nicholas Fuentes is a bridge too far, but Laura Loomer is good. Like, she also is a neo-Nazi. Oh, Big Boy Christie on ABC. Oh, hell yeah.
After the 2020 first debate against Joe Biden, that the other Donald Trump is not the one that's a winning formula. The question's going to be, Will he be able to continue to maintain that approach through questioning by David and Lindsey and through any comments that Vice President Harris makes in his direction? And that'll be the key to how he performs tonight.
And you and I were talking, you helped prepare him for those 2016 debates against Hillary Clinton. He told you that he had respect for Hillary Clinton, that Hillary Clinton
How is Chris Christie the only man in America with no access to Ozempic? Like, no fat shame, but like, I just don't understand it. Like, look at fucking like Rex Tillerson and shit. Like, these guys have all dropped like 200 pounds. Even I think Trump might be doing a diet. Chris Christie's the only motherfucker who's like, nah, man, those fucking chicken parm subs, they're delicious, they're delectable. I ain't stopping. Okay, I'm a big boy.
He took her lightly. I do think he took Joe Biden lightly in 2020. And clearly during the prep sessions that I had with him, it was very, very difficult to get him to focus on what Joe Biden might or might not do.
That's how you know he's a real
debate.
eater? Oh,
and
I knew that
think
already.
his performance in part reflected that. So the question's going to be, is what he's saying publicly what he really believes? We know that often with Donald Trump, that's performance. But I will tell you that in his 2016 prep, he was serious about getting ready for Hillary Clinton. In his 2020 debate prep, he was completely unserious about getting ready for Joe Biden. I think performances in both those debates reflected that approach.
All right, Chris Christie, you'll be watching with us. Martha?
And we have about 6 minutes left before the debate,
I think
so let's
this
bring in
community is one of the only communities online, just anywhere really, that actually genuinely likes Chris Christie. I feel like he has this weird energy about him where, like, people who actually do go out and vote just fucking despise him. Like, demographics that want to go out and vote for either party, like, they all unify on the principle that they just fucking hate Christopher Christie. I like him a lot because he's a big boy, and I like big boys. You know this already. That's why I like J.B. Pritzker.
Go to their kitchen table and say, look, I have some ideas that I want to share with you. There's so much that we have done together over the last 4 years, but here's what I think we can do together over the next 4 years. Be positive in her approach and really,
all right, 5 minutes remaining.
We don't want to add to the chaos and the confusion, the disaster that made, of course, the American people go out in droves in 2020 to fire the former president. Say, I want to be a president that lead all Americans. I want to keep us strong and secure, and here's the plan that I want to share with you tonight.
And Donna, I of course meant Biden. She has to own up to the Biden administration's any
Do not
mistakes
keep
they made
muting
too,
the
and Donald
debate
Trump is
for
gonna-
fuck's sake. The debate hasn't started yet. And let me tell you, I probably will mute every now and then. So just get ready for that. I most likely won't be muting the debate, but, you know, don't come in here and get mad at me. It's about to start. But what else is about to start is the top of the hour ad break. And you will see them at the top of the hour. It'll be 3 minutes long. If you no longer want to see those ads, however, and I'm running it early before the debate starts, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free. Put Donna in fast mode. You can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime, of course. You can get your bingo cards ready, ! bingo. That's another thing. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3 minute ad break now. It's coming for you. But if you're not lucky, you got to make your own luck, you know? Here's a 3 minute ad break now. Holy shit, everyone is writing ! bingo. Where's Edding Germentum? He has not DM'd me yet. I'm waiting for a DM to see if he's ready. He is more of a Kamala hopeful than myself, if we're being real here. I'm going to call him. Okay.
Oh, hey.
Hello. All right,
Sorry,
before the debate starts, you got 3 minutes. You got 3 minutes to make your case because you're the #1 Kamala dick rider is what the streets are saying. Go.
I'm not. I wrote like two. Fine, whatever. Well, yeah, I'm gonna bring up some fucking esoteric shit for this. So, we have had like actual elections where voters actually vote, like really, like in real races for the past 2 years. In those elections, Democrats have outperformed by like what the estimated baseline 50-50 vote is by 6 points. So like that adds up to like a pretty good, like kind of basic, strong baseline for Democrats, similarly to what they saw in 2022. And last month we had the primary elections in Washington. Those elections have predicted, like often contrary to the polls themselves, what like the environment will be like in 2018. They said it would be Democratic blowout when people thought it would be close, and it was. In 2020, they said it would be relatively close race when the polls said it would be a Biden blowout, and it was. And in 2022, they said it would also be close when like the polls said it would be a red wave, and that also was true. This isn't copium. This is actual like fucking. This is a poll with a sample size of 2 million people, and the current results in Washington that came in last month showed roughly like a D+4 result. So like if that's really good for Democrats, the problem and something that you've keyed in on a lot, which is completely correct, is that like if Kamala can match this performance, she'll probably be fine. But the thing is that she's a totally new person. People don't really know what to make of her, and she's not necessarily matching that like kind of baseline trusted Democrat level consistently, which could be her undoing if she doesn't stop talking about fucking bullshit all the time and actually talks about like shit that people care about.
Yeah, I think that I mean, she's a charisma suck. She always has been. I've never been like she's got like auntie vibes or whatever type voter. But I always assumed that she could at least make up for it by like presenting good policies that address people's like genuine concerns. And I think they are like arrived at that in a weird moment. It's like one of those weird moments where they did the price gouging shit. Like, sure, New York Times and mainstream media immediately did the classic, like, 1, how are you going to pay for it? 2, this is like, Venezuela or whatever. But overall, it has consistently remained popular. And as a matter of fact, even despite the fact that Donald Trump keeps calling Kamala, Comrade Harris, the debate's starting, it's actually increased in
President
popularity.
Kamala Harris and former President
let's
Donald
get
Trump,
started.
Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will
they hyped this shit up so hard.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face. Historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
He's going in for a handshake.
Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid.
And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris.
No, that's so bad, dude.
So
you got a
Donald
lot of
Trump
jobs.
has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America.
God. Okay, Joe
What
Biden.
Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan
You're a Democrat.
would
What the fuck's
actually
wrong with you?
explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go
already
and work,
cutting in.
Create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports
they're
across
helping
the board.
Kamala.
You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have, and who's going to have higher prices, is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there.
No, the moderators already said it's a
under
sales
their
tax.
administration.
It's great framing.
We are going to take
on
in
tariffs.
billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having, on the short end of the stick, in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
Oh my God, she's like, I can be more of a China hawk than you.
Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our
don't
country,
do faces,
and when you
Kamala,
look
what
at
the
these
fuck?
millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short.
So far,
and you
very
said,
good
quote,
for Kamala, very bad for
We
Trump.
need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates. Because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country. Because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, Every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible.
Definitely outperforming my expectations.
The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national
I'm
abortion
not in
ban?
favor of an abortion ban. Well, I won't have to because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans?
This will have down-ballot consequences.
It ended up being a total catastrophe.
Trump is literally pointing to gridlock and deliberate obstructionism.
If you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. He went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it
Call a
because
timeout.
she'd never be able to get it,
Throw
just
a
like she couldn't
flag,
get
drop,
student
you need
loans. They
help.
couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs, barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie.
Oh, yeah.
It's another
Keep
lie.
talking about abortion.
I have been a leader on
talking
IVF,
about abortion.
which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF.
Guys,
and the other thing,
reminder, this is like if Kamala
should
said,
ask.
I'm a leader on the border.
Will she
okay?
allow abortion
Remember
in the 8th
that
month,
for when
9th
immigration
month,
comes
7th
up.
month?
No one believes you.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v. Wade,
Answer the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the
Just
governor,
say there is
former
no
governor
fucking-
of Virginia.
There's no
the
state in
governor
America
of Virginia
where you
said
can
we
get a
put
third
the baby
trimester
aside
abortion
and then we
with-
determine
unless
what
it's a
we
medical
do with the
necessity.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn
You
now
can
to
never get a
immigration
third
and border
trimester
security.
abortion
We
for
know it's an
fun.
issue that's
It has to
important
be a medical
Republicans,
necessity.
Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this problem's at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just
I don't
ask,
want to come
though,
across
why
like I'm
did you try
glazing,
to
but that
kill
was
that bill, and
bars.
successfully so. That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the board.
ulted.
First, let me respond.
She called him a narcissist and
She said
also
people
separated
start
him
leaving.
from
People don't
her
go to
fan
rallies.
base.
There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase. Make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people are on television saying their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
He's debating the motion!
Again, Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president, in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation
No, don't help him, David
proposal
Muir.
that the
Don't
Vice
help
President
him.
has reacted to as well.
You fucking ass.
President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you, you believe that number is much higher.
The HasanAbi
Take us through
question.
this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals,
Oh
many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug
That was
dealers to come
verbatim a
into our
question I
country. And they're
demanded the
now in
media
the
ask.
United States
Verbatim.
and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you.
He's not
you know
answering
the crime in Venezuela and crime in countries
He's
all
not
over the
answering it.
world is way down. You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof.
Crime is down.
Despite
They're
their
gonna fact check
fraudulent
that,
statements
for sure.
that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI defrauded. They were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for
hit him on
sexual
immigration.
assault,
Stop hitting
and his
him.
next big court
Hit him on
appearance is in
policy.
November at his
Stop.
own
You did
criminal
enough direct
sentencing.
attacks. Hit him on policies.
And
Hit
let's
them on
be
the crime
clear,
shit.
where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York.
Oh, my
and
God,
the
this
DA
is
in
so
New York.
good. Loser
Every
shit.
one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history.
Drill, baby, drill.
Because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil.
And she made a single
As
point
it
that
relates
isn't
to my
preaching to the
values,
mythical
let me tell you,
conservative
I
undecided
grew up
voter.
a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking
abortion.
mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, They got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And
He's
I want to talk
Bidening.
about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer.
The other
that
side,
should
you
have
mean Congress members?
never shot her. It's a disgrace.
Not even a single. Mike
But
Pence
we
wasn't
didn't
even
do
hanged.
This group of people that have been treated so badly, I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, "Oh, I'm
Rambling.
surprised you're not talking about the border yet." That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle.
More people were
When are those
prosecuted during the
people gonna be
BLM protest
prosecuted?
than
But let me just
January
ask her
6th.
that
More
question.
people have been
You were the
prosecuted during the
president. You were
Palestine
watching it
protests
unfold
than
on
January
television.
6th.
It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago, her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business.
What?
That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do.
Hey guys,
and I would
remember
be
when
very
I said
proud to do
neo-Nazis
it.
are very
I would
fine
say
people?
We would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of
Just
these
say
pieces of video.
something
I
about
didn't
the
detect the
fucking
sarcasm. Lost by a whisker. We
immigration,
didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican.
judge looked at it.
And said
they
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, "We won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote." Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person.
Americans love Viktor
Smart.
Orban.
Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is up.
I think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held.
Here we go.
Americans
Israel
among
dick
them.
riding.
Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis.
She's losing Michigan.
Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on an end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly
boring
deserve.
fucking lines, dude.
President Trump, how would you negotiate
Boo!
with Netanyahu
Boo!
and also
You
Hamas in order
suck.
to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one.
Yes!
She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population.
I'm voting for Kamala
because
Harris.
the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel. Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror. Horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and
He
fast,
fucked up the
and I'll get
peaceful
the
dove
war
line, though.
with Ukraine and Russia ending.
I think he tried
if
to
I'm
angle it.
president-elect, I'll get
He
it
tried
done
to angle it as like he's the
before
peaceful
even
candidate. He
becoming
fucked it up.
president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli
Kamala,
people.
you fucking
He knows
idiot.
that he's
Shut
trying
up.
to again
Read the room.
divide and
Read the
distract
fucking room,
from the
dumbass.
reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known
God, she's
that
so
he
bad.
admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the
Holy
National Constitution
fuck.
Center right here in Philadelphia. Back.
God damn, what a fucking journey we went on. Yo, Edinger Mentum, you can unmute. Okay. What an insane, what an absolutely fucking insane
Yeah,
Okay.
she didn't bring up that he has the morals of an alley cat. She's fucking throwing. This is
I know.
like
She
ridiculous.
also, did you notice that she didn't say we beat Medicare, which was
No,
weird because that was a powerful
no
bar when
mention.
Joe Biden deployed that one. Or
Not bring up the immigrant deaths during the abortion question. Classic mistake. I don't know what she was thinking.
Yeah, I found that very odd. So, okay, right off the jump, really fucking strong start.
Yeah.
She outperformed my expectations by wide margins. Okay,
Yeah,
there was a lot of.
I was really blown away in the abortion thing. That was legitimately really impressive.
Yeah, no, she did a fucking fantastic. Like, she was not doing the classic like Mamala, coconut tree Harris shit at all. Straight to
She
the
hasn't
point.
laughed. She's hardly laughed at all.
She laughed one time. There was a couple moments. I am unimaginably frustrated with the immigration stuff for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
I think that is like, that's really bad to just leave on the table in general because Trump is just like getting increasingly insane on this issue. At least point it out. Like the least you can do.
He's been groipified.
Yeah.
Like
He's so fucking groiped up. Like the way he's talking about fucking the Haitians eating cats. Like I can't believe he just straight up said that.
Did you see the Eric Erickson thing where he was freaking out? Like, congratulations on getting the shit on national TV, you fucking morons.
Yeah, it is unimaginable. But like honestly, again, it is up to Kamala Harris at that moment. Like you can't rely on David Muir's sexy ass every time to fucking offer you a goddamn lifeline every single moment that the debate is occurring. You know what I mean? And he did.
Yeah.
His sexy ass was out there being hot and also doing a lot more fact checking than I thought it was going to happen.
Yeah,
But
I've actually really liked them. I've been like pleasantly surprised. Bringing up the number of Palestinians who have been killed. Like I didn't expect that. I thought it was cool.
yeah, it was shocking. Jake Tapper would never. Okay, Jake Tapper would be like what, 10 Palestinians that maybe died and they deserved it. That's what he would say.
Yeah, they killed
Dana
themselves actually.
Yeah, Dana Bash would be hitting both of them on not being sufficiently pro-Israel. So that is actually shocking. Like the decent amount of moderation that's occurring here. But the Israel dick riding portion was fucking awful. It was disastrous. It was expected. And I think that it will, in my opinion, it will have electoral consequences. I don't know how you feel about that. We could talk about that after the fact.
I think that like it's just a larger thing that like with her team's fucked up mindset because she's kept all the Biden people. They just feel like for some reason they can't ever meaningfully break from Biden. I feel like the ingredients were here for her to have a bad performance. Like a lot of her lines are canned. A lot of the like bait on Trump looks kind of corny and like a non sequitur if he doesn't respond to it. But
And
like
he
is
ate it. He ate it every time. Even the Charlottesville one. Like she would do throwaways, bro. She would just like kind of drop random ones in there and he would be like, "Nope, I remember that and I'm going to address it." Which is shocking. Like it is worse than I thought. And I think like the failure point, like he was already shitty even against Joe Biden if you know, if you recall. But like Joe Biden obviously was cratering so hard that nobody even paid attention to how bad Trump was. Having said that, like you really saw it from the jump. But it absolutely fell apart after the crowd size shit. Like people are leaving your campaigns, I think, was like the pivotal moment of the debate. Because
he's been seething. He's been seething.
Yeah, he hasn't stopped chirping since then. And I think like a lot of Americans just care about optics overall. And if you were like will this motivate more people to go out and vote for Kamala Harris? I don't know, because like there isn't a lot of like policies past the opening monologue. But overall, I mean, she absolutely looks way more professional. Like she's doing, I mean, she is reminding people how fucking narcissistic Donald Trump is and showing like what a normal president would look like in a way that even Joe Biden wasn't able to do after 2020. So
it's just like I mean I'm like trying to keep track of like the pulse like with like just like searching stuff on Twitter. If you search Celtic Shaq, everybody's saying that he looks like Celtic Shaq. They're saying he's an insult to Celtic Shaq. Oh, there it is, back.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can clutch this out.
I think it's over.
Debate tonight. We're going to continue
Yeah,
here, and I want to
probably.
turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight.
Another
Do you
HasanAbi
want
line.
Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion
I hate to do
or
this,
more,
but also the ad break is
because
coming right
they
now.
don't
I'm
ask
sorry.
Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting
3
this
minutes.
thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the
Subscribe for free with a
courage
Twitch
to ask
Prime.
Europe, like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For
Well,
what reason?
it's Kamala.
He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years
It's
to
not
Putin.
Biden,
Hasn't
it's
spoken
Kamala.
to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interests for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
Oh!
I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia
will look better on this,
invaded,
I think.
tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself.
He has no policy,
Days
though,
later,
so it
I went to
doesn't matter.
NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century.
67.
But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American
Yeah, that wasn't a bad idea.
where we invite
Sorry.
and receive.
And that's why Joe Biden followed along with it.
And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate
The fuck? What are you going to do? Not bring the Palestinians to Camp David? Freak.
Of the president of the United States to
This point
be
is stupid.
commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and
If Trump
demeaned
was smart, he'd be
members
like,
of our military,
"That's how you do
fallen
deals."
soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo.
18 months. I mean, Abdul, his house was a prison, dog. He was in prison. You took him out of prison.
We were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers.
You literally
we wouldn't
took
have
him
left
out of prison.
many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have
What
left.
is going on?
We wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black.
That's bad.
I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black,
so bad.
and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times
State landlord
calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had. A horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President Trump, we have to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
She has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's
you,
what
Mr.
her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I just
going
need
to move
respond
on, Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he
President
has said
Trump.
multiple.
Plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I just
going
need
to move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Correct. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain.
I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run health care system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we, over the last 4 years, have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding
this is where she could pop off
the value
way harder,
I bring to
on the
this
policy front.
is that
This is where
access to
she
health
gets
care
undecided,
should
like
be a
people who are
right
on the
and
couch
not
to
just
come
a
out and vote
privilege
for
of
her.
those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice
Pass this
President
prologue
Harris, thank
in terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot
She made
of...
a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But
He's going to come out for Medicare for all.
Private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump.
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries.
Dude,
And then you wonder, why
every
is he so
fucking
loyal
Trump
to
take
this
is a
one, that one,
conspiracy,
Ukraine, China?
unfounded.
Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did he get?
This
why did she
motherfucker
pay
is
him
supposed to be talking about
$3.5
climate right
million?
now.
This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates in a
Oh
historic
my
night, this
God,
ABC News presidential
bro.
debate from Philadelphia. Back.
What the fuck? Okay, that shit was hella boring. The second half was so boring. The first one was like, the first half was like way more powerful than the second half. I'm not gonna lie. They front loaded that shit pretty hard, and they kept the Israel stuff to the end too. But honestly, not great. Okay, not great overall. Second half was definitely weaker. Trump is just still continuing to devolve. Every conversation just like goes on a tangent. I think there was some moments where Kamala Harris was also flubbing a little bit. What do you think?
She didn't try to bait him at all in the second half, which I thought was kind of weird. Like that went like kind of like weirdly smoothly. He sounded terrible. I think that like right now, like the poly market, like odds for like who wanted the debate is like 95% for Kamala, which like I think will be true. They usually have like the like the one big thing that I was like really kind of shocked by, that I was surprised that she didn't really hit him on. He got baited on the fucking Central Park 5. He said they were guilty. Like,
yeah,
God, yeah, that was one thing he got baited on, I guess. Like, oh, it's not over yet. Somebody said it's over, but it's not. It's still,
no. There's the final monologue that they're gonna do their final closing statements, which I suspect is gonna be exactly the same shit that they've said. For better or for worse, both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are just like kind of going and doing exactly what they've been doing. Like her Israel stuff was just like obviously dog shit. I think that there was my analysis on this, and I've been saying this for quite some time now, is that on the issue of like not the Afghan withdrawal necessarily, that was a powerful moment for Kamala Harris, like actually standing on that. Even though she flubbed the first half. I will say, like, I think Donald Trump presented himself as a peaceful dove against Hillary Clinton in 2016, and a lot of voters responded positively to that. Obviously, Clinton had a lot of additional baggage on top of everything else, but he was not even able to do that this time around. I think that could have been like 3 points that he could have hammered. He could have been more moderate on immigration. He could have been more moderate, like a little bit, like dialed it back and didn't do like conspiracies and stuff. And I think that would have been more appealing to like a broader audience. But he went way too hard on immigration. I think that's going to backfire on him. He went way too hard on, like, he kept doing this. He kept doing this thing, like he even did it on abortion, where he would just like obviously lie and would like in an opportunity where like he could technically jam up Kamala Harris and be like, oh, well, do you want third trimester abortions? Like, what point would you ever restrict abortion if you would? Like that kind of question would be.
I support Roe. That's like that's the line. They don't ever like say, oh, Roe means you have this sort of type of restriction.
Yeah.
So that maybe kind of doesn't.
But
make
because he was lying about like post-birth abortions and shit, that like he wouldn't even be able to hit like a good line of attack on Kamala Harris on that front. And I think that that similar attitude presented itself even when he was talking about when he was talking about like, you know, Russia and Israel Palestine. Like in a lot of moments where he didn't really talk about Israel Palestine like throughout this entire process, throughout the past 11 months. Whenever he did, he presented himself as like the guy who's going to end it, right? The guy who's going to end it all. And I think at this point he should have probably had like some way of ending it. Like he could say something beyond like, nah, I'm just going to end it.
Yeah, that would have worked in 2016, I think, when like the whole concept was like, oh, I'm like this person, I can get shit done. I'm like this competent like outsider. That was like a really big underrated part of his appeal, I think. And that shine has gone off after he's already been president. Like when he has to like kind of say like, oh, half of my administration was morons, but like I'm gonna do it better this time. And also like I don't talk with JD Vance about anything. It's just it's the Celtics Shaq phenomenon. He's Celtics Trump.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is like he fucked up on 3 strong suits that he could hammer Kamala Harris on. By going too hard on immigration, he fucked up on that front. And I think like he lied far too much, which kind of cooked him a little bit. I think he also fucked up on
fact checkers. They're mauling about ABC.
Everyone is getting mauled about ABC. The debate is coming back, but I think that it was good that they actually did moderate the debate. You shouldn't be able to get away with lying that much on national television on a presidential debate. So fuck everybody.
Statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight 2 very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years.
Bro, this is your opening statement. What are you doing? I mean, closing statement.
They've had 3.5 years to create jobs, and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question.
This is reverse 2016 in some ways.
Didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me.
Viktor Orban
They
is
call
laughing
me.
at us.
We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President
That's your
Trump,
closing
thank
statement?
you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution
Bruh.
Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching
That
here
was
in the U.S. and all over the
ass.
world, and from all of us here at ABC News.
That was ass. That was so bad, bro. That's crazy. Wait, hold on. What do we got here?
ABC with our post.
Okay, nothing else. Okay. All right, what are your final thoughts, Eddie Mentum?
Yeah, well, this is like I can't stop thinking about. I have the concept of a plan. I don't think that she necessarily like did what I felt like she needed to do, which is like really defining who she is beyond kind of like platitudes and sort of just like general kind of concepts and also just rampant hawkery. But I think like I don't think for the people out there who are like really like concerned about who she is and why they should vote for her against Trump, I don't know if she really accomplished that, just like I didn't feel like the DNC accomplished that. I do think Trump reminded a lot of people why they want to like her, because it's worth considering that she's like gotten back into a lead entirely off of people wanting like a Democrat to vote for against Trump. And people don't necessarily see Trump as much. He's on Truth Social all the time. He's a bit kind of quarantined in his own little kind of world where like shit like the people eating the pets makes sense. But like this is one of the rare opportunities where they see him, and he reminded people not just why they don't like him, or they're fucking terrified of him. Like the idea of somebody being like this being president is like it's always been scary.
Yeah. So, couple things. One, we have some undecided voters immediately that were being focus grouped, and under 30 from Michigan, Jonah says, "I don't know what he's talking about in terms of his false claims that immigrants are eating pets in Springfield, Ohio." So that's cool. Brilliant move from Donald Trump, being extremely online and flubbing that big time. One thing I will say is this. I think you and I will both agree that the American population has already made up their minds on Donald Trump. Maybe he can eke out tweak the margins a little bit with like young men, conspiratorial minded people that don't actually show up on polls, right? Like he's had the capacity to do this before. He's done it twice, as a matter of fact. He's done it twice where he's like brought forward people that normally are not necessarily polled well, right? Like people that normally don't go out and vote.
To an extent, there are some explanations for why the polls were off in 2016 and 2020 beyond just like that factor. In 2016, the pollsters didn't weight by education, which was why they got it off really poorly. And in 2020, you had a situation with COVID lockdowns where liberals were staying at home and were always answering their phones, so they were disproportionately represented in polling. So neither of those things will be the case in 2024. The polling was accurate 2 years ago. I don't think that it's guaranteed that he will overperform the polls, but his team seems to be banking on it, and I don't think that's really wise.
Yeah. So here's a couple things I want to say about this, right? I'm not saying this is a success method.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that this is like a successful method for Trump. I'm saying that this is what he's going after, in my opinion. I think that that's like with the RFK endorsement, Tulsi Gabbard, like he's trying to carve out like what remains in the demographics that might not have like a solid opinion on a dude who was president for 4 fucking years, right? And it's going to be hard, especially because he wasn't just the president. He was a hyper telegenic president. There was a lot of opinions in either direction, right? So it seems like, my point is, it seems as though Donald Trump, I mean, and I think this is reflected in the polls, like he's locked in, like his audience is locked in, his voters are locked in. So he might stand to win here and there a couple people in the margins. He might stand to lose a couple people potentially. That's less likely, in my opinion, because if they're committed to Donald Trump at this point with maxed out name recognition, then they're probably invested and they're probably committed. It seems to me like Kamala Harris was looking to, like you said, show who she is to a broader audience of voters who might have voted for Joe Biden or might have historically voted for the Democratic Party or is going to vote for the first time ever, but aren't necessarily enthusiastic about going out and voting for Kamala Harris. And on that front, I think she absolutely showed herself as like a reasonable adult, what like the Biden team thought Biden would be able to do, and he obviously failed to do so because his brain was leaking out of his ear. But in terms of like activating a lot of those people, I think you have to meet them where they're at, recognize their material conditions, recognize the problems that they're experiencing, and offer them like a decisive policy prescription, a solution to their problems. And I think personally, she didn't do that much.
No,
there
I
were
don't
moments
think so either.
Yeah, there were a lot of moments, I think, where she could have done that, especially when they were talking about fucking healthcare. Like, that's such a gimme. Trump is literally chirping. Trump is chirping about how Kamala Harris wants to give everyone healthcare. Like, that's
concepts of a plan.
And she's just sitting there, like, shaking her head furiously, like, no, I don't want Medicare for all, I promise.
I don't want to support the thing with 60% approval.
And it's like, you're so fucking stupid. This is like another Israel-style situation where she is directly at odds with the fucking broader electorate, okay?
Yeah.
Like, directly at odds. Like, remove your head from your fucking ass. Okay, Waltz is on ABC. All right, people want me to hear what Waltz had to say. Let's tune in to see what he has to say.
Certainly, and you couldn't get any different than this. The reinstitution of Roe versus Wade, what was the law of the land for 52 years. You saw this in there, and him pushing back to the states, she's exactly right. It's people like Amanda in Texas, which everybody saw on the stage in Chicago, nearly bleeding out, having sepsis twice because she can't get the care. She's been absolutely clear on this. Everything Donald Trump said, that is untrue. The clarity of this is Roe. When you have Roe, you have the protections in place where women make their own decisions with their health care providers, not Donald Trump.
Okay, thanks so very much for joining us, Governor Waltz. John?
And we have the other side of the ticket. We have Senator J.D. Vance.
Oh,
Donald
shit,
Trump's
we got to see
running
this
mate,
one.
joining us now. Senator Vance,
fucking
thank you for joining
loser.
us.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
So I want to get to one part in the debate where you came up. Donald Trump was asked if he would veto a national abortion ban.
So ruthless
he
to
didn't
him.
answer the question, suggested
He deserves it.
I guess that he wouldn't. And then it was pointed out that you, in fact, said not that long ago that he would veto a national abortion ban. Can you explain the mix-up here?
Well, I think the president's been very clear that he doesn't want a national abortion ban. I think in some ways he finds the question a little bit ridiculous because why are we asking him about legislation that's never going to actually happen and why he would veto it or not veto it when he says very explicitly that he doesn't support a national abortion ban and he wants these policies to be made by the states. But I think there's a deeper and more important issue here in this debate, which is that you had Kamala Harris effectively echoing platitude after platitude after platitude. The American people can't pay pay their grocery bills on platitudes. They can't put their kids in a house on platitudes. And Kamala Harris had a lot to say, but very little actual substance behind it for how she's going to lower grocery prices, secure the border, and make housing more affordable in this country. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She can't run on her record, and she apparently can't run on much of her plans either, because it's just a lot of slogans and not a whole lot of substance.
But Senator Vance, why won't he just say that he would veto the national abortion ban? And by the way, had you spoken to him about it before you were put in a position to answer that question?
No, I hadn't spoken to him about it because, again, Donald Trump thinks the question is absurd because he doesn't support a national abortion ban, and he's been explicit about it. And, John, I think that it's so preposterous for the media to focus so much on an issue where Donald Trump has been crystal clear and not on the fact that people can't afford groceries and housing because of Kamala Harris's policies. This election is actually quite simple, and Kamala Harris and apparently the media would like to distract Americans on issues, by the way, that Donald Trump's been crystal clear about,
like
but
Haitians
they're not
eating
talking
cats
nearly
in
enough.
Springfield,
This debate
Ohio.
Didn't talk nearly enough about the fact that Americans are struggling because they can't afford groceries, they can't afford
Trump
housing.
didn't, you
and
fucking
a lot of their
idiot.
kids are dying of
Trump
fentanyl
didn't do that,
overdoses
you
because
fucking
Kamala Harris has
dumbass.
let the
You
Mexican drug
fucking
cartels
loser.
Take over the southern
You
border.
goddamn
This
nerd.
is a disgrace what's going on in our country, John, and we could do so much better if we just had better leadership. We've got the best workers, the most beautiful country, the best natural resources, but Kamala Harris's leadership is squandering the great benefits of this country. It's why we've got to get back to Donald Trump's leadership.
Senator, by the way, I asked because he hadn't been crystal clear, and he said something different than what you said. That's why I was seeking clarification. But let me ask you about this, just very quickly. I heard Donald Trump before this debate describe Kamala Harris as, I'll just read a few of them, a low IQ individual, somebody who doesn't have the mental capacity to be president, really dumb, unable to put two sentences together. Is that what you saw on the stage tonight?
John, what I saw was a lot of slogans. I think the American people are smart, and Kamala Harris talks to them like they're children. She repeats these ridiculous platitudes where if you actually think about what she said, you realize that it doesn't make any sense. She talks a lot about her plans, but then her plans, when you analyze the substance, don't make any sense. And more importantly, John, the American people don't get fed on plans. She has been the vice president for 3.5 years. What she can't do, refuses to do, and has no ability to do is to say, I accomplished lower prices because she didn't, or I accomplished lower housing prices because she didn't, or I secured the southern border because she didn't do that. She has failed as vice president, and the fundamental question is, do we want to give her a promotion? I think the answer has to be no, John.
All right, Senator Vance, thank you for joining us. Mary.
One thing both sides can agree on, this was a consequential night in this race. More reaction when we come back. Stay with us.
I said, if the goal for tonight was to simply demonstrate for the Harris campaign, was to simply demonstrate competency and remind people how narcissistic and incompetent Trump is. She put up LeBron numbers, but the goal tonight was to also get voters enthusiastic about voting for Harris. On that front, progressive policies would help. I said 8.5 out of 10. That's my assessment of Kamala Harris. As far as Trump's performance, it's like minus 10 out of 10.
It wasn't as bad as Biden, but it was like in the same area code. It was like in that ballpark.
It was like, yeah, I mean, Biden is like historic. That's like once in a lifetime failure, right? I mean, he had to drop out. That's how bad it was. But I cannot, he ate every bait. He was extremely online. He was drop out. That's how bad it was. But I cannot, he ate every bait. He was extremely online. He was disheveled. He literally leaned into like all of the worst instincts, like all of the worst things that people point to him about. And he even leaned into like all the issues that he should be avoiding, that cost him the midterms, even like cost the Republican Party the midterms, like loser shit. Bro, he said at one point, nobody on the other side even died on January 6th. The other side was your Congress. Okay?
Yeah, and the cops.
And Mike Pence and cops, Capitol Police. What the fuck are you saying? It's like, the only Ashley Babbitt died. Nobody on the other side even died. It's like that's crazy, man. That's an insane thing to say. I often talk about how silly it is, like how much hyper focus liberals put on January 6th. And that's, I think, part of the reason why it's reflected well in the polling. Like, Trump is a threat to democracy. Why? Because that's the key thing that Democrats can't shut the fuck up about, right? So obviously it's going to be reflected in the polls. to a certain degree. I wish they would have that same energy for immigration in terms of counter messaging, but they don't because they're fucking stupid. Anyway, but like ultimately Trump just keeps bringing back. It would be like if Kamala Harris did the Joe Biden thing, regularly bringing up how, like, I don't know, undocumented migrants are like doing rapes or something. You know what I mean? Like it's akin to that.
Abortion shit. Yeah. The healthcare stuff I was gonna say before we cut to the Walls and Vance stuff. Like it's always kind of frustrated me because like during the like in the moderators did a better point of bringing this up than like honestly Kamala did. During the Trump era, during his presidency, he reached his lowest points in like approval over his tax bills and over Obamacare. Those were really, really unpopular. Obamacare is like broadly like a consensus kind of bill.
Yeah.
Like Obama himself is very popular. I mean, I get like kind of the like saying, oh, we're going to expand and protect the Affordable Care Act, but like it's like the exact opposite of how they push on immigration, where like they're totally defensive and reactive about it. You could make healthcare into a big issue this election. That would be really helpful for you. Like you could like push like it. You could like talk about how Trump has concepts of a plan or whatever, and how like you want to do a public option. You could force this and make like the issue better on your terms. Don't make it just the thing that's about like the immigration and the economy. Make this like be assertive, like change it like to be about what you want it to be about. But like they just have a fundamentally reactive and like reactionary like perspective towards it that doesn't like work. Like it's just like very passive.
Yeah, I genuinely cannot comprehend how he like failed to be normal on immigration, a strong suit, and like didn't even talk about the economy. Like he rarely talked about the economy in that entire. The whole point of Trump was to be moderate, right? Like was to seemingly look normal, more normal than you've ever seen him before. That's what his like advisors keep fucking telling him, and they're like, don't attack Kamala Harris on race and stuff. Like, just be a little bit more normal. You know what I mean? Be a little bit more normal. Maybe you can pick up some fucking voters on the sidelines. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people are angry about the economy. Like, you're beating Biden on the economy. You're beating Kamala Harris on the economy. And it's crazy that, like, he just could not take a fucking deep breath and just be a goddamn adult. And he just he insisted on eating every fucking bait possible. Incredible.
Yeah, it's the worst time for him because the momentum was kind of shifting in his favor. You had the discussion and the polling moving towards more being about how Kamala doesn't have a plan, how like she doesn't have like any real clear policies, how she didn't inspire confidence at the DNC. And there were some inklings of him getting towards that point where he, like, I mean, JD Vance tried to do, where she just said that she only has platitudes, which I think is a real problem for her. And she did that a little bit during the debate, where she really didn't have too many like specific points, but he totally made it about himself, just talking about fucking like, I don't even know who Abdul is. I don't even know who that is.
I know who it is. That's the funny story. He's the fucking Taliban chief, right? Trump literally actually
guy who's the head of the Taliban.
No, he evac'd him out of a Pakistani prison and brought him to the United States of America, which is why it's really funny when he just keeps saying like, oh, I sent him a photo of his house. It's like, no, dog, you took him out of jail. Like, he was in prison, okay? He was in prison. You got him released from prison, and you brought him to Camp David. You did not send him a picture of his house unless you showed the photo of the Pakistani prison he was in. So that's like another thing. That's another lie that he loves repeating for some reason.
Yeah. This is an insane reference, but that moment reminded me of that YouTube video where he plays like Call of Duty with Walt Jr. Like, people who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about. But like when he said like, I got your house, like I'm like, it sounded like he doxed him.
Apparently Taylor Swift just endorsed Kamala Harris on Instagram.
Oh my God.
It's Jover. It's Jover. Is fucking Joe.
She's feeling a news cycle from him.
Is it Jover? Oh, is it happening finally? No, she didn't. You guys are such liars, dude. What the fuck?
No, she did. She did. It's on her Instagram.
Oh, she did. She said register to vote. Like many of you, I watched the debate tonight, If you haven't already, now is a great time to do your research on issues at hand. It stands to these candidates take.
Childless cat lady. It's over.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
It's the picture of her with a cat.
Oh my god!
He's gonna beat Don Jr. with a shoe.
Bro,
over
all
this.
it took was for her to fucking hug a Trump supporter and then have like the entire Swifties on Twitter rip her ass and be like, "You only cared about politics when your career was failing." She was like, "No, I'm sorry. Actually, I love politics. It's my favorite thing to do."
I like that she kind of implies here that she was like undecided until she watched the debate.
Yeah. Recently, I was made aware that AI of me falsely endorsing Donald Trump's presidential run was posted to the site. Oh, recently you were made aware. Sure. Okay. It really conjured up my fears around AI and the danger of spreading misinformation. It brought me to the conclusion I need to be very transparent about my actual plans for this election as a voter. The simplest way to combat misinformation is the truth. I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the 2024 presidential election. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them. I think she's a steady-handed, gifted leader, and I believe we can accomplish so much more in this country if we're led by calm and not chaos. Damn, she's even doing the PR moves. Like she did watch that debate, or at least her fucking PR people watched that debate. Let me tell you, okay?
Yeah, they said we're backing. This is like the best indicator for like Kamala like so far because they are not going to back her ass until like unless she's like a clear shot to win. Like she was not endorsing Biden until Biden was leading by like 10 in the polls.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like the Waffle House Index. You know what I mean? for predicting elections. Like people will look at like Polymarket or whatever, or like betting odds, but like this is the real careful and considered calculated decision maker here. Okay.
Yeah. She
I was
has
so
like
hard
a Bloomberg journal about.
Ooh, she likes Tim Walz. She doubled down on Tim Walz. I was so heartened and impressed by her selection of running mate at Tim Walz, who has been standing up for LGBTQ plus rights, IVF, and a woman's right to her own body for decades. I've done my research and I've made my choice. Oh my God. And the choice is yours.
Policy page. She had to drop the policy page.
That's what it was. She's a real policy head. She's a real policy head. She was like, yo, honestly, yeah, once I read the policy page, it was over. You know, this was it for me.
Yeah.
When I heard Kamala Harris is going to combat Iran, no matter what it takes, I was like, that's my vote.
Yeah. She said, I'm not voting for her unless I know the nukes are on the way to Beijing like at 11 a.m.
Oh, Jesus. Taylor Swift, childless cat lady. JD Vance. Oh, I can talk about JD Vance.
Don Jr. for the first time in his life, a lifetime of his own abuse that he unheeded himself. He should have listened to himself. He's going to beat Don Jr. with a shoe.
Dude, honestly, Donald Trump's biggest mistake was ever listening to Don Jr. That's when I knew this shit is cooked, okay? Perma fried.
Yeah.
Like,
the
Don Jr., you don't even like him. Why would you ever listen to his opinion on who that sweaty fucking cokehead loser thinks is like cool?
If he had Doug, he'd still be contending in Minnesota. If he had Doug, he would be up in fucking like North Carolina now for sure.
Dude, I'm a Bergamaniac. Okay, I'm a Bergamaniac. I've been saying it. I was gonna vote. There were two VP picks that would have changed my decision. If Burgum was the VP, I would have voted for Donald Trump. And if Jesse Ventura was RFK Jr.'s vice president, I would have voted for RFK Jr. They both fucked up. They could have gotten my vote.
Jesse Ventura Green candidate like rumors in 2020.
Yeah,
I wanted that so badly.
Yeah, but he gets libbed up. Like he
endorsed a duopoly. He endorsed the Democrats.
He really did. Yeah, he really did. He was like, I'm really excited for a woman to vote for a woman in the White House. I was like, damn, Jesse, what the fuck?
It wasn't even like, oh, I'm like, oh, these guys are like the lesser of two evils. He went like full like DNC like talking points. He was talking like a line on.
Yeah, a lot of our old heads have fallen.
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders being like, yeah, I don't really agree with Dick Cheney a lot, but even he hates Donald Trump, and that's good. I was like, come on, bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that
Bernie,
one guy who doesn't fuck around about being 82 years old.
I was like, Bernie, they're not gonna do card checks. Shut the fuck up. You don't have to destroy. They are not going to make you a junior partner in the coalition.
Yeah.
Okay, you're 800 years old. Why are you
They're
doing
never
this?
passing a fucking public option, man. It's not happening.
Yeah, they put him in the cuck chair, dude. They just keep whipping him for the crimes of of contesting Hillary Clinton in 2016 forever.
His late stage career, he's like trying to work his way up to like better Senate committees. Like he's a fucking like decrepit Dixiecrat from 1950. He's trying to do the Richard Russell fucking strat.
He's a real team player. Surely.
If he stays in Congress until he's 90 years old, they'll let him like chair the Appropriations Committee like Robert Byrd.
No. They're gonna let him take Vermont. They're gonna let him take the old people in Vermont back to Canada so they can like purchase pharmaceuticals there.
They're gonna let him
please anything.
They're gonna let him build an FBI crime examination facility in Birmingham, and that'll be like the culmination of his life's work.
It feels bad. It feels bad watching him like that. But
I don't know. He was a big Russia head like during the Trump era. Maybe he just is lived up.
You were joking about voting for Trump, right? Oh my God, chatters. Yes. Shut the fuck up. Oh my Lord.
No, we would have actually voted for Trump if we picked North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. That's completely sincere. That was going to be the heel turn.
I forget that there's like 160,000 people in here, so like they have no fucking. Some of these people are just like tuning in for once, and they're like, "What the fuck's this guy saying?"
I'm a single issue voter about him picking Glenn Youngkin. This is like completely like what I believe.
Yes, I'm undoing every opinion that I've ever had. Because Doug Burgum is on the ticket.
Guy who looked like Brezhnev.
Yeah, but hotter.
Yeah,
his eyebrows are powerful.
Part. Yeah, Trump's odds on betting markets have started tanking. He's down to 46 cents on Predicted. He's lost to degenerates.
Yeah, the copium tomorrow is gonna be so delectable. I can already sense it from here. First of all, everyone's gonna complain about the moderators fact checking.
So fucking funny.
Here is a really good idea. If you don't want to get fact checked, don't say Haitian migrants are eating cats on the most prominent national stage you've been on. Are you
when you're like 78 years old?
And then he started debating the moderators. He's like, actually I saw it on television. Real old man hours over there. It was incredible.
I keep on getting recommended Megyn Kelly's tweets, and she's so fucking pissed off. She is so mad at the moderators.
Ben Shapiro.
Oh yeah, Ben Shapiro.
This debate won't matter.
This is what the Biden people said. This is exactly what they said.
Yeah, that's how you know this shit popped off. This debate won't matter. It was just eliminated as an inflection point. The American people still know nothing about Kamala Harris' positions. Donald Trump is still Donald Trump, and the legacy media are still a giant flaming dog turd.
Well, don't go after them too hard, Ben.
Wow. He busted out the big words, the big boy words. His wife's not gonna let him sleep in the same bed tonight. Oh my God. Oh, it's gonna be delectable. It's gonna be delightful.
I'm gonna make the Trump replacement tier list.
Yeah. This is Trump never. Oh, the conservatives are in the chat. Trump never mentioned Haitian people. He never said Haitians. Yeah, dude. You're right. We haven't been paying attention to the same media cycle that the Republicans have been pumping this entire time.
Who does he think we're eating the cats?
Yeah, no, random. He actually was talking about like, random people in Springfield, Ohio. Yeah.
We just gotta get rid of that one city. There's something in the water.
This is so funny. This level of cope from Trump heads is hilarious. He said Venezuelans though. Yeah, he said Venezuelans, Aurora, overtaking apartment complexes. He won the jank Uyghur vote with that one. A real Aurora head, my uncle. Anyway, this is what happens when you're extremely online. I keep fucking trying to repeat this to people, like, do not look at Twitter and assume that that's how normal people are. Can you explain this story to a bus driver? If the answer is no, if it fails the bus driver tag, if it fails the bus driver test, like, you probably shouldn't be running a national campaign on it. Oh my God.
The likes too hard.
Yeah. Megyn Kelly's mad. Oh, great. Taylor Swift's post. Yeah, of course Taylor Swift posted about who she's voting for president. Of course, he got 1 million likes in 13 minutes, dude. What are we talking about?
Funny that she repeatedly mentioned Walz.
Yeah, no, I do like that. Yeah,
she said I would have been fucking for her if she like picked Shapiro.
Yeah, this is. I'm reading the tea leaves. She's actually an anti-Zionist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She wants Kamala to go off the ticket and be replaced with Walz. And Walz would be up by 10. I don't give a fuck. People can call me coping. but like at
Oh,
that point
one-
you just have zero issues.
Oh, dude, 100%.
We're getting
His oppo has been, they're like third removed, like distant cousins are voting for Trump. Like that's the oppo on that front is so awesome. They're like,
yeah,
they're talking about how he like swapped out his dog or some shit. Like it's just so, it's so bad. It's so
the thing
stupid.
today is they said that he said that he saw Trump supporters in Pennsylvania one time, and then the other day he said he saw them in Georgia. That's like the thing they're getting him on.
Did you
Like, he
see
had a
this?
DUI.
Trump just posted literally 2 minutes ago, insider paper poll from Twitter on his Truth Social. Poll, Trump v. Harris, who won the presidential debate? 78% said Donald Trump. 23 hours remaining on the poll.
Have the live reaction polls come out yet? Oh no, it hasn't yet. I thought Red Eagle Politics. I thought he said that 75% said that she won. It was just him trying to expectation set by saying that the CNN poll would say that, which the CNN polls actually have been pretty predictive in the past. People forget this, but Hillary actually saw a big surge after she beat Trump in the first debate in 2016. So these things can matter, especially in a race as tight as this one.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, Kamala decisively won tonight, like decisively.
Yeah.
That's not a question. But obviously this is always a matter of how close the polls will be. And in terms of proving herself as someone who can meet Donald Trump, she will get a lot of fucking clout off of this too. Like the media will go crazy over it. Yes, I'm running the 3-minute ad break now. Okay, calm down. Yeah, you can, avoid those ads if you subscribe, chat. You already know. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. But overall, like I said, I think this is there's a phenomenal opportunity here to legitimately push for decent policies and deliver majorly for the Democratic Party. If the Democratic Party was even remotely interested in being a competent party that is not completely in the pocket of corporate interests, and actually wanted to, go back to a New Deal style Democratic Party, which they're not.
Yeah.
I know that they're not. I'm not being silly about
Except
this.
for Whitler.
Okay, sure.
But yeah, whatever. Yeah.
But ultimately this is the opportunity. The numbers could look insane right now. You have a historically unpopular Republican that people have made their minds up on, and they're worried that him consistently calling Kamala Harris a fucking communist is going to harm her, or at least presenting it as though they're fearful of that, when none of those smears, which shouldn't even be fucking smears at all, have landed.
Yeah.
It's so
She tried to
stupid.
go after her and her dad, her cool ass dad.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, it was insane, bro. Yeah, she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens who are in prison. I think he saw
Frank Zappa line.
No, I think he saw the K-File post. So that's gonna be the Trump world's gotcha. They always love getting one of those. Where Trump will say something that comes across as very unhinged, and then they'll be it was actually true, sweetie. And they'll run with that. That was a gimme for them, I guess. But yeah, it's actually Andrew K-File. Andrew K-File's original reporting from 2019, I think. Fact checking online said it was misleading and not false. Lol. Yeah, exactly. It's not technically false, I'm pretty sure. But that is something that people will hyper focus on in the Trump world. They'll be like, oh, see, the media's lying, even though yesterday they said this was the story. Okay. Well, all right. Any last words before I let you go?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just waiting to see the live reaction polls. I mean, I don't think I think basically the summary is that Kamala's trying to run the Biden campaign instead of a campaign.
I'm not ending the broadcast, chat. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 11 p.m. for me. So but she's trying to run the Biden campaign. She's doing it relatively well. I think that a lot of the stuff that it's she's able to do the basic stuff that Biden couldn't. Will this resolve the big kind of looming question of what she stands for? Probably not. Does she need to resolve that? Maybe she doesn't need to resolve that. I wrote an article on my newsletter earlier today. I think that her campaign really does need to get real and does need to start addressing these actual concerns and does need to start running more substantial stuff instead of just really scripted platitudes. The spot run thing actually did kind of land for me because that's kind of correct. She does just say good stuff is good all the time. But the fucking full Chiron for Taylor Swift endorses Kamala Harris.
Of course.
But she, even with all of this, even with the DNC that really put her worst, the worst version of her on display, she's still leading in more than enough states to get 270 electoral votes.
Tim Miller says, just spoke with Lindsey Graham in the spin room. He said the debate team should be fired and Trump was unprepared. Disaster.
Yeah, it was Matt Gaetz and Tulsi Gabbard. I mean,
Laura Loomer.
Laura Loomer was there?
Yeah.
I saw he brought her. I didn't know if she was part of the team.
I don't know if she was part of the team or not, but
yeah.
I'm still going to lie and say, turns out hanging out with Laura Loomer wasn't the best idea.
No, I get it. I get it. He was at least hanging out with her, yeah.
No, as soon as I saw her coming out, as soon as I saw her ugly ass walk out of that fucking plane, I was like, oh, this is going to be a fun night. I thought he was going to be kind of boring. I thought he was going to be kind of boring and not have that same energy, which I thought maybe that would play well into, is Trump a moderate now type shit that the media loves repeating, fucking Van Jones.
Yeah.
But nope. As soon as I saw Laura Loomer, I was like, oh, shit's going to be awesome tonight. He's going to say some unhinged ass bullshit. And he did.
Yeah,
and he fucking did. Laura was like, Mr. President, sir, please talk about the dogs and cats that the Haitian migrants are eating. And he was like, that's a great idea. Thank you, Laura.
Facebook. They are making so many memes about that so quickly. That and Abdul, I think that's the funniest shit ever.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck was happening there. I just don't understand how he has did he look at DeSantis's team and go, that's great. We should do
I'm going to go for a second debate.
Oh, Kamala already asked for it. Wait.
Yeah. It was 12 minutes ago.
Yeah, Kamala Harris asked for it, but I don't think Trump is going to do it.
No, he's going to say they're biased.
Yeah, he's going to say, yeah, you're right about that. I saw your tweet. He's going to say how biased the moderation team was, and that's why he's not going to do it. But then that opens him up for a line of attack where, they could just be like, he's a coward, he's running away.
Yeah, people, Red Eagle Politics is saying, I thought that he did so badly in the debate against Hillary, but he won anyway. He would have lost that fucking thing if the Comey letter didn't come out. Kamala's not getting the Comey letter. Good fucking luck, man.
Yeah, the Ingram says if she's asking for another debate, they don't think she won this debate. They would be saying, mic drop, we're done. They don't think that she's in a position right now to win this race. No, I think it was a gimme. That's why. I think they saw how fucking easy this shit was. It was easy street. And they were like, let's do that again, please. Let's do that every weekend.
Oh, Caitlin Clark liked the post where Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala. Caitlin Clark endorsement incoming. Angel Reese is going to back Trump now.
Oh, dude, they are. I mean, they already had secured the white woman vote. That's now it's permanent. It's perma-locked.
Mm-hmm.
There was a really funny tweet that I wanted to share with you. I think one of the Aiden Updates accounts said that Kamala Harris is trying to appeal to the youth by using youth slang because she said families with young children need to afford a crib, need to buy a crib.
A crib?
No, they literally they thought that
no.
The Aiden Ross
child care is one of the 3 issues they've let her talk about. So that was in a literal sense.
Yeah. See, but that's the fucking annoying thing is when she does actually have a coherent policy point that is objectively popular, and then Trump is asked about what he would do on that front, he has nothing. Even for that reason, if you want to watch Trump fucking flail around, just put fucking policies out there and be like, this is another thing that we're gonna do, so we can sit there and talk about how if Kamala Harris gets elected, everyone will have health care. Oh, it was Aiden who
We
said
know
it.
that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. I was actually, my mother,
Oh, never mind. It wasn't Aiden who was saying it. It was the Aiden update account. Kamala Harris has already started the debate by incorporating slang into her speech. Crying emoji. God, these guys, thank God they will never be able to find a polling station. You know what I mean? Like, and
They're too young to vote anyways.
They're also ineligible to vote.
Yeah.
Like, luckily. Holy shit. Like, contextually, how the fuck do you hear that and think like, oh, she was using slang for house and not like a baby's crib?
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
That's their housing plan. Oh my god, the Facebook libs are going so crazy, like over the Taylor Swift endorsement.
Oh,
this is
for
how
sure.
I keep my what?
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vivek said it was 3-1.
What is this? Oh, they're saying Kamala Harris had an earpiece and that she was getting fed lines. Let's go. Love that.
That's an earring.
No, you don't. No, it's a secret. It's a fake earring. It's not a real buy on. Okay. No, it's not a real earring. It's a fake earring that is getting. I mean, all of these are admissions of defeat.
Yeah. I need to see the CNN poll so badly.
Tim Walz learns about Harris, the Taylor Swift endorsement in real time. All right, I got to go pee real quick. I'll be back while this plays. You can speak if you want.
While we have been talking, somebody's just handed me something, and I'm going to do sort of a not very TV thing, and I'm going to read it to you in totality. I'm going to read you the whole thing because this was, I don't think you know about this, but this was just posted online by a woman you might have heard of whose name is Taylor Swift. And she has posted this online along with a photo of her cat. And I'm going to read to you what she just posted. Quote, like many of you, I watched the debate tonight. If you haven't already, now is a great time to do your research on the issues at hand and the stances these candidates take on the topics that matter to you the most. As a voter, I make sure to watch and read everything I can about their proposed policies and plans for this country. Recently, I was made aware that AI of me, quote me, falsely endorsing Donald Trump's sure to watch and read everything I can about their proposed policies and plans for this country. Recently, I was made aware that AI of me, quote me, falsely endorsing Donald Trump's presidential run was posted to his site. It really conjured up my fears around AI and the dangers of spreading misinformation. It brought me to the conclusion that I need to be very transparent about my actual plans for this election as a voter. The simplest way to combat misinformation is with the truth. And then she says, quote, I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the 2024 presidential election. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them. I think she is a steady-handed, gifted leader, and I believe we can accomplish so much more in this country if we're led by calm and not chaos. I was so heartened and impressed by her selection of running mate Tim Walz, who has been standing up for LGBTQ+ rights, IVF, and a woman's right to her own body for decades. I've done my research, and I've made my choice. Your research is all yours to do, and the choice is yours to make. I also want to say, especially to first-time voters, remember that in order to vote, you have to be registered. I also find it's much easier to vote early. I will link where to register and find early voting dates and info in my story. With love and hope,
he's like,
Taylor
I'm about
Swift,
to be the vice president.
Signed, childless cat lady. I have to get your response to that, Mr. Governor.
All those things, I am incredibly grateful, first of all, to Taylor Swift. I say that also as a cat owner, a fellow cat owner. Look, Swifties, you heard it. We know that it's there. That was eloquent, and it was clear. And that's the type of courage we need in America to stand up. We've seen it out of those Republicans who were at the DNC. We've seen it out of women who would like to have their own personal lives kept personal, but are forced to go out there because they nearly died because they can't get abortion services in a pregnancy. And now you have somebody like Taylor Swift coming out, making that very clear. This would be the opportunity, Swifties. KamalaHarris.com. Get on over there. Give us a hand. Get things going.
God damn. Wait, Trump is on ABC? Oh, no. He's licking his wounds? No shot.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God, he is.
We're looking at polls. We're looking at polls. The worst poll that we've had was 71 that I see. 71% to like 24 or 25%. We'll look at it. But
all right, Whit. So if you still have me, He's walked a little bit away from our camera. Now he's at the edge there. You won't be able to hear him well. But one of the things you did hear was a question just asked by our Catherine Folders asking, why not commit to another debate if you believe that you won? He said he believes he won this debate, but then he was also asked, why be here in the spin room spinning about this debate if it's a debate that you believe was a clean win? We're going to try to get you as close as we can
it's over.
to
It's
Donald
over.
Trump, but I don't think you're going to be able to hear. Let me try to get
it's
my mic
over,
in there and
dude.
see if you can hear Whit if you're still going through my camera here.
Yeah, we're listening. Let's see what we can hear.
Before I go, did I mention that he looked like complete
Great
shit?
debates. I thought this
Did you mention like what? What?
Did he look like complete shit? He looked awful.
Oh yeah, he looked so angry and disheveled.
People were saying he looked darker than Kamala.
I thought she was not very good tonight. She didn't protect the vice president. He's, the office of the vice president. And certainly, if you take a look at it, she was terrible with respect to the president. She's trying to get herself away from Biden, and she wasn't able to do that tonight. I think it was a big thing. They wanted to disassociate with Biden, and they weren't able to do it. What did you think?
He is crashing out.
Mr. President.
This is the closest you can get to a crash out.
Yeah, I have nothing to do with Project 2020. What do you think of the moderators' facts like you used throughout the debate? Well, I think the moderators were very unfair. I actually thought they were just average.
All right.
Ed and Jermaine, are you here? Are you here? WAPO poll came out.
Yeah, I am. I was just muted. I'm still here. Yeah.
Yeah, WAPO poll came out. Swing State Debate Focus Group has Harris winning 22-2.
Oh, was that like the undecided voters thing?
He's having a fucking meltdown on camera right now. This is insane. I don't know. I'm gonna try to find it real quick. Hold on. Oh my God, he's still going. He's in the spin room. Oh God.
He talked about polls that we're not certain of where they exactly came from as showing him up in the race. But point being is Donald Trump has made this unscheduled appearance here to the spin room to say that he won.
David Muir,
he got asked the question,
the goat
why
of the
be
night
here in the spin room if you believe this was a clean win? And he didn't really fully answer that.
All right, Jay, forgive me as we're
it's
following
the swing
everything.
state one.
Former President Trump right there in the spin room. We are going to step away from this just for a second. We'll come back if anything happens. But we want to talk to our Republican and Democratic strategists,
Yeah, that's not like
Reince
the
Priebus
CNN
and
live
Donna Brazil, to
reaction.
get
That's
their
still
reaction
pretty
to everything.
like terrible.
What'd you say? Say
I
it
really
again?
want to see what the two people say because they usually have interviews.
Yeah. Going into the spin room after you did a debate is the worst possible thing you could do.
Yeah. She needs to give more fucking interviews. Like, she can do fine. She needs to believe in herself more.
Yeah. I'm actually shocked at how much better she was on the debate stage
Yeah.
than she was with Dana Fash.
Yeah.
I think it's because she's secretly a Hamas supporter.
Yeah.
And like
yeah.
she was worried that Dana could like smell it on
Get
her.
around that. Yeah.
Yeah. And was gonna fucking laser her.
They had real moderators there instead of fake journalists.
Well, I mean, yeah, dude. CNN is so cooked. I mean, fuck CNN. Actually, they're
Yeah.
such dickheads, dude.
Yeah. This suck.
Yeah. JD's
were-
on CNN.
Oh.
Let's see what he's saying now. They cooked him on ABC. I don't know if you saw that.
How you wanted it to go in terms of Harris clearly trying to get under his skin, talking about crowd sizes, talking about former officials like John Kelly and Mark Esper and others. I mean, I heard from some Trump advisors who said he took the debate too much. Do you believe that?
No, look, I think that what we saw from Kamala Harris was a lot of platitudes. It was a lot of plans that had no real substance behind them and no real precision behind them. And what is most interesting, and it's really the sort of microcosm of this entire race, is Kamala Harris has a record. Donald Trump has a record. Donald Trump is proud of his record and is running to it. Kamala Harris is running away from her record and pretending that somehow her term as president is going to be radically different from her term as vice president, but she can't actually articulate why. And in fact, to the extent that she articulates it at all, it's by running away from positions that she clearly held just a few years ago or even a few weeks ago.
So why didn't Trump push her more on that? Because that is what we hear from you every day on the campaign trail, is talking about her reversals. He did not really talk about why haven't you done what you're saying you'll do until his closing statement. Do you think he should have done that sooner?
Well, I think he did. I mean, he did it in the closing statement. He also really hammered her on her inconsistencies, right? This is a person who said she wanted to ban fracking. Now she says she doesn't. She wanted to defund defund the police. Now she said she doesn't. She wanted a secure border. I thought that he really did, actually. On 3 issues in particular, I think he was very focused on hammering Kamala Harris's inconsistencies
Not the
with
way
her
most of
record,
us saw
what
the
she says
debate.
now versus what she said even a few weeks ago in some cases. It was on the border, it's on fracking, and it's on defund the police. That was clearly what he's most focused on, and I think it's not surprising because those are 3 of the issues that the American people care the most about. I mean, look, this is a person who was to the far left of her own party and now is trying to pretend that she's effectively Donald Trump. My favorite line of the night is when he said she's going to don a MAGA cap and pretend that she agrees with me on everything. I think the American people are too smart to be fooled by Kamala Chameleon acting to be somebody that she's clearly not.
Yeah, she kind of smirked when he said that he was going to send her one on
Listen,
abortion. No.
This is a man who saw the former vice president under Donald Trump get almost executed and said, "That's my job. Like, I love that. I will be your man, sir."
Yeah.
Like, he knew what he was signing up for. You know what I mean?
It was so funny when he was like, she was talking to me like I'm a child. Like, you got to get that shit resolved, man. You're like 40 years old.
Yeah.
Legislation that has no chance of being brought. I think it's a totally reasonable point, but again,
the CNN instant
the
poll
main
coming up
substantive
after
issue
this.
is
I have
Donald
to
Trump
stay on for
believes
this.
that abortion
I want to
should
know
be a
if she can,
state
because I remember
policy,
Hillary, they
and
said
Kamala
she
Harris
won, she got
fundamentally thinks that
60% people
abortion
said-
should be funded by
Focus
taxpayers
group?
right up to the moment
Okay, no,
of
they
Focus
said
group coming
instant
up.
poll before that. Yeah. No, I swear I didn't. I did not. Yeah, instant poll. Okay, I want to stay on for that because I think the record. I know like Biden had a really huge victory in like the first debate in 2020, and Hillary did really well in 2016. And like if you look at the polling from 2016, it was like pretty impactful. Hillary was only up by 2, which is about as much that like Kamala is up by now. Like kind of ironically enough. And after the debate, but before Access Hollywood, she went up by 4. If Kamala goes up by 4, she's going to be leading in every single swing state. She could like really like be in a solid position. So like, I mean, like this is, I mean, she accomplished a lot of what she wanted to.
Yeah. JD Vance trying to spin this is so
and the question
so
of how
shitty.
far he would go is
terrible
to
position
me
for him to
like
be
a
in.
semantic thing that doesn't
Mhm.
actually make sense.
They-
It's
they
an
love
absurd
making him do shit like
proposition.
this.
It's never going to happen. And I think what President Trump is saying is, I don't like to deal in these absurd hypotheticals.
Dave
It's
Portnoy
not going
says
to
he doesn't
happen,
think it's
and he's
going
been
well for
clear that he
Trump.
doesn't support it.
Well, I think
over.
there may be some women voters who would like for him, would have liked for him to answer.
He's losing Barstool.
Yeah.
Is he brought up this misleading false claim that you yourself have talked about in recent days about Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, abducting people's pets and eating them, which officials there have said is not true. You yourself acknowledged it may be false on Twitter. You still told people to keep spreading it. But Trump just amplified it to tens of millions of people who were watching.
He's losing
Why
everybody from
push
Taylor Swift
something
to Barstool.
that's not true?
Kamala's
First of
gonna
all,
get-
city
Kamala's
officials have
gonna-
not said
gonna get
it's not
100% of the high
true. They've
school
said
vote.
they don't have all the evidence.
They
But
said
we've
they have
heard,
no evidence.
we've heard from a number of constituents on the ground, Caitlin, who
Why
both
do they think
firsthand
this
and
is a
secondhand
good thing to
reports
run on?
saying
Like,
this stuff
who
is
fucking
happening. So
told them
they
that this is
very
a
clearly,
solid story to
meaning the
go
people
with?
on the ground dealing with this think that it is happening.
I can't
And I
believe
think
they're
that it's
like
important for
tripling down
journalists
on
to
this
actually
shit
get on the
over
ground
and over
uncover
again.
this stuff for
What
themselves.
the fuck
When
is
you
going
have
on?
A lot of people saying my pets are being abducted, or geese at the city pond are being abducted and slaughtered right in front of us. This is crazy stuff. And again, whether those
He's
exact
fucking doubling down on
rumors
this.
turn out to be mostly true, somewhat true, whatever the case may be. Caitlin, this town has been ravaged by 20,000 migrants coming in. Healthcare costs are up. Housing costs are up. Communicable diseases like HIV and TB have skyrocketed in this small Ohio town. This is what Kamala Harris's border policies have done. And I think it's interesting, Caitlin, that the media didn't care about the carnage wrought by these policies until we turned it into a meme about cats. And that speaks to the media's failure to care about what's going on in these communities. If we have to meme about it to get the media to care, we're going to keep on doing it because the media should care about what's going on.
I saw you say that. I think the media does care about it. I just read a very lengthy report in the New York Times on it. PBS NewsHour did a whole story. But can I ask
by
you?
us
but
talking
you
about
said-
it and bringing it up, nobody cared about this until we raised
Senator,
this
you
issue.
talked about Senator, you talked about that your office has gotten a lot of reports. I mean, if someone calls your office and says they saw Bigfoot, that doesn't mean they saw Bigfoot. Why? I mean, you have a sense of responsibility as a running mate, and he certainly does as the candidate to not promote false information, right?
Caitlin, it's a totally fair point, but nobody's calling my office and saying that they saw Bigfoot. What they're calling and saying is we're seeing migrants kidnap our dogs and cats.
Yeah, it's a fake story. You just believe it, dumb
Now, again,
fuck.
I have a responsibility as a United States Senator. I think the media has a responsibility as an institution that cares about truth to actually take people seriously when they say their lives have been ruined by this migrant crisis. And again, if every single thing that the media says about this story is false, the verifiable facts are that this community has had their lives destroyed by 20,000 migrants coming in and uprooting life.
Again, officials said no credible evidence of the claim. But Senator J.D. Vance, thank you for joining us with
Thanks,
your
Caitlin.
debate reaction. Jake, back to you.
Oh my gosh, she was in the Daily Wire. She was in the Daily Caller. That's so much
Interesting
worse.
comment. I mean, looking at a New York Times story from 8 days ago about the immigration crisis in Springfield
It's like
and
even
the problems
worse,
created
right?
there, saying we have to make up nonsense that isn't true so that the media covers things that the media is already covering as an odd defense. But I digress.
Oh,
Chris?
so there is an immigration crisis in Springfield, Ohio. Thank God, CNN. Thank you for fucking defending this very real thing that's occurring. God, I fucking hate these pieces of shit so much. These monstrous pieces of shit. I swear to fucking God.
There was a labor shortage in the in like the town. They were
Yeah.
like they didn't have enough workers. It was like a lot of them like said this was like a big benefit to them. But
Yeah, a
fucking
lot.
whatever.
Like, I've seen like 8 different fucking businesses would be like the Haitian migrants have been awesome. Like they've been working
Yeah.
really hard. They're great.
Yeah, there was some story where like some like pastor was like, "These guys are religious as hell. I have like all these people are finally going to like the church again."
Yeah, I've been begging the media to ask a very simple question for months that David Muir, my sexy idol, finally fucking asked, who was like, walk us through the steps of how you would deport 11 million people.
Yeah.
And of course, predictably, Trump did not respond to that and talked about how they're eating, the migrants are eating fucking cats or whatever.
That
But-
and the healthcare stuff, it felt like it was like going into like the real world, like we're like the sane universe.
What was this? She wasn't at the Daily Caller. What was she at? I thought Caitlin Collins, like she used to work for like the Daily Wire or the Daily Caller or something.
She did work at the Daily Caller. She worked at the Daily Caller.
Yeah. Wire
She was a
Chatter's saying,
contributor.
yeah, which is even worse because Daily Caller is the Tucker Carlson shop,
Yeah,
right?
they were like the guys who were like too racist, so Facebook had to start promoting the Daily Wire instead of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, she used to be the White House correspondent for the Daily Caller. She worked there for like years. She
Oh,
worked
Trump
there
is
for
on
3
Fox.
years.
Oh, Trump is on Fox in the spin room defending his.
To be fair, they weren't, but I felt very comfortable. We have the best policy. She has no policy.
You know, one thing that interested me, because I've known you for a long time, and one of the things that I was watching in you tonight is that you were all business. You know, a lot of times when you're at your rallies or we do a town hall.
Sean, they're destroying our country.
Is that what it was? Is it the seriousness of the moment?
There's nothing to smile about. You know, I'm a good smiler, but there's nothing to smile about. They're destroying. We have 21 million people that have been released into our country, and many of them are criminals and terrorists and people
Lincoln
from
Riley,
mental institutions.
Rachel Morin,
Yeah.
Jocelyn Nungary.
All dead.
I list all these names on the show of people murdered, people raped, people
he
victims
knows.
of violent
He's
crime.
memorized.
Names a lot of people never.
26 people's names. 26.
I was with him.
That's insane.
I was with him.
Who else you met
He was
other
just
families? You met the
incredible.
families of
I met them all.
Afghanistan.
Nungary. I met.
You met Nungary's family.
Yeah, I met 5 or 6 of them. Not even talking about the 13 soldiers that were killed in Afghanistan, the families of the 13 soldiers, which Biden won't even talk to, and he's the one that caused their death. Just as if he had a pistol in his hand, he and her caused their death. Just as if literally they had a gun in their hand.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. When you're in a situation like that, what is going through your mind? What goes on behind the scenes? How do you prepare for your debates?
Well, I think I always say I've been preparing all my life for these debates. You know, you can't go in like she did. She goes into a room and she memorized lines, more or less. I thought I got one cute one. I'm talking where I said, I'm talking, when she started interrupting.
Yeah, she said that to Mike
I
Pence.
wanted to
I'm
get
speaking.
even for that. You know,
Yeah.
that was not very nice what she did. But no, I thought it was.
That was cute. He did hit that. He practiced that.
It's interesting that the one line that really stuck out that did make me laugh out loud is when you said you're going to send her a MAGA hat. There are a lot of positions now. All of a sudden, she's come over to your side. She's been against the border wall. She's been against.
There's only one problem.
Yeah.
If she ever won immediately from the day after that election, everything would go back to confiscate your guns and forget about oil and everything else. You know, they were cutting back on oil way back. They got rid of Anwar, the biggest oil site perhaps in the world, in Alaska. They did things that are so bad and so destructive, but energy prices started doubling up, and she immediately went back to the Trump plan. But I would have been now 4 times higher than they are right now, because that was 3.5 years ago.
Right.
When she cut it, she cut everything out. She went to wind and went to all this other stuff that doesn't work from an economic standpoint and even a visual standpoint. I don't get the wind. You take these gorgeous plains and deserts and all this stuff, they put these windmills up, they go up like a 30-story building in some cases. They destroy everything, they cut out all, and the environmentalists say, aren't they wonderful? But it's the most expensive form of energy, and it's never going to do for our country.
So if we look at the issues on the economy, on immigration, on law and order, on energy, and America's role in the world, is there anything you can point to that you would say they have been successful on?
No, they have been unsuccessful at everything. And even the economy, I said, as part of the economy, you've let 21 million people, more than that, I think, with all the gotaways.
What were you saying during the debate about one of the
killing our
voting
economy.
down ballot votes? Oh, it's when he was like, it's when he literally was like, oh, you can't pass any of that. You can't pass any of that because the Senate is 50-50. It's like, you never want to say that, dumbass. Like, now you've given a perfect opportunity to the Democratic Party to be like, Trump's right. That's why we have to win the Senate, and that's why we have to win the House. You know? It's like,
they're literally running in like these states, like in Maryland, like against Larry Hogan. They're saying that these like Republican votes are going to stop them from bringing back Roe, and like Vance is literally just saying, "Oh yeah, they're right. Anybody who votes with McConnell is going to vote like against this stuff."
yeah. Oh, CNN is back, and they're doing the focus group.
about the debate.
Yes, I need it. I need it.
Yeah, Anderson, we talk about how critical Pennsylvania is for each candidate's pathway to 270 electoral votes. We're here in Erie County, Erie, Pennsylvania. We're sitting currently at Mercyhurst University, been a wonderful host for us. The reason why we're here 400 miles away from the debate is Erie County is the swingiest county in the most important swing state of this campaign. There's no question about it. When Obama in 2012, when Trump in 2016, when Biden in 2020, the last 2 cycles, just about 1,500 votes each separated the 2 candidates. So we wanted to ask voters who have not made a firm decision yet who they want to vote for, what they actually saw in this debate. Now, these are voters that have in the past supported Republicans and Democrats. They have in the past shown support for former President Trump or for Joe Biden. But coming into this night, they told us that they had not made up their minds yet in this election. So just to step back a little bit, show our focus group 2 people, Erie residents, again, most important state, most important county in that state. We asked for a show of hands before the debate who hadn't made up their mind yet, but thought this debate may determine
not a single
where they would
person
go
under the
with
age
their
of
vote.
50 in
to
that.
start with this debate, who do you think won by show of
Erie
hands?
residents.
Former President Trump. 2, I'll give it 4, but tentative. 2 over there. What about Vice President Harris?
Damn!
More hands. For those of you who thought this debate could be determinative, how many of you have made up your minds based on what you saw tonight on stage in Philadelphia? Raise your hands.
It's not.
All right.
Oh.
I want to ask you why. What did you see that brought you to a conclusion?
I think it's important to remember that we are voting for the leader of our country and not who we like the most or who we want in our wedding party, but who is actually going to make our country better. And we're in an incredibly unique situation where we've had both of the candidates in office before, and we've gotten to see what they would do. And when facts come to facts, my life was better when Trump was in office. The economy was higher, inflation was lower, things were better overall. And now with Kamala's administration, things haven't been so fantastic. And she's saying she can fix the problems that her administration has caused, but I just don't know if I can afford to take that risk.
Were you leaning towards the former president coming into tonight?
Probably.
And did you vote for him in 2016 or 2020?
I did.
So, decision made there. What did you think?
As to who I would vote for in this election, I strongly felt Kamala was more optimistic, more respectful. I thought she had plans that she tried to describe in the minutes worth of time that she had. I mean, they really were limited with their time. So, I don't know, I just felt more strongly for her as opposed to her opponent.
I want to talk about some of the moments of the debate because, as we told you guys before,
Bro, every
the
time I
debate,
think about like swing districts in swing states, and I hear from like undecided voters in said swing districts in swing states, I am reminded that the Electoral College in the current way that it's structured is the dumbest fucking possible way to do elections. Like these people barely know how to exist and be human. Like what the I feel like they're operating on an entirely different plane of existence.
Because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer
Very
abortion,
democratic
because the
from you,
baby
bro.
is born,
Shut the fuck up.
is okay.
Hey, dumbass, I'm saying I'm advocating for more democracy and not less, because the election should not be left up to like one fucking district in one fucking swing state. Like you're anti-democracy in this situation. Like if you're pro-electoral college.
Government, and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
Now, that sound, obviously, that moment was a critical moment, not just for the debate on one of the critical issues of this campaign on the issue of reproductive rights and abortion, but it was also one that garnered significant reaction from our focus group, which I want to ask about right now. For those of you who responded positively to Vice President Harris's answer, tell me why. Yeah, please.
I responded positively to her answer because I do struggle with the abortion issue, and I don't know that she and I agree, but I don't know that, like she said, that government should be in charge of people's decisions. And I think that when she was talking about situations of rape and incest, I think that those happen more than we think that they do. And I don't know, I just felt her impassioned response and that she would carry it out.
And that resonated with you in the moment.
Yes, it did.
Who else had a positive response? Go ahead, please.
I felt like it was her most genuine and passionate that I saw her pretty much throughout it. I didn't necessarily agree with what she was saying, but my favorable reactions were because it was nice to see the passion and believability that she stands behind, and then have something to gauge more of what she says on, since she hasn't spoken a lot solidly about a lot of issues.
And I think what's been interesting, again, following how you guys were tracking the debate, which is a fascinating experience, and I should know, nobody in this room has been listening to the post-game coverage, nobody in this room has been listening to the analysis. We've actually all been talking amongst ourselves, and it's been a really great conversation. There was another critical moment, and this was Donald Trump's best moment based on your guys' responses, and it was when he was discussing Afghanistan. Listen.
We were getting out. We would have been out faster.
No one cares about this. I will always push this. No one cares about this, okay? People in media and defense contractors cared more about this than anybody else, okay? And then they shut the fuck up about it because we dumped all the funds from Afghanistan into Ukraine anyway. So don't worry. Those weapons contracts are still safe. Nobody fucking is like, oh my God, the 13 of our best soldiers died. I'm sorry, okay? That comes across as like crazy, ridiculous, maybe a little bold, okay? But no, this is not a thing that you can fucking push for. No, there's no shot. People care less about the 13 of our best troops dying in Afghanistan than they do about fucking Israel, Palestine. And it seems like none of these motherfuckers give a shit about Israel, Palestine anyway. So like, I'm telling you right now, that is just like a direct fucking laser from Trump to be like, that's the Hunter Biden of this election cycle, which is ironic because he also tried to bring up the Hunter Biden situation as well, which was great. I love that he did a callback to Hunter Biden.
Iraq back under President Bush. And when I saw that we were leaving that amount of high-tech equipment in the hands of our enemy, and later that day or later that week, I saw on the news where them celebrating with our guns in their hands, I realized what a travesty that was. A, in the loss of money in that we abandoned when we left, plus the very bullets that we left there that they were shooting at us as we flew away into planes.
We have a lot more to get to with this group. We're going to get to them in a moment.
I don't understand how you believe that people don't care about that event as an
American.
American. It was objectively a good thing, and that's precisely the reason why only 13 American military members died in Afghanistan under the Biden reign, whereas 67 military members died in Afghanistan when Trump was president. You want to know why one number was larger than the other? Because that's what happens when you fucking pull out of a country, okay? Automatically, magically, no soldiers die in Afghanistan if there are no soldiers to be in Afghanistan. That's it. And the dumb fucks over at the Kamala Harris campaign should probably reiterate that position over and over again to be like, hey, you know, obviously not a single veteran should ever die. Not a single soldier should ever die. But the reality of the matter is 67 of our beautiful troops died under your reign. You admitted that. They were sniping. The Taliban was sniping our fucking troops. You said it yourself. Okay? Taliban was sniping our fucking troops. You said it yourself. Okay? Get the fuck out of here, dude. What are we talking about? What are we fucking talking about? There's also something additionally funny about, like, talking about the Taliban swinging around American weapons, because it's like, yeah, dog, we gave them those weapons many, many years ago, okay? Like, years prior. They used it on us because we gave them the weapons originally when they were fighting against the Russians. Nate Silver said the debate is much closer if you watch with the sound off. Yeah, big brain shit, but it's not. Because even on the optics front, I think that was also very cowardly, by the way, from the Democratic Party. Let's just get back to shitting on the Democrats for a second. Very cowardly from the Democratic Party. They got like their first ever bad press. And that was when the Biden, honeymoon ended, basically. When the Biden honeymoon ended, and the media started like ripping into the Biden admin for pulling out because they're fucking monstrous pieces of shit. And care only about their defense contractors that run ads on their fucking website at the top of the hour for 3 minutes, which of course you can avoid by subscribing. The debate is so close if you don't use any of your senses. Yeah, the debate is so close. I closed my ears. I closed my eyes. I, lost my sense of taste. And that's why it was close. Now, the real question is this consequential? And that's what I was trying to talk about with respect to what the goals are. If the goals are to win new voters, because Trump is already locked in. He's got the base. Okay, he's got his base. Is he going to get new people? Like, do you know many people in your life or anyone around you that is like, who's this Trump guy? I'll bite. Like, let me try to figure this guy out. What's going on with this Trump guy? Talk to me. Like, no, he is maxed out on name recognition. And that is precisely the reason why when he got shot in the fucking head, okay, Asmin's chat, dog, if you think Asmongold's chat weren't already Trump voters, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. He's not expanding the base with Asmongold's chat. Also, none of them are going to vote anyway because they're too busy being fucking permanently stapled to their goddamn chairs playing fucking Horde, okay? Shut the fuck up. Asmongold's audience is going to fucking vote Trump. Oh my God, I can't believe it. No, they're not going to vote for anybody because they don't, okay? Anyway, regardless, even Asmongold's chat had a poll with Harris getting 40%. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's way higher than I would have thought.
Yeah, like this is, shocking.
Does CNN have their shitty poll out?
I thought you said their poll was good and you were
haven't
waiting
seen it
for
yet. Their poll was good 8 years ago. I haven't seen it yet.
The memes for the cats and dogs line has arrived.
Eating the dogs, the people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating.
Oh my God.
They're eating.
Funny.
That was really perfectly timed. He's so griped up.
Yeah. 16 debate thoughts, mostly rather bullish for Harris. But to be fair, the set of questions were pretty friendly to Harris. Nothing about Biden's fitness for office, for instance, even though his catastrophic failure in the first debate is the reason that she rather than Biden was on stage tonight. Why would they ask Kamala Harris?
He's not gonna be president after January. Like, who gives a shit?
Why would they ask Kamala Harris, who's currently running for president, about the outgoing president's fitness, dude?
Yeah.
This is like, I'm sorry, I love Ryan Grimm. I love him. You guys know this. He was complaining about how like they didn't fact check Kamala Harris. It's like, yeah, they didn't because she's a Democrat. And that doesn't mean because as a Democrat, she never lies. Sometimes Democrats lie too, especially when they tell you they're going to do good things and then never follow through on it. But most Democrats are too scared to come out and just like make bold statements, even in terms of like good policy positions, let alone bold statements that like justify any of those policy positions.
The
She didn't
insurance
even
companies
fucking
are eating your cat.
like. I'm sorry, Kamala Harris didn't say that. Like, yeah, Kamala Harris didn't do the reversal and said like, you know, every white guy wants to shoot up a school or some shit. I don't know what the Democratic version of that would be. You know what I mean? The only time actually that Kamala Harris did lie was when she was like, oh, Hamas was doing mass rapes on October 7th, which of course ain't a single fucking person in the media is ever going to correct that record, because obviously if they did that, they get fucking shot out of a cannon. So, you know, that's not going to happen regardless. So of course she's not like lying on any unhinged issues, whereas Trump is fucking lying all the goddamn time. Like the reality of the matter is like, yes, of course, fact checking from moderators is a good thing. I think it is a really good thing. And in prior years, it wasn't a thing that happened very frequently, because at least like most of the Republican candidates, regardless of like how awful they were and how Trump is a continuation of like the regular Republican agenda in very meaningful ways, they at least were more buttoned up and wouldn't ever fucking say Haitians are eating dogs and cats. Like, I think Mitt Romney was corrected once. That was like a historic moment. You know what I mean?
Oh, wow. I think the CNN poll came out, it was 63% Harris. Or
Where
like
is
this
it?
is just what some fucking guy on Twitter said. I don't know if it's true or not.
No, it is. It is.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah,
Say
63%
Kamala Harris won the debate. Only
Whoa.
37%
Those are
say Donald
2016
Trump won the
first
debate,
debate numbers.
and that is quite different than the expectations going into this
Yeah, that's
among
really
this
high.
group of debate watchers.
Yeah, I think
in this
I
poll.
did not think
We
she was
asked
going to do
folks
this
going into
well.
the debate, who do you
Yeah.
expect to win the
Like,
debate?
straight
I don't know if
Well,
those
it was
are his worst
50-50.
numbers ever, but that's
50% expected
close.
Harris, 50% expected Trump to win the debate. That was before the debate, and we just showed you where it ended up afterwards, 63% to
Yeah,
37%. And take a look at
history
this,
is any
Jake.
indication,
This
this
is a
should probably
complete
result in a bump
reversal from what
for
we
her.
saw in June.
Oh,
Compare
yeah.
these numbers to Biden.
I
In
think
June,
it's not
you
necessarily
see
a bump
that it
due
was
to like
67% to 33%.
the things that we talked about in terms of like, you know, people heard her policies and were like really invested, but more so a bump about like, you know, people want someone who is a winner, and like they will be less less reluctant to like outwardly say that they support Kamala Harris.
Yeah, let me see what the CNN
All right, David
numbers for
Chalian,
Trump versus
while,
Biden
no
were.
doubt, this debate will not be quite as consequential.
Inverse
as the last
Biden
one.
numbers. Yeah.
It does seem as though, Dana Bash, that at least according to the instant polls of debate watchers, people think that Kamala Harris resounds.
Yeah, it's very close to inverse Biden numbers. In the Biden debate, they said 67% of people thought that Trump won, and this isn't really that different. It's within the margin of error. So congratulations, Trump. You came within the margin of error of like literally the worst debate performance in the history of elections.
The literal only difference in policy of Harris and Trump on the border is the intensity of the rhetoric. Crime panic and scapegoating of migrants is bipartisan. Yeah. As it stands on the policy front, Trump's policies are definitely worse than Kamala Harris's, but like Kamala Harris's are right wing as fuck. They are literally 2020 Trump era policies, like directly written by a Trumper fucking from Oklahoma. Like, what are we talking about?
No clue where those numbers came from, and he was
James
asked about it at the spin
Lankford.
room and didn't give an answer. But
He didn't
also
respond
think,
to that.
you know,
I was kind of
Harris,
curious in seeing how he'd
there were some
respond to that, but he
risks
didn't
here
really
for
say
her
anything.
tonight. And she had a lot of work to do, and I'm thinking.
Yeah,
about
I was
earlier
also
when-
that's the other thing. Like, I thought that it would be a gimme for Trump to be like, do you believe her? Like, if I'm in Trump's camp, I would just keep saying like, you called my supporters Nazis for 4 fucking years for wanting to build a wall. You didn't do that. You let the migrants pour in. They started fucking up the country. And then you started recognizing that they were doing that. So then you literally tried to fucking push for. Did I just get 500 gifted subs? Holy shit. Mate feed art. Jesus Christ, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's insane. It's still going. A bro stole. Mate feed art stole. Is this the Russian? Dude, am I being funded by Russia right now? Is that what's going on?
Yeah,
What the fuck?
they're the next Tim Pool.
Yeah. Ukraine is the greatest enemy of mankind.
Yeah.
I love that video. That video lives in my mind, dude. When he just does the little fist on the table like he's trying to act like he's angry about Ukraine existing.
I haven't seen that.
They're not even following. They're just gifting hella subs. What the fuck?
Damn, it is Russia.
Maybe. They're still going.
Yeah, this is the highest share. It's not the biggest spread against him, but it's the highest share his opponent has ever gotten in an instant poll.
Yeah.
1960, Nixon was the vice president.
Yeah, this is like in the territory
criticism
of like
John
the
Kennedy
really
that he
bad
was too
debate
young,
against Biden.
too callow, too inexperienced. After that first debate, that went away.
Yeah, maybe Trump will
because
drop
people
out.
Thought, at the
Yeah.
very least, that Kennedy.
They're going to put in
showed that he
JD,
stood up
and he's going to lose by
was
18 points.
Nixon's equal and
like
perhaps
the polls
his superior.
say, and we'll finally
1980,
live in the real
Jimmy
world.
Carter, a lot of concern. Was Ronald Reagan too big a risk? And after that debate, people were reassured. They didn't like Carter particularly.
Plus
they were
666
reassured we can
free
take this
subs.
jump into Reagan. In the New York Times poll over the weekend, 3 times as many people said they needed to know more about Kamala Harris than said that about Donald Trump. And I got to think for a lot of that 28% of Americans that they were reassured by what they saw tonight. So I think that it gives permission to support her for people that had doubts.
Well, there's 2 things I noticed. One was the word that
Chris
Senator
Wallace,
J.D. Vance used,
watching
the
the
word
watching the
platitudes.
broadcast,
We
repeating our
talked to
talking
Caitlin
points.
Collins about how he describes the ability
Shame.
of Vice President Harris to articulate her platforms. It's what is demanded of the incumbent versus what was actually provided by a
Democrats
former
have
incumbent.
raised
She's expected to talk in
$9
very
million
granular detail.
in the past
Trump
hour.
had very many bald assertions, and yet he believes that he was successful in that endeavor.
Did you hear
nonetheless.
that?
The other issue is this important idea of managing expectations. She has described herself from the very get-go since
Mate Feed Art said, I watch your content via YouTube all the time, but I never got to catch a stream. Thanks for being my goat. Holy shit. Well, thank you for the unimaginable amount of fucking gifted subs that you just gifted. That was wild. All the Swifties, yeah, 666 gifted subs.
It's like 12 a.m. my
election,
time,
and
so
there's
I'm
still
gonna
many
probably
days
bunk
to
off,
go.
But I finally got
Alright.
the poll that I wanted.
I'm sorry. Well, yeah, now that you got your CNN poll. Well, thank
Yeah.
you so much, Edgar Benton. Where can people find you?
On Twitter, at Edingermentum, and edingermentum.news. I will probably be writing an article tomorrow about a Trump replacement tier list in the aftermath of this. But thanks for having me on. It's always a pleasure. Hopefully, we'll be back the next debate if there is one, and then election night. We'll see how that goes.
All right.
Probably well for her at this point because nothing ever happens. The Democrats always win.
Yeah, because they cheat. They lie, cheat, and
Yes,
steal.
exactly. Yeah.
All right. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Oh, more spin.
Tonight, what would you say?
Debate tonight. This was my best debate. We had a 92% rating in one poll. We had an 86% rating in another. We had 77% in another. We won every one of the polls that came out tonight, and there were quite a few of them.
Were asked if you would veto a national.
Bro, this is another
And you did not
anti-Trump
say
race,
yes or no.
dude.
What is your answer to that?
All
He's
you have
just
to do is
so
check
bad.
it. It was a perfect answer on abortion, and I've done a great job in that, and I brought our country together. Thank you.
Yes or no? Will you debate Harris? That was former President Donald Trump earlier as he was exiting the spin room. Joining me now, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, a surrogate of the former president. You heard Donald Trump there talking about the debate. Would you say that Donald Trump won this debate?
He had a very strong performance. No doubt, I thought the 2 moderators were absolutely biased. And 2 things that you walk away with. Number 1, we know who Donald Trump is. 4 years of Donald Trump, we had very low unemployment. We saw 7 million jobs created, 2/3 going to minorities and to women. We saw HBCU funding hit a record level and made the funding permanent. We frankly saw research on sickle cell anemia accelerated. What we didn't see in this debate was who is Kamala Harris. We've seen her change her position time and time again, and tonight we have no clarity on her position. She's now for fracking when she was against it. She now wants a border wall when she was against it. The border czar herself certainly did not go to the border for 3+ years. She's had 3 years to tell the American people who she is, and we still don't know who she is. Where does she stand on the number 1 issue the American people care about? The economy, inflation, the cost of living. We don't know.
Well, and does it bother you that Donald Trump won't say where he stands on a really important issue, which is abortion?
Actually, he's been very clear on the issue
But why
of
would he have to
abortion.
say yes or no tonight?
Well, here's what he said. It is a state's issue. The American people are solving that problem state by state by state, exactly where the echo chambers around the country wanted the issue. What we did not hear was Kamala Harris answer the question, does she support abortions in the third trimester, the 7th, 8th, and 9th month? She refused to answer that question. We have one candidate who is absolutely crystal clear that the voters in the states will make the decision. Roe v. Wade is gone. And one candidate who would not say, I refuse to have late-term abortions.
Well, she didn't say where she believed the restriction should be.
She
and
said
he
she
did
wanted to
not
go back to Roe v. Wade, which would allow for
and
abortion
he did
up
not
until the day of
say-
birth.
And he did not say, which of course you know is rare and doesn't really happen, but he would not say about vetoing a ban. But the debate overall and how it went, CNN conducted an instant poll. 63% of people said they thought Harris won, 37%.
It's insane how blatantly CNN tried to fill the shoes of pre-Trump Fox News. Corporate media makes me sick. Nothing is below them. Yeah. I think that CNN is ass and has gotten more ass over the years. They really fucking hammered the anti-Trump line for 4 years in an effort to like farm as much clout as they possibly could, and then they turn around and became like light MAGA. They openly made that decision, by the way. They like, it's not like a hidden secret decision. They like straight up said it. I mean, most corporate media is just so garbage, especially when it comes to foreign policy. Kamala repeated, I'm going to have the most lethal military line again in her closure statement. I didn't even fucking hear that. Oh, God, that's gross, dude. They hired a Republican strategist to run their coverage. Yeah. Do you like Jen Psaki? Jen Psaki bomb. What is the fallout of an extremely close victory for Harris? Do we have more political violence? No, I think post January 6th, like a lot of the deterrence that kicked in for people who genuinely thought that like they were above the law, or that the criminal justice system was like in favor of them. It was only to like lock up their enemies, poor people, homeless people, black people, brown people, actually realized that like they can't get away with that. And that's why you see a lot less of that kind of movement. One other very important aspect of this is that the AstroTurf stuff stopped dead in its tracks because there was legal liability attached to it. I've talked about this quite a bit, like TPUSA, AEI, American Enterprise Institute, Heritage Foundation. Like a lot of these think tanks used to pump money into like busing protesters over to like different races and stuff. And when the Trump campaign is too caught up in the Trump campaign is unfortunately or fortunately spending a shit ton of money on legal troubles. They don't have enough money to bus people to places. And also beyond that, the Republican establishment, like institutions, are not pumping money into busing people into certain places. So the likelihood that real political violence will happen is, even less, especially paired up with like actual legal repercussions that they experience for the first time ever. I don't understand why she doesn't want a public option. Come on, Chad. Like, understand. She doesn't want a legal option because a public option because she doesn't care. Okay, that's it. These guys are like Joe Biden never talked about the public option after they packed up Bernie Sanders. He said, "Oh, I want a public option. It's so much better than fucking Medicare for all." There was never a single fucking moment where he uttered those words ever again after Bernie Sanders dropped out. Okay? Like, let's be real. Beyond the copium, like, I love watching Republicans cry because they're monstrous pieces of shit. But this doesn't mean that, like, the Democrats actually want to do good things by the American public. Okay? They don't. That's just the reality. It's just lesser evil voting. That's all you're going to get. You're not going to get anything. You're going to get, like, maybe if you're lucky, some tax credits if you fit a certain demographic. Okay? They are neoliberal through and through, okay? And they have the same exact corporate benefactors that the Republican Party has. The Republican Party is obviously worse, but this doesn't mean that the Democratic Party is good. Think about it this way, okay? Think about it this way. There is I mean, there's no reason for the Democrats to not like take certain initiatives and like push forward certain things, even in the interest of winning the election. Okay, make the Dems the new right wing main party and the Republican Party. What do you mean? What that it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way at all. What has happened historically is that the more Democrats slant to the right, the more the right goes even further right. So it just becomes a fascist party and a center-right party. Like, think about it this way. Every single key policy position from the Democrats so far, even ones that I like the expansion of the child tax credit, are technically tax cuts. It's either tax cuts or deregulation. We need to build new housing units, 3 million new housing units. How do we do that? Deregulate housing. Okay? We're going to give tax cuts to startups, $50,000 in tax credits to startups. We're gonna do tax credits for people with children, child tax credit expansion. These are all technically neoliberal ideas. And on top of that, in terms of climate change, when we have like a disastrous situation ahead of us in terms of climate change, we're like, no, we're gonna drill. We love drilling. Like there is a hyper focus on drilling and fracking as though it's like something that every fucking voter cares about. And I don't think people care about it as much. And I do like the Green New Deal. I think the Green New Deal, if followed through on it, is an incredibly solid way to communicate to the public that this is a jobs program. It's not just about like fixing our climate policy. It's also about like restructuring the way we subsidize our energy industry. I think they recently just discovered that tax credits are functionally no different than a subsidy and are more politically palatable. I mean, it's not functionally different than a subsidy. It's entirely different than a subsidy. It's a tax cut. It's not a subsidy because you get it at the end of the year rather than a direct cash infusion. Isn't this out of touch sentiment something to do with the 100 million coffers she inherited? No. I think she would still be like repackaged Joe Biden. But overall, if you are a liberal and you are excited at Donald Trump being defeated, then this is your night. This is a victory lap opportunity for you.
Vote. I want to get some more results from our post-debate instant polls. Our political director, David Chalian, is back with us. David, what else are you learning?
Yeah, Anderson, this is a poll of debate watchers, not of the country overall or the electorate, obviously. But it's not that partisanly, in a partisan way, different than what we see broadly among registered voters. This is really interesting. Among the candidates' favorable and unfavorable ratings, take a look here at what we found. Before the debate, Harris's favorable rating was at 39%. After the debate, among these debate watchers, her favorability rating went up 6 points to 45%. Donald Trump actually ticked down 2 points among these debate watchers from 41% favorable to 39% favorable. That's about roughly the same. That's not a 2% tick down there. It's not huge, but I do.
You misunderstood me. There are pay-fors for the CTC expansion through raising corporate tax rate back up to 28%. Even if they didn't do that, I don't care. Even if it like fed into the deficit, I don't give a shit. I like the expansion of the child tax credit. It's a very popular policy. It's a very good policy. Okay? Simply communicating that policy as a tax credit rather than a direct subsidy changes the mechanism in which you use this policy. Like it changed the delivery mechanism. It just complicates it for no reason. Matt Bruning had a really good piece on this at the Triple P think tank that he has. But beyond that, like I never was anti expanding the child tax credit. I think it's a great idea. It's a necessary policy. I'm simply saying, like, I don't like that the only time we are actually doing something that is helpful for the American population, we can only push it through the lens of tax cuts, which goes back to my anger in terms of like the way that the Democratic Party presents certain things. It's just like there's never any interest in advancing a different strategy, even though Trump's subsidies were incredibly popular. Do you see what I'm saying? Like the Trump bucks were very, very popular. People still bring that shit up. What about a cap on CTC so people like Jeff Bezos can't use it? Yeah, dude, Jeff Bezos is really making out like a bandit with the $6,000 that he's getting back in tax credits. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you hear yourself? No, I'm not saying more focus testing. I'm saying the exact opposite. Okay. Universal programs are good. Universality is good. Universality makes it fair. Okay. If you want to eliminate people who are really wealthy that are going to take advantage of these fucking universal programs, which is hilarious to think about because they're not, you know, it's like saying, oh, public college means rich kids are going to go to school for free. It's like, no, they're not. They're going to go to private schools. Okay. They don't go to public schools, and they will not go to public schools, and they'll go to private schools. But even if you want to, then tax them at the end of the year. Okay. I mean, if you want, like, I'm never in favor of means testing. I don't think it's a smart idea. I think it actually is a way to make your progressive policy agenda less popular overall. But even if you were going to do that, you should probably do that in the back end and tax them afterwards, which is exactly what happened with the subsidies. As a matter of fact, the money that I got from the Trump bucks, I think it was like the first payment I got, and then the second payment I was over the limit, and I think I paid it in taxes. You pay it back in taxes if necessary, which there's no problem with.
Weeks ago, would you have predicted that 7 weeks later that Kamala Harris and Donald Trump would be polling evenly? Donald Trump, a former president, and whatever you think about him, there is a presumption that goes with the fact that you were president, that you know the job and so on. So I do think that she filled that. She checked that box tonight. She looked like a president on that stage. There's not a lot of elasticity in this electorate, so I wouldn't expect huge movements here. But this isn't going to be a race that's won that way. It's going to be won incrementally. She took an incremental step forward.
So I'm a little bit surprised by those numbers, because this is as good as it's going to get for Kamala Harris, presumably. I mean, this was Donald Trump.
Okay, sorry. Thanks for educating me. Why did the mainstream media make a big deal about Jeff Bezos using child tax credits if it didn't matter? Oh, great question, actually, Chatter. It's because they're ginormous pieces of shit. That's it. There's literally no other reason. It's the exact same, because they don't want you to have good things. They don't want you to have a little bit ease of access to certain amenities that rich people take advantage of on a daily basis, because they fucking despise the working poor. Okay? And if you think I am even remotely exaggerating, I'm not. Okay? These people are monstrous pieces of shit at the upper echelon of society, and they are entirely backed by corporations, and they cannot stand for the working poor to get a leg up at any capacity. Because why? Because if you do get a leg up, you might want more things. If you do get a leg up, and for the working poor to get a leg up at any capacity. Because why? Because if you do get a leg up, you might want more things. If you do get a leg up, you might actually start thinking, wait a minute, the government is helping me. Because since the Ronald Reagan, Reaganomics, neoliberalism era in the United States of America, we've been bouldering towards economic collapse. If you look at the actual distribution of income in this country, if you look at the actual wealth disparity in this country, you'll recognize that we are worse than we were at during the Gilded Age, okay? Like the Roaring 20s. It's worse now than it was back then, okay? There are omega wealthy people in this country, and then the rest are just like struggling to fucking make do. And these people, because they work for corporations, because they work for the interest of corporations, do not want you to even dream that the American government could ever fucking be helpful for you, okay? And that's precisely why the Democratic Party doesn't usually do a lot in terms of helping people anyway. New York Times being fucking stupid garbage once again. Fierce exchange over country's future dominate debate. Harris and Trump spar over abortion, economy, and foreign policy. I mean, it's whatever. This is like the most wishy-washy, middle-of-the-ground bullshit, as expected from the New York Times. When you see Frank Luntz, the devil himself, is saying that Trump is unhinged and could not stay on topic, it says a lot. Yeah.
Dogs, the people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in.
Jesus Christ. If it were up to you, who would have been your Republican and Democrat candidate? I don't give a fuck who the Republican candidate is. Are you trying to tell me that Anderson Cooper has ties to big business? His last name is Cooper, and that surely means his family historically was working class and made barrels? Yeah. Please do not Google what Anderson Cooper's actual last name is and what family he's a part of. You will not like the answer. Also, Anderson Cooper is going to be like interviewing Donny O'Sullivan on the misinformation documentary that I'm featured on, and I'm genuinely scared he's gonna say some shit about me when he's interviewing Donnie. I'm actually a little worried about the documentary that's coming out next Sunday. I thought it was strange he called Harris the worst vice president ever when Mike Pence literally didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. Connor, you're so right. You're so right. Because I think in his mind, Mike Pence is dead to him. He's dead. Michael Pence from Pennsylvania is dead to him. So he doesn't want to even invoke his name. Donnie has your back, dude. Come on. No. I'm not worried about Donnie cooking me. I'm worried about like an editor doing that. I'm very MAGA. She definitely won tonight. Trump hasn't been the same since 2019. And the old guy is never coming back. He will still win, but this should be so fucking easy. And he makes it so difficult. That's so funny. The old guy's never coming back. He will still win. I don't think Trump's going to win this, chatter. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I mean, I'm glad that you're at least like recognizing that Trump definitely lost, but I don't think he's going to be winning this. I don't think he has this in the bag at all. If Trump loses, he's also going to lose in 2028. Yeah, I don't know what happens then. Compilation of Trump, Fox cooking Trump tonight. Wait, really?
Vice President Harris was clearly well prepared, practiced on the offensive much of the night. Former President Trump did take a lot of the bait that she threw out.
Make no mistake about it.
Dude, yeah, Brit Hume fucking blistered, dude. You've lost Brit Hume, sir. Imagine being that guy, just like seeing the difference, like experiencing the difference personally of like the Republican Party going from like competent country club Republicans to like the Trump Republican like populist project.
Trump had a bad night. He rose to the bait repeatedly when she baited him, something I'm sure his advisors had begged him not to do. And we heard so many of the old...
Dude, he was so locked in. You're right, the illegals will make Kamala win. Hell yeah, baby. That's right. It was so crazy. Kamala Harris would just like subtly bring some shit up in the midst of this conversation, and Trump would literally go back to it for no reason and burn like the first 30 seconds to the first 60 seconds every single time, addressing like some silly shit that nobody fucking gives a shit about, that he should know better never to talk about. I can't wait to come into the country illegally to get a transgender operation in the prisons. Hell yeah. You're missing Trump in the ABC spin room? No, I caught him saying he won by 92%.
Debate in his view, despite the fact that, of course, just a couple of months ago, it was the former president's opponent who dropped out of the presidential race altogether because of that debate. And there has...
Did Kamala not do the same thing with fracking? Yes, which is precisely the reason why I said in the midst of the debate, I said, where is it? Damn, people really liked when I say Trump is a spectacular failure. Where the fuck is it? Remember how you liberals feel when Trump says he's the leader on IVF and when he talks about abortion? That's how every likely Trump voter feels when Kamala talks about how she's actually going to build the border wall and be tough on immigration. Yeah, I tweeted nonstop throughout the entire process, but I usually use that as a way to like gather my thoughts. But that's what it is. That is what it is. You're right. Kamala Harris talking about fracking doesn't mean shit to most people. Okay, it doesn't mean shit to most people. It does not. And it's especially less meaningful when she's talking about fucking immigration, which is like something that the Republicans own, or even worse when it comes to like wars. You know, we're gonna be doing the wars. We're gonna be the wars. Even Trafalgar has a pretty big Harris approval tonight. Yeah. I mean, this is the, oh my God. This is literally like, this is the Asmongold chat poll. Okay. Trafalgar with the Asmongold chat poll, basically. This is the real Asmongold chat poll. Okay. I'm so happy my state got a shout out for executing babies based. Yeah. He said the wrong state. Are you in West Virginia? Because he said West Virginia instead of Virginia. And even then, it's not even real. The Virginia thing isn't real either. Here's a line for the Democrats in the future. Here's a freebie. Anytime somebody fucking says, oh, what about fucking, you know, abortions after birth, which is ridiculous. Nobody believes that. That's not happening regardless. So Trump can repeat that over and over again. That's bullshit. It's actually a massive L for him. Okay. That's one. But if he talks about late term abortions, third trimester abortions. That does happen. It's incredibly rare, okay? But it does happen. Why does it happen is the real question, okay? And the lie that Republicans tell is that it happens because people want to have fun abortions, like they have fun, like just, you know, liberal women are hussies and they want to have sex and then they want to kill a baby because they want to like feel the thrill for the kill or some shit, right? And that's ridiculous. Nobody's fucking carrying nobody's carrying a fetus in their body for fucking 7 months, 8 months, only to go and kill the fucking fetus, okay? No, the only reason why third trimester abortions happen in this country, even though it is phenomenally rare, is because there are medical necessities. The carrier is about to die, or the baby is a stillbirth. Like there's an ectopic pregnancy type situation. It's fucking idiotic that these guys just like lie about this shit. So the counter to that should always be, of course I'm not going to restrict abortion, because abortion beyond the first and second trimester is only a medical necessity. So why the fuck would I stop a woman who in almost every single circumstance wanted to have this child, making a traumatic decision, like a really important life-saving decision that is going to be traumatic for them? Why would I add legal complications to that process? You can't just like get an abortion for fun. Nobody does this, okay? Because if you want to get an abortion for fun, it's much easier to do it in the first trimester, which is where 94% of abortions happen anyway. I hate this argument. It's very stupid. But like I said, I think one of the weakest points for Kamala Harris was that she did not even address any of the immigration psychopathy that Trump was representing. Isn't every abortion an incredibly difficult choice and a woman for a partner to discuss a life-changing decision? I hate how Republicans make it seem like people do it for fun. Yeah, I know. It is, but it doesn't matter. Like, it's especially ridiculous. No, and I fear that it common sense. What? Wrong. People in my state are killing kids as soon as they leave the P word of a woman. Liberals are denying this. Yeah, like who the fuck wants to be pregnant for? That's the question you should ask. Like, do you think people want to be pregnant for fucking 8 months, dumbass? Like, if they want to get an abortion, then they would get it in the first trimester or the second trimester if they didn't catch it in the first trimester. Ain't nobody's carrying a fucking pregnancy to almost term and then being like, yep, it's time. But of course, the conversation is comprised mostly of people who like don't understand this issue at all. And it's mostly men. Why did you get pregnant and abort the baby? This is so funny. I think you're asking this question like seriously. Like I think you're asking this question sincerely. You're like, how do you get pregnant? Please explain to me. My father never did. Okay. When a man and a woman loves each other very much, okay, they sometimes do something in the bedroom. It's like me and your mom. Okay. When you hear The Office on Netflix for the 11th time that week, okay, and you just start hearing her yell a little bit in the room, that's me. I'm doing that to your mom, okay? We're actually making a brother for you or a sister. Do you think Trump left tonight thinking he won? I feel like his ego is so big. Dude, he is unhinged. And he will keep posting these fucking dumbass Twitter polls. Newsmax snap poll. Who won the debate? 93% Trump. Who won the ABC News presidential debate? Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, 64% on C-SPAN. Yes, dude, these are Twitter polls. Of course, no one fucking... That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, this is some unhinged ass shit right here, dude. Anyway, Jon Stewart unpacks the presidential debate now with 50% less old man. You know what? I'll watch this tomorrow. I'm tired. I love you guys. I'm sorry, no Wukong. I know a lot of people were probably expecting some Wukong, but we're nearing the 11th hour at this point, and I'm really fucking tired. Okay? Why does he call her Comrade Kamala when he said he's Putin's bestie? What? Oh, this was awesome. Eric Erickson losing his fucking mind on the timeline. You stupid motherfuckers just got Trump to repeat your lie about the pets. Congrats on sending the news stories tomorrow by lying so Trump picks it up and says stupid shit. And then right there, baby, right there, the absolute dumbass Christopher Rufo. Excuse me, the Federalist is citing a story about Haitians killing geese. Fire. This guy is such a fucking loser. Let me tell you something, okay? The old Republican Party used to like winning. If there was ever a dude like Chris Rufo that came in with some fuck shit like this and caused them to have this collapse in the 2022 midterm elections, okay? the Republican Party of the old age would have literally exiled him. Okay, they would have put him on a fucking boat with no destination. Okay, they would have been like, get the fuck out of here. The new Republican Party, on the other hand, is huffing copium. And they're like, oh, maybe this Christopher Rufo. Well, I mean, he's a graceful loser. Hasan, please, before you go, please.
Michael Steele, you were quite animated when I saw you in the hallway earlier about that debate. I'm gonna see what you're gonna tell me. You think of the debate that you told me in the hallway. What was your take on the debate, Michael Steele? Go ahead. What was the key moment?
She spanked that ass. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Papa, don't go. We need video games. Yeah, I can't. I'm too tired. I'm sorry. But there's still plenty of coverage to come tomorrow, especially including, but not limited to, one of our favorite things to watch, which is Hogwatch, baby. Tomorrow, we are going to dine. We're going to feast. We are going to feast on the beautiful tears of MAGA. The conservative tears will be flowing tomorrow. It will be delectable. It will be delightful. It will be cinema. Okay? Love you guys. There's a lot to talk about tomorrow. Excited for the coverage tomorrow. Felix Biederman is going to be in the building. Okay? So I'll see you then. Peace. Bye-bye. Just begun. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming.